Chapter 1. Starting as a clone, Talent Light Orbs. Where is this place? His unfocused pupils slowly came into focus. Qin Tian blinked, looking around in confusion. The steel walls radiated a chilling light. A crowd wearing uniform black outfits formed a square formation, orderly and solemn, silent as if they were statues devoid of life, standing quietly. Wasn't I playing games at home? How did I end up here? Qin Tian subconsciously opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at that moment, a memory hidden deep within his brain surfaced. I am an Alpha 7 star, third-generation battlefield clone, serial number 89757. My mission is to be loyal to the Empire, loyal to the army, obey the officer's orders, and take up arms to eliminate all invading enemies. The brief stream of information was like a drop of water, merging into the ocean of Qin Tian's 20-plus years of memories without causing a single ripple. Clones, Empire, weapons. Qin Tian lowered his eyelids, a surge of intense nervousness and panic rising deep within him. I actually transmigrated. And this identity, why does it sound like cannon fodder? Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of leather shoes striking the floor broke the silence. Recruits, welcome to this cruel world. A tall and burly officer stood in front of the formation. He didn't use any amplification equipment, yet his deep, resonant voice clearly reached everyone's ears. You are war machines created by the Empire. Loyalty and sacrifice are your innate destinies. From today on, you will take up arms, fight for the Empire, fight for the people, and use your blood and lives to write an immortal chapter of the Empire's glory. Long live the Empire. This last sentence seemed to trigger a switch deep within their souls. In an instant, burning passion and excitement erupted in the eyes of all the clones, and the uniform, loud sound nearly blew the roof off. Long live the Empire. The towering command tower was like a steel giant, standing in the center of the camp. The top of the tower flashed with various indicator lights, constantly sending data streams to the surrounding warships and fortifications. Beneath the command tower, wide corridors radiated in all directions. The ground was paved with heavy metal plates. Tracked vehicles and walking mechs frequently shuttled back and forth, leaving deep or shallow ruts on the metal plates. The officer led thousands of clones out of the barracks. The crowd in black uniforms was like a torrent, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This is the third batch of clones, right? Why is the number so much smaller than the first two batches? It means the logistics department is under immense pressure. They can barely afford to produce even this kind of cannon fodder anymore. The situation is becoming increasingly grim. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll have no choice but to retreat. Sigh, so many people have died. If we end up having to cede our territory to those disgusting orcs, I truly cannot accept it. The voices from afar reached his ears. Qin Tian discovered that this body's functions were exceptionally superior. His eyes were sharp, able to see small pebbles dozens of meters away, his ears were sensitive, able to hear whispers from a great distance, and his physique was robust. With just a clench of his fist, he could feel the powerful strength flowing through his body. In his previous life, he would have been almost a weakened version of Captain America. Winning any Olympic gold medal would have been as easy as reaching into his pocket. However, here, he was what others called cannon fodder. "Ha, Lei Meng, you arrived at just the right time." A man wearing a silver uniform jumped down from a black tracked vehicle and walked quickly to the front of the formation, saying to the officer, "I need hands to unload the corpses to the morgue. Let these clones do the work for me." "Fine." Lei Meng nodded in agreement. In the military camp, corpse disposal was an important task, with a higher priority than recruit training. "All right, then follow me." The man in the silver uniform leaped lightly and jumped onto the 5-meter-high vehicle, as graceful as a bird, which left Qin Tian stunned. What is this? A super Captain America? Everyone, forward at a run. Officer Lei Meng shouted the order, then led the troops to closely follow the convoy. About 20 minutes later, they arrived in front of a huge barracks. "Move all the corpses inside." Click, click, click. Mechanical hands extended from the vehicle, grabbed the corpses from the inside, and slowly placed them on the ground. The clones lined up, one after another, picking up the corpses from the ground and moving them to the designated room in the barracks. Soon, it was Qin Tian's turn. He held a man who only had half a body left in his arms. Dark red blood stained his chest, and the thick smell of blood drilled into his nose, making him feel so disgusted he was about to vomit. However, he forced himself to endure the discomfort and, like the other clones, finished the work with an expressionless face. The first one, the second one. Gradually, Qin Tian discovered that he seemed to have adapted to this job. Even if the corpse in his arms was shattered and broken, even if its intestines were exposed, his reaction was no longer as intense as it had been at the beginning. Before this, such a thing would have been unimaginable. Could it be that the instincts of this clone body are affecting me? Qin Tian pursed his lips and crouched down to pick up the next corpse. Just then, he saw a green light orb suddenly float up from the corpse. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but the next second, the light orb flew toward his chest. Pop tilde. The light orb merged into his body. Qin Tian's body stiffened for a second or two, then he slowly stood up and carried the corpse away with a numb expression. Name, absolute gun sense, green. Type, passive talent. Description, the holder possesses an innate mastery of firearms and can predict target trajectories based on environmental factors to achieve precision strikes. A few lines of text appeared before his retinas. Qin Tian lowered his head slightly, concealing the surprise and excitement welling up in his eyes. I knew it. How could a transmigrator not have a golden finger? As cannon fodder in the eyes of others, he had originally been very pessimistic about the future, believing it would be difficult for him to survive in this cruel war environment. But now, it seems there is always a way out. This battlefield filled with blood and death might, for him, actually be a place of opportunity. Qin Tian quickened his pace, placed the corpse in the morgue, and then looked for a line with fewer people to queue up and take over the next corpse. That was a thin man wearing a silver leather combat suit. From the outside, the man didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, but when Qin Tian picked him up, he discovered that the man's bones were almost entirely in a shattered state. With the slightest movement, a clicking sound came from within his body, as if the bones were rubbing against each other. Fortunately, this man actually brought him 2 talent light orbs, one green, one white. Name, danger perception, green. Type, passive talent. Description, those who possess this talent are like battlefield prophets, able to keenly perceive nearby dangers and react in time. Name, low-level blade sense, white. Type, passive talent. Description, those who possess this talent have an understanding and mastery of blades that surpasses the average person, allowing for more precise trajectories and smoother, more natural blade-swinging motions. Chapter 2, Advanced Strength, Fast Recovery. Absolute gun sense, danger perception, low-level blade sense. 2 green and 1 white, 3 spheres of light floated in his mind. Qin Tian could see them from a very peculiar perspective, much like the internal vision described in martial arts novels. To be honest, after absorbing the 3 talent spheres, Qin Tian didn't feel any changes in his body. Perhaps these talents would only truly manifest their effects when he handled firearms or blades and entered the battlefield. Next, Qin Tian continued to carry corpses, but until the transport vehicle left, he failed to absorb any new talent spheres. What a pity. Qin Tian lowered his eyes and stood straight within the phalanx. Although the 3 talents were good, especially absolute gun sense, danger perception, which could make him an outstanding machine gunner or sniper on the battlefield, it still couldn't free him from the status of cannon fodder. At best, he would just be a more useful piece of cannon fodder. Clack, clack, clack. Just then, another large transport vehicle drove over from the distance. Lei Meng, it's a good thing your men haven't left yet. Another officer jumped down from the vehicle and said with a smile, "Help me move this group of green-skinned orcs inside as well. My soldiers find their bodies too dirty and don't want to touch them, so just let these clones do it." Lei Meng asked first, "How is the situation on the front line?" The officer was silent for a moment, his expression somewhat grave. "It's not very optimistic. We haven't been able to take the Golan Heights, and our regiment has suffered heavy losses. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll have to abandon the mission and retreat to Liang Valley. Train this group of cannon fodder well. 3 days later, we will continue to assault the Golan Heights, and by then, they will need to play their part." "Understood." Lei Meng nodded silently. Clack, clack. Huge mechanical claws lowered the mountain-like corpses one by one. These were the green-skinned orcs the Legion spoke of. They were tall and robust, with an average height far exceeding that of humans. With green faces and fangs, their muscles bulged like the gnarled roots of an old tree, full of a primitive and savage sense of power. Their rough skin appeared a nauseating dark green, as if covered by a layer of moss that had been corroded for years. The surface was uneven, covered in scars and pustules, emitting bursts of pungent, foul odors. Qin Tian lowered his head and pursed his lips, forcibly suppressing the urge to vomit. The smell on the orcs was even worse than a septic tank that had been fermenting for a month. 4 people to a group, move them inside. Lei Meng issued the order. The clones grouped into 4s, grabbed the limbs of the orcs, lifted them to a certain height, and moved the corpses into the barracks. Qin Tian had chosen his target early. He walked quickly to the side of the largest and most hulking orc corpse and grabbed its rough, wide palm. Whoosh! 2 green spheres of light flew out from the orc's body and drilled into Qin Tian. Name: Advanced Strength, Green. Type: Passive Talent. Introduction: significantly strengthens bones and muscles, enhancing explosive power, endurance, and resistance to impact. Name: Fast Recovery, Green. Type: Passive Talent. Introduction: possessors of this talent have cell activity far superior to ordinary people, possess strong self-healing abilities, and at the same time, have greatly enhanced resistance to various toxins. As soon as the 2 talents entered his body, Qin Tian immediately noticed that his body was quietly undergoing changes. His bones clicked, and a faint pain came, as if he were undergoing some kind of beating. His muscle fibers became tougher, like steel wire, and even his skin seemed to have tightened a bit. Phew, I've finally gotten my hands on some life-saving means. Qin Tian's eyes flickered. These 2 talents were exactly what he wanted most. Advanced strength raised his physical fitness to a new height. Fast recovery granted him powerful physical self-healing abilities. Even if injured, he could regain combat effectiveness in a relatively short time. With these 2 talents as a foundation, plus the assistance of danger perception, his battlefield survivability would greatly increase. Qin Tian and the other 3 clones lifted the orc corpse and walked slowly toward the barracks. Along the way, Qin Tian kept quietly observing the other clones. Each clone had a different appearance, and there were differences in height, clearly not made from the same template. But what was the same was that their expressions were relatively cold and numb, like emotionless robots. However, this was also a normal phenomenon. After all, each clone's memory was only input with a very short information stream. They did not know what joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness were, nor did they know what fear was. Perhaps only when they heard information related to the Empire would their emotions fluctuate. Qin Tian mimicked the demeanor and expressions of the other clones, maintaining a cold face throughout, hiding it flawlessly. At this moment, he finally understood why many actors with poor acting skills debuted as cold and handsome guys, because pretending to be cold is truly a very simple thing. Thud! The orc corpse landed heavily on the ground. Qin Tian quickened his pace to return, seeing if he could touch another corpse. However, there weren't many orc corpses transported over. By the time he returned, all the corpses had been moved away. Seeing this, he could only secretly sigh at the pity. Assemble. Lei Meng raised his right hand and shouted in a deep voice. Soon, the Clone Legion finished assembling, and led by Lei Meng, headed to their first training ground, the shooting range. Green-skinned orcs and clones were cannon fodder created by the Beastman Empire and the Galactic Empire using different technologies, respectively. Green-skinned orcs had strong bodies, but their brains were not very bright. Clones had normal IQs, were calm and obedient, but their physical fitness was slightly weaker. This difference also made their training directions completely different. Green-skinned orcs were difficult to communicate with, so the Beastman Empire would keep them confined. When it was time to go to the battlefield, they would give each green-skinned orc a mace and a set of iron armor, then let them charge the front lines. After the clones left the factory, they would be taken by instructors to the shooting range for 3 to 7 days of firearm training to familiarize them with the use of firearms and improve shooting accuracy. When they went to the battlefield, the clones would undertake the task of fire suppression to eliminate as many green-skinned orcs as possible. Thousands of clones were divided into groups and headed to 4 large shooting ranges. After the instructor demonstrated the essentials of shooting, everyone was issued a standard-issue rifle. Unlike what Qin Tian had expected, this standard-issue rifle was not a laser weapon from science fiction, but the most common live ammunition weapon. The moment he touched the rifle, a strange feeling suddenly rose in Qin Tian's heart. The cold barrel felt like an extension of his own limb, every part was under his control, and he could sense the pulse of the firearm with every breath. The stock rested firmly against his shoulder, as if it had merged with him without the slightest sense of incongruity. His finger rested lightly on the trigger, and the tactile sensation from his fingertips caused an indescribable confidence to well up in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze extended through the scope. The whole world became clear at this moment, and the bullseye, dozens of meters away, magnified infinitely in his eyes. Bang, the gun fired. Chapter 3, Sharpshooter. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the vast shooting range, the cracking sounds of rifle fire rang out one after another. Each recruit was assigned a specially made target, with an electronic screen above it displaying the score for every shot. Having just begun contact with firearms, the recruits' scores were poor, and missing the target was exceptionally common. Scores of 5 or 6 were considered high, with the occasional lucky individual managing to blast out a 10-ring shot. At such times, the color of the ring count displayed on the electronic screen would change from green to bold, enlarged red. Lei Meng stood on the high platform, overlooking the range below. Looking out, it was a sea of green, with only a few sporadic red dots that quickly faded away. He did not find this surprising. For a first encounter with shooting, not missing the target entirely was already quite good. The clone's physical fitness was significantly better than that of ordinary people. Their hands were steadier when holding a gun, and they had no distracting thoughts. After 3 days of training, while he couldn't say every one of them would become a sharpshooter, at least their accuracy wouldn't be too bad. It would be enough to fight those big, bulky, green-skinned orcs. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire in the range was constant. Just then, one shooting position caught Lei Meng's attention. In the sea of green, this red dot that never faded away was exceptionally eye-catching. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. On the electronic screen, there was almost 1 score per second, but the color never changed. It remained the red representing a 10-ring shot. Oh, a recruit with shooting talent. Lei Meng was immediately interested. The technology of cloning had existed for a long time, but there were still many problems in the process of mass-producing clone soldiers. For example, the loaded memories could not be too complex, or it would cause the clone's memories to become chaotic, making them difficult to command. The integrated genetic fragments could not be too powerful either, otherwise the clone's bodies would rapidly collapse. Given these technical defects, the vast majority of clones were ordinary and mediocre. They could not execute overly complex tasks and could only be raised to serve as cannon fodder. However, with such a massive base number, there would always be some clones who underwent genetic mutations. They often possessed extraordinary talents, such as immense strength, swift movement, acute senses, and so on. These clones would be selected for special training. After observing for a while, he walked quickly towards that shooting position. Soon, he found his target. In front of the shooting position, the recruit in the black uniform held his rifle level, his fingers rhythmically pulling the trigger. His hand gripping the stock was almost perfectly still, and his eyes were cold, like a machine without emotions. Even when Lei Meng came to his side, his eyes and expression did not fluctuate in the slightest, as if he treated Lei Meng as air. Seeing this, Lei Meng was not angry, because that was just how clones were. They had no emotions and would not curry favor with superiors. In their cognition, there was only one thing: to obey the Empire's orders and fight for the Empire. Lei Meng glanced at the serial number on the recruit's right chest and spoke. Recruit 89,757, stop for a moment. Click. Qin Tian fired the last round, slowly lowered his rifle, turned around and looked at Lei Meng expressionlessly. Bring your gun and come with me, Lei Meng ordered. Qin Tian's eyes flickered, he nodded, and then followed behind Lei Meng, soon being brought to the shooting range next door. This shooting range was not large. There were a few soldiers inside practicing shooting. Upon seeing Lei Meng arrive, they immediately put down their guns, hurried over to Lei Meng, stood straight, and saluted. Sir. Ahem. Lei Meng nodded and said with a serious expression, continue practicing. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in deep voices, their gazes sweeping over Qin Tian behind Lei Meng, unable to help but feel a little curious. Judging by that uniform, he must be a clone. What did Officer Lei Meng mean by bringing him here alone? Recruit, come here. Lei Meng brought Qin Tian to an empty shooting position and said, "In a moment, the targets in front will move randomly. You must hit the bullseye as much as possible." Hearing this, Qin Tian's mouth opened slightly, and he emitted a dry, hoarse voice. "Okay." The test began. 100 meters away, 6 moving targets were moving in different directions, and they would suddenly change direction while moving. The speed was not slow. Qin Tian raised his rifle, aimed for 1 second, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired, and one of the targets displayed a score: 7 rings. On a moving target 100 meters away, being able to hit a 7-ring score was already very formidable, not to mention that this was Qin Tian's first time encountering a moving target. Seeing this, Lei Meng also nodded with satisfaction. However, Qin Tian was not satisfied with this. Absolute gun sense was a green-tier talent, just like advanced strength and fast recovery, with huge potential. Merely hitting a moving target was not worth being happy about. He had higher requirements for himself. Whoosh tilde. A light breeze blew by. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. He didn't know how to calculate ballistic curves, wind speed, or wind direction. He relied entirely on feeling when shooting. But this feeling was mysterious and profound, impossible to explain clearly, just like the zone state in basketball. Focused, powerful, confident. Everything was under control. Bang tilde. The gun fired. The large red, 10 rings, instantly caught Lei Meng's attention. 10 rings? A 10-ring shot on the second round? Lei Meng's eyes moved. Even though he had led many talented recruits, the shooting talent of this recruit with serial number 89757 still made him feel exceptionally amazed. Bang tilde, bang tilde, bang tilde. Gunshots rang out one after another, carrying a rhythmic cadence. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Every shot was a 10-ring hit. Until all 6 bullseyes were hit, Qin Tian slowly lowered his gun and looked at Lei Meng with calm eyes. Good, very good. Lei Meng had an expression of approval on his face and added, "The difficulty will be upgraded once again. I hope you can maintain this outstanding performance." After speaking, Lei Meng made a gesture toward the command console. The next moment, more than 20 mechanical birds took off from the distant hillside, flapping their wings and circling above the shooting range, a black mass of them. "Recruit, these are agile birds used for shooting training. They will only fall if you hit their eyes, and your task is to shoot them all down." Lei Meng issued a mission that could be described as nightmare-level difficulty. These mechanical birds were small in size, and they flew high and fast. The difficulty of hitting their eyes could be imagined. The soldiers nearby were quietly observing Lei Meng and Qin Tian. When they heard Lei Meng's request, their eyes widened instantly. Agile birds were the highest difficulty shooting training project. Looking across the entire army, only those few godlike figures could complete it. Officer Lei Meng was actually letting a newly manufactured clone soldier challenge the agile birds. Wasn't that too unreasonable? This was simply an impossible mission. However, there was still no expression on Qin Tian's face. He silently raised his rifle, squinted one eye slightly, and stared fixedly at the target through the scope. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At a certain moment, Qin Tian suddenly acted. Bang tilde. The first shot hit the wing of one of the birds, causing its body to sway and its speed to drop sharply. Bang tilde. The second shot hit its left eye directly. The mechanical bird burst into a shower of sparks and then quickly fell. Still a little off. Qin Tian held his breath, emptied his mind, and focused his attention intensely. At this moment, the world fell into absolute silence, and everything seemed to slow down. Bang tilde. The gun fired, electric sparks appeared, and the bird fell. Bang, bang, bang tilde. Dark shadows fell from the sky one after another. Nearby, the soldiers' mouths were agape, too shocked to speak. Lei Meng was equally shocked inside, turning his head to look at Qin Tian. A cold and rugged profile, calm eyes, and the powerful aura exuded when pulling the trigger. On him, he seemed to see the shadow of another person, Huang Zun. That was the strongest sharpshooter in their regiment, who had recently volunteered to come to Alpha 7 Star to fight. His marksmanship was even higher than the level Qin Tian had just displayed. It could almost be described as miraculous. It was just a pity that, this very morning, this sharpshooter who had achieved many meritorious deeds was accidentally injured by the clash of Psionicists and unfortunately sacrificed. This was undoubtedly a huge loss for the Legion. Unexpectedly, only half a day later, among the clone recruits regarded as cannon fodder, another sharpshooter had appeared, and his temperament was so similar to Huang Zun's. It was all like the arrangement of fate. Lei Meng looked up, and in a trance, he seemed to see that stubborn soul drifting in the air, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, waving downwards, his lips moving slightly as if saying, "The Empire is eternal." Chapter 4 Earth Dragon Squad. Duh. Nearby, several soldiers quickly ran over, their eyes filled with amazement and curiosity as they looked at Qin Tian. "Officer Lei Meng, is he from the latest batch of replicants? This marksmanship is just too incredible." Lei Meng's expression was serious, as he said in a deep voice, "What replicant? He is your comrade in arms." Sensing the reproach in Lei Meng's tone, the soldiers quickly admitted their mistake. "Sorry, Officer Lei Meng and this brother here, we spoke wrongly just now." Qin Tian remained expressionless, continuing to maintain the cold, wooden demeanor of a replicant. However, this expression of his made the soldiers feel a bit uneasy, and they all offered awkward smiles. Just then, a soldier with a crew cut suddenly said, "Officer, let him join our company. Our company is currently lacking a sharpshooter. Our iron company is also lacking a sharpshooter." Another soldier was unhappy and immediately spoke up to snatch him. "Officer, our company has suffered the greatest losses in the past half-month. You should assign him to us." "Officer, we are also short on people." "We are also short." The scene suddenly became chaotic, with soldiers shouting until their faces were red and necks were thick, staging an intense battle to recruit him. Who doesn't want a sharpshooter? On a battlefield where artillery fire flies, sometimes a single shot from a sharpshooter can even reverse the situation or seal the deal. Lei Meng could well understand the soldiers' craving for a sharpshooter, but he had already arranged Qin Tian's destination in his mind. "Stop arguing, all of you." Lei Meng raised his hand and said seriously, "He will join a special squad." Special squad. The soldiers looked at each other and finally sighed helplessly. Indeed, compared to large-scale army operations filled with hails of bullets and artillery fire, the special squad model was clearly more suitable for a sharpshooter to utilize their strengths, and the safety factor was also higher. "Officer, which special squad are you planning to assign him to?" "Lei Meng, Earth Dragon Squad." Hearing this name, the soldiers present fell silent. They knew this was indeed the best arrangement. "Earth Dragon Squad tilde." Qin Tian silently repeated the name in his heart, a faint glimmer of anticipation appearing in his eyes. Southeast corner of the military camp. Inside a prefab building, 2 men and 1 woman sat silently around a table. They all had injuries on them, and the woman's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just been crying. "It is my fault that Huang Zun died." Qin Daddy's voice was hoarse, his face filled with deep self-reproach. "If I hadn't accepted that mission, Huang Zun wouldn't have sacrificed himself." "Captain Qin, this is not your fault." Beside him, a young man wearing a black Special Operations uniform comforted him. No one expected that there would be a 4th-tier Psionicist fighting in that mine. "Huang Zun died to save me," the woman said with a sob. "If I could have reacted a little faster, he wouldn't have shielded me. Idiot, he is such an idiot. I am an ability user, my body is much stronger than his. I might not have died if I had taken that hit." Qin Daddy sighed. Unlike them, Huang Zun came from a true military background, having served for over a dozen years and experienced 100 battles. Blocking bullets for comrades had become his subconscious reaction. "Captain Qin, does Huang Zun have any other family members?" the woman asked, wiping away her tears. Qin Daddy shook his head. "Huang Zun told me that his parents died early, so he enlisted at a young age. After enlisting, he lost contact with other relatives." Hearing this, the woman bit her lip tightly, almost breaking the skin. Huang Zun died saving her, but she could not do anything for him. This deep sense of helplessness caused her great torment. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Qin Daddy composed his expression and stood up to open the door. When he saw who was standing at the door, a flash of astonishment crossed his face. Lei Meng, why is it you? The famous Lei the Tiger, Lei Meng, the ace instructor in the military, he was responsible for all recruit training. However, Lei Meng didn't have much connection with the Earth Dragon Squad, having only met a few times. Qin Daddy didn't know why Lei Meng would appear at his doorstep. What, don't you welcome me? Lei Meng smiled and glanced into the room. When he saw those red, swollen eyes inside, he became even more convinced of his arrangement. This was the most suitable squad for the new recruit. Who would dare not welcome you, Lei the Tiger? Qin Daddy moved aside. Please come in. I won't go in. Lei Meng waved his hand, then stepped aside, revealing Qin Tian behind him. I came today to hand this new recruit over to your Earth Dragon Squad. What? A flash of anger crossed Qin Daddy's face, and he said bluntly, Lei Meng, what is the meaning of sending this kind of trash to me? Do you treat our Earth Dragon Squad like a garbage dump? In the military camp, there would be slight differences in uniforms for different types of troops. Qin Tian's black uniform, as well as the serial number starting with the number 8 on his chest, all indicated that he was from the latest batch of replicants and was recognized as battlefield cannon fodder. Lei Meng knew that Qin Daddy had a straightforward temper, and with Huang Zun having just sacrificed himself, he was in a bad mood, so he didn't hold it against him and said, This new recruit just passed the Nimble Bird test with a score as high as 94. If you are unwilling to accept him, that's fine. I will send him to another squad right now. What passed the Nimble Bird test and with a 94? Wait a moment. Qin Daddy grabbed Lei Meng as he was about to turn away, with a hint of skepticism on his face. Lei Meng, you aren't lying to me, are you? A freshly manufactured replicant can pass the Nimble Bird test. Lei Meng said indifferently, Do you think I have a lot of free time? Qin Daddy's expression froze. He knew that a major war was imminent and that the burden on Lei Meng was much heavier than theirs. Being able to find time in his busy schedule to come here definitely wasn't a joke. Nimble Bird, a replicant actually passed the Nimble Bird test. The young man and woman walked out of the room together, looking at Qin Tian with amazed eyes. The Nimble Bird test was a project Huang Zun had mentioned many times. According to him, the difficulty of this test was extremely high. The number of people in the entire army who could pass it did not exceed the number of fingers on one hand, and he was the only one who had scored over 90. Whenever this was mentioned, the usually taciturn, cold-as-frost Huang Zun would have a look of pride on his face. They didn't expect that the replicant in front of them had actually passed the Nimble Bird test, and with a score higher than 90, only a few points behind Huang Zun. Captain Qin, I originally had good intentions and wanted to give you a sharpshooter. Since you don't want to accept him, I will send him elsewhere. Lei Meng turned to leave, and Qin Daddy quickly grabbed him, wearing an awkward smile. Lei Meng, Brother Lei, I spoke wrongly just now. Thank you for looking after our Earth Dragon Squad. After the war ends, I will definitely treat you to a drink. Xiaozhou, Yunlong, hurry up and bring our new teammate inside. The young man and woman exchanged a look, quickly ran to Qin Tian's side, and pulled him into the room, one on each side. Qin Tian did not resist, being pulled along like a marionette. Heth tilde. Seeing this scene, Lei Meng gave a cold laugh, turned around, waved his hand, and said, The sharpshooter is now in your hands. I hope you can protect him well. Listening to the entrustment contained in Lei Meng's words, Qin Daddy lowered his eyelids, a flash of determination in his eyes. Lei Meng, rest assured, I will never let Huang Zun's tragedy repeat itself. Never. Chapter 5, Dragon Falcon Rifle and Fire Ability. Brother, what should I call you? The young man looked at Qin Tian, a smile on his face. Qin Tian remained expressionless and pointed to the number on his chest. Ah, haha, you don't have a name yet, do you? The man laughed awkwardly and then introduced himself. I'm Xiao Yunlong, and this beauty beside me is Liu Xiaozhou. Qin Tian nodded while sizing the two up. Both of them were young, appearing to be in their early 20s. Xiao Yunlong was quite handsome, and when he smiled, he revealed 2 rows of white teeth, which was very infectious. Liu Xiaozhou had fair skin and a pure, gentle beauty. Her straight, long hair draped over her shoulders. She seemed to have just been crying, as her eyes were red and swollen, which added a touch of fragile beauty to her. "Oh right, that person at the door is our captain, Qin Daddy," Xiao Yunlong added. "Qin Daddy tilde." Qin Tian's eyebrows twitched slightly, as if he had thought of something. "I've noted it." Bang tilde. The sound of a door closing echoed from outside, and Qin Daddy walked into the room. "Captain Qin, I've already told him our names." Xiao Yunlong asked, "But shouldn't we give him a name? It feels weird calling him by his number." Ahem. Qin Daddy nodded. Huang Zun had just sacrificed himself, and this clone soldier joining the Earth Dragon squad as a sharpshooter seemed like a coincidence, but it could also be destiny's arrangement. In that case, why not call him Huang? "I have a name." Qin Tian suddenly spoke up. "You have a name? Did instructor Lei Meng give it to you?" Xiao Yunlong asked curiously. Qin Tian glanced at Qin Daddy, his tone calm. "My name is Qin Tian." "Qin Tian?" Xiao Yunlong snuck a glance at Qin Daddy, his lips pressed tightly together. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare, struggling to hold it in. Liu Xiaozhao lowered her head, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of her eyes. Qin Daddy's face stiffened, and his eyelids twitched violently twice. "My name is Qin Daddy, and your name is Qin Tian. Are you trying to press down on me?" Qin Daddy glared at Qin Tian, only to find that there was no expression on Qin Tian's face, yet that slight twitch of his eyebrows was clearly captured by him. This kid, could it be that he chose this name out of spite because I called him trash just now? A thought crossed Qin Daddy's mind, but he felt it was absurd. Could a clone who had just come off the assembly line and hadn't experienced anything really feel anger or resentment? Qin Tian, not bad, that's a good name. Qin Daddy patted Qin Tian on the shoulder. "Then we're from the same clan. Don't worry, this big brother will take care of you from now on." "Haha, Qin Tian, welcome to the Earth Dragon squad." Xiao Yunlong enthusiastically threw his arm around Qin Tian's shoulder, acting familiar. "From now on, we're comrades, we're brothers." "Welcome," Liu Xiaozhao said simply, her tone somewhat lukewarm. She hadn't yet moved on from the grief of Huang Zun's sacrifice. Facing Huang Zun's successor, a new sharpshooter, she couldn't say she was resistant, but at the very least, she couldn't accept him as quickly as Qin Daddy and Xiao Yunlong. Qin Tian nodded, maintaining his usual cold image. "Qin Tian, come sit." Xiao Yunlong pressed Qin Tian into a chair and poured him a glass of water, asking curiously, "Can you tell me how you passed the nimble bird test? I tried it once before, and I couldn't even hit the wings." Hearing this, Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao immediately looked at Qin Tian. They also wanted to know how a clone that had just come off the assembly line could possibly complete this nightmare difficulty shooting project. Qin Tian blinked, his tone flat. "As long as you have hands, it's fine." "As long as you have hands, it's fine." The corners of everyone's eyes twitched violently. Why did that sound so punchable? However, when they saw those eyes of Qin Tian, as calm as the surface of a lake, they shook their heads helplessly. Forget it, as a clone, he surely didn't know what acting cool meant. He was just stating his honest thoughts. "Qin Tian, is that your gun on your back?" Xiao Yunlong changed the subject, glancing at the rifle Qin Tian was carrying, and pursed his lips. "The 85 standard rifle. The power is okay, but the rate of fire is too slow. This kind of gun can only deal with those green-skinned orcs." "Captain Qin, I think we can give Huang Zun's gun to Qin Tian." Qin Daddy didn't refuse and nodded, saying, "All right, go get all of Huang Zun's things." "All right." Xiao Yunlong quickly ran into the room and brought out a black case. Inside were all of Huang Zun's personal belongings. Click tilde tilde. The latch opened, and Xiao Yunlong lifted a pitch-black rifle with both hands. The surface of the gun had been sandblasted, giving off a matte metallic luster that conveyed a sense of sturdiness and durability. The large muzzle break at the front of the barrel had a unique shape, like a menacing fang. It not only effectively reduced the huge recoil generated when firing, but also added a touch of intimidation. Dragon Falcon Rifle, the ace product of Gerald Company. Xiao Yunlong took out a rectangular iron box and patted it twice, saying, "Inside are the armor-piercing rounds and high incendiary rounds that go with the Dragon Falcon rifle. Their lethality is enough to threaten a Tier 2 Psionicist. Here, take it and get a feel for it." Qin Tian reached out both hands to take the rifle. The moment he picked up the Dragon Falcon rifle, a sense of familiarity welled up in his heart, as if this gun had been with him for over a decade, with every single part deeply imprinted in his mind. Qin Tian stroked the gun body, the cold, sandblasted texture coming from his fingertips making his soul tremble slightly. "Thank you." Qin Tian thanked them sincerely, and this earnest demeanor of his made the others feel a bit unaccustomed to it. "No need to thank us, this was all left behind by our previous teammate." Qin Daddy's voice was low. "A good gun like this will only not be wasted in the hands of a sharpshooter." Yunlong, let Qin Tian try the other things too. "All right." Xiao Yunlong took out several more items from the case: a silver combat suit, a laser pistol, magazine pouches, a multifunctional combat helmet. When all the equipment was worn, a cold and resolute Special Forces soldier appeared before everyone's eyes. His facial features were rugged, and beneath the transparent visor, those eyes revealed coldness and calm. The three of them had a dazed look in their eyes, as if they saw a familiar shadow overlapping with Qin Tian. "Phew, Tilda." Qin Daddy took a deep breath, his eyes regaining clarity. Qin Tian was not Huang Zun, he was not a replacement for anyone. "Qin Tian, from now on, these things are entrusted to you. I hope you can use them well." Qin Daddy patted Qin Tian on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of emotion, as if he were entrusting the most precious of items to him. Qin Tian nodded, his movement very light, but the determination in his eyes was heavy and intense. In fact, he could guess that the reason Qin Daddy and the others took such good care of him stemmed largely from their previous teammate, and this person was, in all likelihood, the original owner of absolute gun sense. But regardless of the reason, he would be grateful to the Earth Dragon Squad, and he was also very fortunate to have come to such a team. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Qin Daddy's wristwatch suddenly emitted a rapid sound. He raised his arm to take a look and said in a deep voice, "A mission has arrived." "Captain Qin, what mission?" Xiao Yunlong asked. Qin Daddy's tone was cold and stern. "There's a group of wildcats wandering around our camp. Headquarters has ordered us to go skin them." "It's those cat people again." Liu Xiaozhao furrowed her brows, and a ball of crimson flame suddenly rose from her palm. Heat waves spread outward, and the temperature in the room rose sharply. Qin Tian lowered his eyelids slightly, ripples rising in his heart. "Fire ability, huh? What kind of world is this, really, Tilda?" Chapter 6, Cat's Agility Evolution Points. Night fell, and the lights in the military camp began to turn on one by one, like scattered stars illuminating the surroundings. A small transport vehicle drove out from within and stopped at the camp gate. 4 fully armed Special Operations team members jumped off the vehicle and quickly disappeared into the vast night. "Qin Tian, our mission this time is to eliminate the Shadow Cat Squad wandering near the camp." Qin Daddy explained quickly while running. The Shadow Cat race is a low-level tribe of the Beastman Empire. They are agile, have sharp claws, and are particularly skilled at fighting in the dark. Once the battle begins later, you need to quickly increase the distance, find a safe position, observe the situation first, and do not fire rashly. Although Qin Tian had passed the Lingdong bird assessment and received a very high score, he had not participated in actual combat after all, so Qin Daddy was still not very confident in his shooting ability. Understood. Qin Tian held the Dragon Falcon rifle with one hand, his expression calm. He could hear the distrust in Qin Daddy's words, but this was understandable. Next, he would prove himself with his strength, and by the way, touch a cat girl's corpse Tilda. "Haha, Qin Tian, don't worry. We are already familiar with dealing with shadow cats." Xiao Yunlong carried a black-patterned war blade in his hand, his tone relaxed. "Just watch our performance later, and let you see the power of a Psionicist and an ability user." Psionicist, ability user Tilda, a hint of anticipation, appeared in Qin Tian's eyes. The Earth Dragon Squad ran a long distance. During this time, Qin Daddy kept watching the combat radar on his wristwatch, where several red dots were constantly moving, and they were getting closer and closer to the red dots. Qin Daddy turned his head to look at Qin Tian. He had originally worried that Qin Tian would not be able to keep up with the team, lack stamina, and be unable to fight later. As it turned out, Qin Tian wasn't even out of breath, not inferior to any of them at all, which was quite surprising. Could it be that this batch of clones all used enhancement templates? But for Qin Tian, that wasn't a good thing, tilde. 1 more kilometer, get ready. Qin Daddy raised his hand and made a fist, slowed his pace, and said softly, Qin Tian, find a good position yourself and stay safe. Stood. Qin Tian nodded in response. A dozen seconds later, several black silhouettes appeared in the distance. Qin Tian looked intently. With his good eyesight combined with the assistance of his multifunctional helmet, he could clearly see the true appearance of those black silhouettes. The Shadow Cat race. It was completely different from the image of the cat girls he had imagined. The Shadow Cat people were tall, no different from adult men. Their entire bodies were covered in a layer of pitch-black fur. Their heads were shaped like felines but disproportionately large, with a pair of tall and sharp ears. Their faces were sunken, and their eyes were like deep pools burning with eerie green ghost fire, their pupils narrow and constantly flickering with weird light. It was the first time Qin Tian had seen such a weird creature, and he felt a chill in his heart. There are 4 shadow cats in total. You two need to be careful. Qin Daddy whispered, running in front of Xiao Yunlong and Liu Zheazhao. Under Qin Tian's surprised gaze, his body began to change. Click, click, click. A dark brown rock layer appeared on his skin. In the blink of an eye, Qin Daddy turned into a stone man over 2 meters tall, his whole body covered in rock layers, with only his eyes exposed. Thump, 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 tilde tilde, the running stone man was like a war chariot, rumbling and unstoppable. The shadow cats on the opposite side saw this, screamed, and scattered in all directions. Want to run? Xiao Yunlong sneered. A flash of green light appeared under his feet, and his speed suddenly increased, even more agile than the shadow cats, as the war blade in his hand whistled towards the top of a shadow cat's head. Meow. The shadow cat's fur stood on end, like steel needles standing upright. However, its reaction was not slow. It lowered its body, letting the war blade graze its scalp, and its sharp claws stabbed towards Xiao Yunlong's throat. Xiao Yunlong was unhurried, tilting his head to the side to dodge the vital spot, then delivered a lightning-fast low sweep, kicking the shadow cat's knee. Crack, the sound of bone shattering was exceptionally clear. The shadow cat screamed in pain, and the next moment, the war blade swept across its neck, cutting off its entire head. Got one, Xiao Yunlong shouted. On the other side, the 3 shadow cats bypassed the bulky Qin Daddy, kicked off their hind legs, and like 3 huge black bats, pounced towards Liu Zheazhao. Liu Zheazhao stood where she was, her beautiful eyes full of calm. This kind of low-level shadow cat neither mastered psionic power nor had awakened any talents. In front of her, they were just oversized wild cats, and she could kill them by raising her hand. Whoosh, tilde tilde, just as the shadow cats were less than 2 meters away from Liu Zheazhao, 3 pillars of fire suddenly rose from the ground, blazing fiercely, burning the shadow cats into fireballs. Ah, tilde, the shadow cats rolled on the ground, their sharp and piercing screams sounding particularly harsh on the plains. Bang, tilde, a gunshot rang out abruptly. One of the shadow cats shuddered, and a blood hole the size of a bowl on its chest was clearly visible. Bang, tilde, another gunshot, and the second shadow cat was shot directly in the head. A few seconds later, the gunshot stopped, and the last shadow cat was burned alive by the flames, turning into a charred corpse. Liu Zheazhao looked back. A blurry figure in the darkness was walking towards them, steps steady. Every step taken carried an indescribable composure and power. Heh, quite stylish. The corners of Liu Zheazhao's mouth curled up slightly. Haha, Qin Tian, you deserve to be called a sharpshooter. To be so accurate the first time using a Dragon Falcon rifle. Xiao Yunlong walked to Qin Tian's side, his face full of smiles, obviously very appreciative of Qin Tian's marksmanship. The Dragon Falcon rifle has a long range and high lethality, but it is also very difficult to learn to use. Even the Army's ace snipers need at least half a month to fully adapt to this gun. Yet Qin Tian, on his first time shooting, could hit the chest with one shot and get a headshot with the other, which shows his excellent shooting talent. Qin Tian nodded slightly, his peripheral vision swept over the several shadow cat corpses on the ground, and his eyes flickered. Just a moment ago, the cheat brought him another surprise. After killing 2 shadow cats, 2 white light orbs flew towards him. After entering his body, the orb with the richer white color remained, while the one with the lighter color disappeared directly. Not only that, but a few columns of information appeared in his mind. Host, Qin Tian. Talent absolute gun sense green, advanced strength green, fast recovery green, danger perception green, low-level blade sense white, cat's agility white. Evolution points 15. Name, cat's agility white. Type, passive talent introduction. Possessor of this talent is as agile as a cat, with significantly improved reaction, evasion, and movement speed. From the situation just now, Qin Tian deduced that the talent orbs obtained from killing the same type of enemy cannot be stacked. Only the stronger one will remain. However, killing enemies can earn evolution points, and evolution points are definitely used to evolve talents. Qin Tian, the three of us just demonstrated our respective abilities. Xiaozhao and I are Tier 2 ability users. Our abilities are Rockification and Crimson Fire respectively. Yunlong is a Tier 2 psionic warrior, skilled in movement techniques and swordsmanship. Qin Daddy walked over, the rock layer on his body surface completely receding. Under normal circumstances, when he encounters agile enemies like shadow cats, he would only partially petrify himself to maintain flexibility. However, in order to demonstrate his abilities more intuitively, he chose to fully petrify in the battle just now. Of course, the battle process was just as he had expected. He was as clumsy as a stone block, unable to even touch a hair of the shadow cats. Welcome to the Earth Dragon Squad. Qin Daddy extended his hand, his expression solemn and sincere. Qin Tian raised his eyelids slightly. He understood that after killing 2 shadow cats, he had finally officially passed the Earth Dragon Squad's test and became a member of the team. Qin Tian shook Qin Daddy's hand and said softly, "Captain." Seeing this, Xiao Yunlong and Liu Xiaozhao looked at each other, smiles appearing on their faces. Chapter 7, Talent Evolution, Spirit Cat's Shadow. The first light of dawn broke, and the horizon turned a pale, fish-belly white. The Earth Dragon Squad returned to the camp, and a transport vehicle drove them back to their quarters. "I'm exhausted." Xiao Yunlong leaned back against the vehicle seat, his eyes filled with profound fatigue. For the entire night, the Earth Dragon Squad had hardly rested, continuously hunting down packs of shadow cats on the outskirts of the military camp. By the end, even he, a psionic warrior, could barely hold on. Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao were in even worse shape. Having unleashed their abilities too much, they were suffering from severe headaches. Fortunately, once dawn broke, the shadow cats lost their advantage in night combat and were forced to retreat, which finally allowed them to catch their breath. However, Xiao Yunlong turned his head to look at Qin Tian. This new teammate had truly brought them quite a few surprises. After a night's baptism of fire, Qin Tian's marksmanship had become increasingly refined. At least 2/3 of the shadow cats had died by his gun. Not only that, but his physical fitness had also exceeded everyone's expectations. He was fast, had great endurance, and was practically like an Iron Man. Even now, not a trace of fatigue could be seen on his face. Are clones this strong nowadays? Xiao Yunlong closed his eyes and muttered to himself. After returning to the room, Liu Xiaozhao took off her combat uniform directly and went into her room without even taking a shower, saying in a weary voice, "I'm going to sleep first. Call me if anything comes up." Bang tilde. The door closed and a lazy groan came from inside. "I'm going to sleep too." Xiao Yunlong tossed his combat uniform onto the sofa, went into the bathroom to splash some water on his face, and immediately dove into his room. "Qin Tian, you go get some rest too." Qin Daddy pointed to the room on the right. "From now on, this room is yours. Tell me if you need anything, and I'll report it to the logistics department." After finishing his sentence, Qin Daddy suddenly realized that concepts like washing up or other hygiene practices might not exist in Qin Tian's cognition, so he added, "Never mind, I'll prepare everything for you. I'll slowly teach you about some things in the future." "Okay." Qin Tian nodded and turned to walk toward the room. Just then, Qin Daddy suddenly thought of something. He raised his hand, preparing to call out to Qin Tian, but after opening his mouth, he didn't make a sound. Forget it, bringing this up now would only add unnecessary pressure. I'll tell him after the war ends. Qin Daddy shook his head, rubbed his temples, and entered his room. Less than half a minute later, snoring could be heard from inside. Splash tilde tilde. Qin Tian turned off the faucet, wiped his face with a towel, and stared straight at the unfamiliar face in the mirror. His sword-like eyebrows slanted upward toward his temples, his eyes were as deep as an abyss, his thin lips were pressed tightly under a high nose bridge, and his facial features were rigid and cold, a quintessential, handsome, and aloof male god. Tusk, handsome enough to commit a crime. When no one was around, Qin Tian could finally shed that disguise, and his whole demeanor relaxed significantly. I have to say, pretending to be cold for a long time is really tiring. Sometimes he wanted to ask questions or participate in team conversations, but for the sake of his persona, he could only stand to the side and remain silent, occasionally just making an hum sound. It was suffocating. He couldn't take a shower for now to avoid exposing any flaws. Qin Tian took off his socks, washed his feet, and then lay on the bed, sinking his consciousness into his mind. 4 green and 2 white, a total of 6 talent orbs shone like stars. Above the orbs, there was also a small, translucent plus sign. Qin Tian glanced at the system panel. After a night of bitter fighting, dozens of shadow cats had died by his hands, and his evolution points had reached 326. Let's test it out a little first. Qin Tian selected the plus sign on advanced strength. The next second, a numeric entry bar appeared after the plus sign, where he could input numbers using his mind. Qin Tian entered 20 and clicked confirm. Hum. The green orb trembled, a faint green light flashed, but then there was no more movement. That's it. It doesn't even show how many evolution points are needed to upgrade. Qin Tian was quite helpless, 20 evolution points invested and not even a splash. However, the green of the orb seemed to have deepened just a tiny bit. Forget it, let's try a different talent. Qin Tian focused his gaze on the 2 white talents, low-level blade sense and cat's agility. Since the talent level was low, the evolution points required for an upgrade would naturally be fewer. Considering he didn't have time to study blade techniques right now, Qin Tian decisively invested a heavy sum into cat's agility. Evolution points minus 200. Hum. The white orb shook violently, its color changing from a hazy pale white to a milky, creamy white, faintly tinged with a hint of green. At this moment, Qin Tian could clearly perceive that his body was undergoing changes, becoming a bit lighter. It seems that even if the talent hasn't fully evolved, as long as it's strengthened, it's useful. Since that's the case, let's invest 50 morphed, 51. Hum. The green hue in the white orb spread rapidly. In just a few seconds, the white disappeared completely, and the orb turned a light green. Cat's agility evolved, Spirit Cat's Shadow. Name Spirit Cat's Shadow green. Type passive talent. Description: body like a spirit cat, possessing extremely powerful explosive power and reaction speed. Moves silently and can cleverly blend into the surrounding environment. Smell, hearing, and night vision capabilities are significantly enhanced. Pop. His muscles and bones felt numb and tingly, as if pairs of little hands were massaging him. Qin Tian closed his eyes, and everything around him became clear. The breathing sounds from the next room, the squeaking of tracks running over the ground outside the window, the burnt smell of burning engine oil. What a wonderful feeling. The corners of Qin Tian's mouth curved upward. Unknowingly, he seemed to have started to like this world a little bit. Although it was fraught with danger, and although he might die from some stray artillery shell, this experience of constantly growing stronger and gradually becoming superhuman was truly fascinating. However, Qin Tian opened his eyes, recalling the scenes of battle that had occurred last night. Qin Daddy's rock-shattering strength, Liu Xiaozhao's blazing inferno, and Zhao Yunlong's swift wind blade techniques had all opened his eyes. Without the support of firearms, he might not have lasted a single round against the 3 of them. This wasn't just a matter of ability, there was also a significant gap in combat experience. Ability users, Psionicists. Qin Tian felt that he counted as half an ability user now. His physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people, but he lacked attack methods, or rather, active talents. Compared to ability users, he was more interested in Psionicists. According to Zhao Yunlong's introduction, Psionicists were divided into 2 schools: psychic mages and psionic warriors. The former excelled in magic, while the latter were stronger in melee combat. Things that ability users could do, Psionicists could also do, and could even do better. From the team's conversations, Qin Tian could also feel Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao's regret and disappointment at not being able to become psionicists. It seemed that only when one couldn't become a psionicist would they settle for being an ability user. It looks like I'll have to do something about Xiao Yunlong. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes, and a plan gradually took shape in his mind. Chapter 8, The Cloud of Lifespan, War Begins. Qin Tian, let me teach you the psionic awakening technique. At dusk, Qin Daddy woke everyone up for dinner. At the dining table, Xiao Yunlong suddenly spoke up, which caught Qin Tian off guard. He had originally envisioned several plans to obtain the psionic awakening technique from Xiao Yunlong, but he hadn't expected the other party to offer it voluntarily. This made things rather awkward. Xiao Yunlong put down his chopsticks and said solemnly, "After a good sleep, my mind is clear, and I suddenly thought of something." Qin Daddy's lips moved slightly. He knew what Xiao Yunlong was going to say. He wanted to stop him, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Qin Tian, the Empire's cloning technology has obvious flaws. Xiao Yunlong's words made Qin Tian's heart sink, and he furrowed his brows slightly. Xiao Yunlong spoke without reservation. All clones have a maximum lifespan of only 3 years, and some have less than 1 year. This is the main reason why clones are called cannon fodder. 3 years? Do I only have 3 years to live? Qin Tian's eyes flickered, but he wasn't panicked. He now possessed 3 physical talents: advanced strength, rapid healing, and spirit cat's shadow. His physique had long since surpassed that of ordinary clones. Perhaps the lifespan hazard had already been resolved by these talents. Moreover, judging by Xiao Yunlong's tone, becoming a psionicist was also one of the ways to solve the lifespan problem. But once you become a psionicist, this problem will be easily solved. Xiao Yunlong raised his eyebrows, looking like he had done a great service. How about that? Is this information critical? Pretty decent of me, right? Qin Tian said solemnly, "Thank you." Although Xiao Yunlong was erratic and a bit of a chatterbox, he was a great person, enthusiastic and optimistic. He took good care of his new teammate, and the recent suggestion made Qin Tian feel both grateful and a little ashamed. It's a small matter. Xiao Yunlong waved his hand dismissively and said freely, "The psionic awakening technique isn't a top secret. You can buy it with a little money. However, whether you can successfully awaken depends on yourself. No one can help you with that." Understood. Qin Tian nodded. At this moment, Qin Daddy spoke up. "Since we're on the subject, I'll chime in too. Qin Tian, becoming a psionicist is the dream of every citizen of the Empire. However, psionic awakening isn't easy. It has very high requirements for talent. So, even if you don't succeed, don't be discouraged. There are still other ways to solve the lifespan problem." "Qin Tian, I understand, thank you, Captain." Everyone continued eating. As they were about to finish, Qin Daddy's smartwatch suddenly beeped. After glancing at it, his expression turned slightly grave. "What's wrong, Captain?" Liu Xiaozhao noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but ask. "Qin Daddy, the command center sent a notification. We don't have to go on a mission tonight." Isn't that a good thing?" Xiao Yunlong was puzzled. Qin Daddy shook his head. "We don't have to go on a mission tonight, but tomorrow, we have to advance with the main army to attack the Galan Heights." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yunlong and Liu Xiaozhao's expressions changed. Legion warfare was a completely different mode from their usual special operations, and the danger factor increased exponentially. Perhaps a stray bullet from who knows where, or the aftermath of a clash between high-level psionicists could take them out. But military orders were like mountains. Even if they were reluctant, they had to execute them. "Are we going to war?" Qin Tian's eyes flashed. To be honest, he felt the same as the 3 of them. It would naturally be best not to participate in the war. However, the military order had been issued, and resisting was futile. It would be better to turn the crisis into an opportunity, slaughter to his heart's content on the battlefield, increase his evolution points, and incidentally loot a few corpses to gain more talents. Qin Tian, Yunlong, Xiaozhao. Qin Daddy stood up, reached out his right hand, placed it in the center of the 4 of them, and said word by word. "Let's all survive. Slap tilde slap tilde slap tilde." 3 hands were placed on top one after another. "Survive tilde." The next morning, the army set out. Transport vehicles, armored vehicles, tanks, all kinds of war machines crushed the ground, leaving behind deep trenches. Fighter jets circled in the sky, escorting the army as it set out. The soldiers were fully armed, their morale soaring. On the back of the troop transport vehicle, the members of the Earth Dragon Squad were fully armed, each wearing special combat suits and tactical helmets. That is the FM-45 generation II fighter jet, equipped with the Gray Company's air superiority weapon system. Its performance is excellent. That disc-shaped aircraft is also quite good. It's a classic product from the Mosa Company. Zhao Yunlong pointed at the aircraft passing through the sky and introduced them one by one. He was a military enthusiast and knew every model and type of fighter jet and aircraft like the back of his hand. Qin Tian listened very carefully. His understanding of this world was a blank slate, so all information was useful to him. Seeing that Qin Tian was listening, Zhao Yunlong immediately became energized and spoke eloquently. With a major battle imminent, talking more was also a way to relieve stress. A few hours later, the army's movement slowed down. "Get off, we're almost at the Galan Heights." Qin Daddy jumped off the vehicle first, and Qin Tian and the others followed closely behind. Screech tilde tilde. In the distance, a sharp, piercing eagle cry suddenly rang out. Qin Tian looked up. On the horizon, a dark cloud was looming over the army. He activated the telescope function on his tactical helmet and quickly saw the true face of this cloud. It was a flock of massive giant birds. Their bodies were huge, with wingspans of several zhang. Every feather shimmered with a deep and mysterious light, as if embedded with tiny, fragmented stars. The leading giant bird had a pair of curved horns on its head that emitted a pale blue halo. Under the refraction of the sunlight, the halo rippled slowly, as if telling an ancient and mysterious spell. Those are Demora beasts, the most common aerial combat beast race of the Beastman Empire. Zhao Yunlong lowered his binoculars. "Don't they look fierce? But don't worry, our fighter jet fleet is no worse than them." Whoosh, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. Fighter jets streaked through the air, leaving layers of air waves behind. Rat-a-tat-tat, tilde, tilde, tilde. Azure beams of light shot out from beneath the fighter jets, as if it were raining blue, aiming at the Demora beast flock. Screech tilde tilde tilde. The beast king in the lead shrieked. In an instant, the Demora beasts dispersed rapidly. They flapped their wings, whipping up an airflow storm in the sky. At the same time, invisible wind blades shot towards the fighter fleet. Bang, 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 tilde tilde tilde. The air battle broke out instantly. In just one exchange, both flying beasts and fighter jets fell. The two sides fought fiercely, with shrill cries and the sounds of fighter jet explosions echoing continuously. Below, the army continued to advance. Before long, Qin Tian saw their target, the Galan Heights. The heights were steep, with watchtowers built by the orcs lined up horizontally. The tops of the towers were embedded with crystals that shone with seven-colored light, and the silver dragon flag symbolizing the Beastman Empire fluttered in the wind. On the heights, black iron cages were quite conspicuous. Green-skinned orcs were locked inside. They wore iron-plate armor and steel helmets, their eyes blood-red, like beasts that had been starving for days. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust and a craving for living things, and they emitted chilling roars and howls. "It's finally here." Qin Tian gently stroked the gun barrel. The cold sensation came from his fingertips. For some reason, at this moment, he was surprisingly calm. Chapter 9, Evolution Point Surge, a critical moment. Boom, boom, boom. Missiles were launched from behind the main army, striking directly at Galan Heights. Just then, a seven-colored light bloomed atop the Galan Heights watchtower. The light connected, forming an energy shield like a water curtain. When the missiles hit the energy shield, it was like stones hitting the surface of a lake, only creating ripples and unable to cause substantial damage to the Galan Heights. Woo tilde tilde tilde. A battle horn sounded abruptly. The sound seemed to come from the depths of the earth, dull and oppressive, like the low moan of an ancient beast in its sleep. Click, 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 tilde tilde tilde. The cage locks all opened. The green-skinned orcs kicked open the cell doors, picked up the spiked clubs from the ground, and came charging downward with roars. In an instant, the mountains and plains were filled with green-skinned orcs. Looking down from above, it looked like green moss covering the ground, spreading rapidly. At the same time, a rain of arrows flew out from behind Golan Heights. The arrows were thick and long, drawing beautiful and powerful arcs in the air as they rained down upon the Imperial Army formation. Fire! As the command post gave the order, the various legions began to act. The first phalanx, composed of clone soldiers, dispersed into small groups. In an instant, the entire Golan Heights was drowned out by gunfire. The firearms spat orange flames. Each shot was accompanied by the violent vibration of the gun body. Bullets, like a swarm of steel bees leaving their nest, flew toward the green-skinned orcs with a sharp whistling sound. Elite troops followed closely behind. They wore more sophisticated equipment, some with exoskeletons, some with power armor, holding submachine guns, and undertaking the second wave of firepower output after the clone soldiers. Ding, ding, ding tilde tilde. Bullets hit the iron armor, leaving dents, and shell casings flew everywhere. The armor worn by the green-skinned orcs looked old, but it was actually made of extraordinary materials, capable of blocking standard rifle fire. However, if a bullet hit the throat, the center of the eyebrows, or the eyes, the green-skinned orcs could not avoid the fate of death. The battlefield instantly entered a white-hot state. Green-skinned orcs were shot dead one after another, while clones and other elite soldiers were also injured by the rain of arrows. At this moment, the Earth Dragon Squad was standing in the middle rear position of the phalanx, with no orders yet for them to join the battle. Qin Tian, your marksmanship is accurate. You can stand here and kill a few more green-skinned orcs, and we can also piggyback on your military merit points, Xiao Yunlong said. In the Imperial Army, as long as a mission is completed, there are military merit point rewards. Military merit points can not only increase military rank, but also be exchanged for important and rare supplies, such as high-level firearms, rare treasures of heaven and earth, Psionicist techniques, and so on. In fact, Qin Daddy and the other two all chose to join the army for the exchange function of the military merit points. Qin Tian was a member of the Earth Dragon Squad. When he obtained military merit points, a portion would be distributed to the other three teammates. Correspondingly, the military merit points obtained by other teammates would also be shared with him. The specific distribution plan was determined by the battlefield eye, which could ensure accuracy, fairness, and justice. Okay. Qin Tian raised his gun with both hands, the muzzle slightly raised. The green-skinned orcs were swooping down from the heights, and there were no friendly troops blocking his line of sight. Although the distance was a bit far, it was still within the range of the Dragon Falcon rifle. Bang tilde. The trigger was pulled, a flash of fire appeared in the chamber, and the bullet shot out like lightning, carrying a scorching airflow, accurately hitting the eye of a green-skinned orc. The powerful kinetic energy lifted the skull, and foul-smelling brains sprayed all over the ground. Well done, Xiao Yunlong pumped his fist, his face full of smiles. Evolution points plus 27, a line of text floated before his retina. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. One green-skinned orc was worth 3 shadow cats, and their large size and clumsy movements made them the perfect living targets. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. The trigger was pulled continuously. Following every gunshot, a green-skinned orc died from a headshot. In just a few minutes, over 100 green-skinned orcs were shot dead by Qin Tian. This record made the members of the special squad nearby extremely envious. My God, where did the Earth Dragon Squad find another sharpshooter? I remember Huang Zun died in battle, didn't he? It must have been assigned by the military department. They're biased, too biased. I'm not convinced. I want a sharpshooter too. The special operations squads were green with envy. In normal special operations, the role of a sharpshooter might not be as good as an ability user or a psionicist, but on the battlefield, as long as a sharpshooter stood in a good position, they could instantly turn into a ruthless harvester of military merit points. Quiet, quiet, don't disturb my lovely teammates' performance. Xiao Yunlong handed a new magazine to Qin Tian, his mouth almost splitting from smiling. In just a few minutes, they hadn't done anything, but they had a considerable amount of military merit points credited to their account. Is this what it feels like to ride the coattails of an expert? Comfortable. Beside them, Qin Daddy and Liu Jiaja were also full of joy. They suddenly felt that participating in such a large-scale war was actually quite good. They earned military merit points just by standing there. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Tian continued to shoot, hitting headshots every time. On the system panel, the evolution points had already exceeded 2,700 and were still increasing, marching toward the 3,000 mark. On this cruel and bloody battlefield, at least dozens of lives were extinguished every second. Logically, the deaths of these 100-plus green-skinned orcs were like a small splash, not enough to attract attention. But Qin Tian's marksmanship was too accurate. Every shot hit the eye socket, a precise headshot, which eventually attracted some people's attention. What impressive marksmanship! Does our legion have a new sharpshooter? The commander glanced at the position where Qin Tian was, his tone filled with a hint of surprise and satisfaction. The face is a bit unfamiliar. The officer beside him looked puzzled. Every sharpshooter was a treasure in the legion, and the superior officers would clearly remember them, but he had absolutely no impression of that sharpshooter. Just treat it as a small interlude. The commander looked ahead, taking in the battle situation, a trace of hidden worry flashing in his eyes. The situation was not looking good for them. Reloading, Qin Tian removed the magazine and reached out to Xiao Yunlong beside him. Xiao Yunlong quickly handed over the magazine and took back the old one, his movements skillful and fluid. Just as Qin Tian reloaded the new magazine, suddenly, his temples throbbed with pain, as if some disaster was about to arrive. Not good, this is danger perception. Qin Tian's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Scatter!" The Earth Dragon squad reacted quickly. The moment they heard Qin Tian's warning, they subconsciously dove to the side without any hesitation. The next moment, a burning arrow descended from the sky, landing exactly where they had been standing just a moment before. Boom! Like a landmine explosion, mud splashed outwards, and the sweeping wind pressure blew Qin Tian away. He rolled a few times on the ground before stopping. Qin Tian quickly got up and looked back. When he saw that his teammates were all safe and sound, he let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately after, a strong sense of lingering fear welled up in his heart, and cold sweat streamed down. If he had reacted a moment slower just now, he and his teammates might have already turned into a pile of mangled corpses on the ground. At this moment, Qin Tian finally unveiled a corner of the cruelty and danger of war. This was not a slaughterhouse where he could act recklessly. With the slightest negligence, he would face an irrecoverable doom. Chapter 10. New Talent, Space Pocket. Yunlong Jiaja, Qin Tian, are you all okay? Qin Daddy quickly scrambled to his feet. Seeing that his teammates were safe and sound, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'm fine. I'm fine too. The group cautiously gathered around, their gazes falling on the arrow embedded in the ground. The arrow shaft was thick and long, its fletching a vivid, bright red. Cracks radiated outwards from the arrow like a spiderweb for 10 meters, catching nearby Special Forces squads in the blast. Fortunately, they weren't at the epicenter. They had only been blown away by the shockwave and were left looking a bit bedraggled. That was close. Qin Tian, we really owe you for that warning. Xiao Yunlong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart still pounding. How did you sense it ahead of time? Liu Zheazhou asked, her chest heaving as she still felt lingering fear. Qin Tian said slowly, it was just a feeling. To be precise, it was the green talent danger perception that allowed him to sense the danger in advance. Combined with the super-strong reaction speed and explosive power granted by Spirit Cat's shadow, he was able to dodge just before the danger arrived. A feeling, huh? Qin Daddy was thoughtful. There really was a type of person on the battlefield who could always dodge various fatal crises and survive to the end. And this couldn't always be attributed to luck. It was more likely that they had an extremely keen perception of their surroundings, to the point where they could be called battlefield prophets. Clearly, Qin Tian was that kind of person. Powerful shooting talent, excellent physical fitness, sharp battlefield intuition. If the military could mass-produce clones like Qin Tian, the Imperial Army would be invincible on low-level battlefields, unstoppable by anyone. Of course, this was just a fantasy. Qin Tian was a special product of genetic mutation. The vast majority of clones had mediocre aptitude and could only be used as cannon fodder. Qin Daddy, you almost got me killed. Me too, good thing I dodged fast. The nearby Special Forces soldiers who had been caught in the blast were terrified. While they complained, they stood far away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire again. Qin Daddy cupped his hands in apology, saying, "Sorry, everyone. We didn't expect that to happen either." After the war ends, I'll treat everyone to drinks to make amends. Seeing Qin Daddy's sincere attitude, the others didn't say anything more. After all, this was a battlefield. Even without the Earth Dragon Squad, they would eventually have to fight the enemy to the death sooner or later. Qin Tian gripped his rifle tightly and looked towards the direction from which the arrow had been fired, quickly finding the culprit. It was an exceptionally burly four-armed orc with a broad face and wide nose, and golden lion-like mane growing on its cheeks. Its arms were several times thicker than an adult's thigh. It held a blade in one hand, a shield in another, a bow in the third, and was nocking an arrow with the fourth. The arrow's fletching was bright red like fire, exceptionally vivid. The orc was mounted on a giant silver-white beast, riding across the battlefield as if it were unopposed. That is a royal court warrior, a Sphinx orc. Xiao Yunlong stood beside Qin Tian, his eyes grave. They are natural psionic warriors, trained as warriors from childhood, and basically awaken psionic powers upon reaching adulthood. Judging from that arrow just now, his psionic rank is at least tier 3, possibly even approaching a 4th-tier Psionicist. The creature he's riding is called a sky camel beast. It's agile, has great stamina, and its scales are tough. Most importantly, it comes with its own storage space, allowing it to carry the rider's weapons and supplies. Qin Tian focused his observation, and sure enough, the Sphinx orc usually only had 3 or 4 arrows in its hand. When an arrow was fired, it would gently stroke the sky camel beast's head, and then new arrows would appear in its hand. The Sphinx orc's arrows were fast and fierce. Anyone hit by an arrow was like being struck by a cannonball, with flesh and blood flying everywhere in a gruesome display. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yunlong, Qin Daddy, and Liu Xiaozhao couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines, a wave of lingering fear in their hearts. Qin Tian, it looks like you killed too many green-skinned orcs just now and were spotted by the Sphinx orc. Xiao Yunlong swallowed hard and whispered, maybe we should slow down. If we get shot at again, I'm afraid none of us will survive. Yeah. Qin Tian nodded. Although he was unhappy about nearly being killed by an arrow, he also knew that danger perception wasn't omnipotent. If his reaction was even half a beat slow, he would lose his life and the lives of his teammates. Anyway, he had already earned quite a few evolution points. From now on, his priority would be self-preservation. He would look for opportunities to acquire new talents later. Just as Qin Tian lowered his gun, the situation suddenly changed. 2 military Psionicists suddenly charged out from the rear, surrounding the Sphinx orc from the left and right. Blades clashed with blades, longswords struck shields, and a psionic storm swept outwards, instantly creating a clearing on the battlefield. Haha, the military experts have finally made their move. Xiao Yunlong clapped and cheered. The orcs had royal court warriors, and they had bloodline warriors on their side. There was no way they would let them keep being arrogant. Qin Tian observed carefully. The strength of the Sphinx orc and the 2 military Psionicists was far above Xiao Yunlong's. Their movements were as fast as a gale, difficult to track even with his current dynamic vision. In terms of raw strength, the Sphinx orc was stronger than the military Psionicists. Its 4 arms worked in coordination, and it didn't fall behind at all while fighting 2 opponents. The sky camel beast it rode was also very intelligent, running and stopping, often using its tail or claws to help its master alleviate the pressure of being surrounded. Clang! The Sphinx orc raised its blade high, bright yellow psionic energy coating the edge. The sky camel beast beneath it lifted its front hooves, and with a powerful, heavy downward strike, it forced one of the psionic warriors to kneel on the ground. The warrior gripped the hilt with both hands, desperately resisting the blade, an unnatural flush appearing on his face. Seeing this, the nearby Psionicist immediately thrust his longsword, wreathed in lightning, straight at the orc's heart. The orc backhanded its shield, blocking the thrust, its body as steady as a mountain. Hiss, why do I get the feeling they can't beat this Sphinx orc? Xiao Yunlong gasped, unable to help but worry for their own soldiers. Qin Tian's eyes flashed as he pulled a new magazine from his combat pack. This is armor-piercing high-explosive rounds. Qin Tian Yu. The 3 members of the Earth Dragon Squad noticed Qin Tian's actions and immediately understood what he wanted to do. Captain, is it okay? Qin Tian swapped the magazine, squinted one eye, and aimed his muzzle at the target. Qin Daddy gave a wry smile. You've already set your stance, what's there to ask about? Do it. After saying this, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. The orcs were the Empire's great enemy, and many of his friends had died at their hands. If they could kill a royal court warrior, what was a little risk? Qin Tian, I believe that Sphinx orc is a fourth-tier Psionicist. Even with high explosive rounds, you won't be able to hurt him, Xiao Yunlong warned. Qin Tian placed his index finger on the trigger and said softly, I know, so my target isn't him. Not him, then could it be? Xiao Yunlong immediately turned his head, his gaze falling on the giant silver-white beast, his eyes widening rapidly. Who? Qin Tian held his breath, his focus highly concentrated. The world seemed to go quiet, and his eyes had only one target: the sky camel beast. The sky camel beast was clearly no ordinary wild animal. Relying on its tough scales and immense strength, it could even trade a few blows with the two Psionicists. Its reactions were also very agile. When the Psionicist tried to attack its vital areas, it could always dodge and advance with beastly intuition or use its toughest parts to withstand the attacks. Therefore, Qin Tian only had one chance. He had to seize that fleeting moment. In the scope, the sky camel beast was high-spirited, lifting hooves, swiping claws, and swinging its tail, causing no small trouble for the two military Psionicists. Roar. Just as the Sphinx orc swung its blade to strike down at the Psionicist's head, it also extended its giant claw, striking straight at the enemy's chest. Now, Qin Tian's eyes flashed, and he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly. In an instant, the sky camel beast's eye twitched wildly, and it instinctively closed its eyes, the scales on its eyelids protecting its eyes like iron plates. However, this time, Qin Tian was using armor-piercing high-incendiary rounds, which had even more penetrating power than armor-piercing rounds. The armor-piercing warhead struck the eyelid like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples. Immediately after, the warhead tore through the scales, pierced the eyeball, shot into the brain, and the high combustion gas exploded violently, destroying all nerves. In an instant, the Sphinx orc felt the creature beneath it go soft, its strength largely drained. Startled and furious, it turned its head to look in a certain direction, just in time to lock eyes with a pair of cold, calm eyes. Nice shot. A shout came from the side as a longsword thrust forward. The Sphinx orc snapped back to reality and instinctively twisted its body. Pache. The blade pierced its shoulder, driving deep into the flesh. The Sphinx orc let out a muffled grunt and swung its shield around, smashing it towards the side, but the military Psionicist nimbly dodged it. Ding, ding, ding. The sounds of weapons clashing were incessant. Having lost the assistance of the sky camel beast, the Sphinx orc's strength plummeted by 20%. Facing the two military Psionicists again, it appeared somewhat overwhelmed and was thoroughly disheveled. Qin Tian, you did it. Xiao Yunlong punched the air excitedly. Seeing the Sphinx orc that had nearly killed him earlier fall into a bitter fight and start getting injured, he couldn't have been more elated. The corners of Qin Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and a deep blue orb of light shimmered in his mind. Name, Space Pocket, Blue. Type, Active Talent. Description, actively ingest and store items within the Space Pocket. Current Space Pocket size, 41.6 m3. Chapter 11, Shadowbone Physique, Blue. As everyone knows, spatial equipment is a must-have for all transmigrators. Murder and arson bring golden belts, so how can one get by without spatial equipment? And the Space Pocket talent is even more discreet than space rings or space necklaces. Qin Tian reached for his waist pouch and pinched a magazine in his hand. Then, with a thought, the magazine suddenly vanished, entering a space that only he could perceive. With another thought, the magazine returned to his hand. What a magical feeling, Tilda. Qin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. With this active Space Pocket talent, he could be considered to have officially joined the ranks of ability users. Unlike what he had expected, he did not detect any energy or psionic power within his body. Controlling his ability was just like raising a hand or kicking a leg. It was an action controlled by the brain. Perhaps it was only when this talent was used too frequently that he would feel physical and mental exhaustion. Qin Tian cast his gaze back to the battlefield. Having lost the sky camel beast and been stabbed by a military Psionicist, it was like the first domino in a line being pushed over. The Sphinx orc gradually began to show signs of defeat, its wounds multiplying. If no other forces intervened, its fate was already sealed. As the key figure who turned the tide of the battle, Qin Tian not only reaped 217 evolution points in one go, but would also receive a fairly substantial reward in military merit points. Beep, beep tilde. Just then, Qin Daddy's smart watch beeped a few times. He opened it, looked at it, and said in a deep voice, "A mission has come in." "What mission?" Xiao Yunlong immediately leaned in. "There is a Tier 2 spirit cat warrior that our squad needs to take care of." Qin Daddy's expression was grave. "What, a Tier 2 spirit cat?" Xiao Yunlong felt a shock in his heart, and Liu Xiaozhao beside him also changed color slightly. Don't let it fool you that their whole squad was Tier 2, and the target was also Tier 2. There was a gap even within Tier 2. The spirit cat was a black iron beastkin, equivalent to the Empire's black iron grade bloodline warrior. A single black iron bloodline warrior could easily contend with 3 to 5 Psionicists or ability users of the same tier who lacked a bloodline. Not to mention that the spirit cat was the type of agile burst damage beast spirit warrior they least wanted to face. With Qin Daddy's cumbersome physique and Liu Xiaozhao's high offense, low defense nature, they would only be toyed with if they encountered a spirit cat. Beep, beep, beep tilde tilde. Other special operations squads nearby also received orders and rushed in different directions. "The spirit cat is a black iron beastkin. Why assign such an opponent to us?" Xiao Yunlong followed obediently behind Qin Daddy, but couldn't help complaining. "It means we are short-handed. The command center couldn't find a more suitable team than Earth Dragon Squad, and at least our team has you, a Psionicist skilled in movement techniques." Qin Daddy turned his arm into rock and raised it to swat away an arrow flying toward his head. On this battlefield filled with chaos and death, they had to keep their nerves taut at all times. They had to be careful of stray bullets or arrows flying from unknown directions, while also watching out for warplanes and giant beasts falling from the sky. "Even if my movement techniques are decent, there's no way I can compare to a spirit cat tilde." Xiao Yunlong felt very helpless. Beside him, Liu Xiaozhao bit her lip lightly. Her personality was very introverted. Only when in battle would she reveal a hint of the ferocity of a fire ability user. "Military orders are like mountains," Qin Daddy said in a deep voice, saying no more. Xiao Yunlong shook his head. Just then, a hand suddenly pulled him, causing his forward steps to pause slightly. The next instant, a bullet grazed past his chest, leaving a scorching trail in the air. Xiao Yunlong was shocked and turned his head to say, "Qin Tian, you saved me again." If Qin Tian hadn't pulled him, that bullet would have hit his shoulder. Although he was wearing a combat suit with bulletproof capabilities, he still couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be injured. Not to mention being injured, even if his arm was slightly affected, it would lay a hidden danger in the upcoming battle against the Tier 2 spirit cat. "Yeah, stay safe." Qin Tian's gaze was calm. On a battlefield of this intensity, danger perception, spirit cat's shadow, could almost guarantee he wouldn't be hit by stray bullets, while also allowing him to look after his teammates' safety. However, thinking of the enemy he was about to face, a trace of worry couldn't help but rise in his heart. Possessing spirit cat's shadow, he knew better than anyone how powerful the talent was. Even though he wasn't a Psionicist yet, his pure reaction speed, explosive power, and agility definitely exceeded Xiao Yunlong's. And the spirit cat's body structure was even more compatible with spirit cat's shadow. Coupled with the burst bonus of Tier 2 psionic power, it could be said that once they engaged, Earth Dragon Squad might not even be able to touch the opponent's shadow. Thinking of this, Qin Tian lowered his eyelids and quickly made a decision. Invest 2,000 evolution points, strengthen spirit cat's shadow. Tilde tilde tilde. The green ball of light vibrated violently, and the thick green hue increased rapidly. The light ball changed from light green to dark green, its color deepening continuously. At a certain moment, a touch of blue light appeared within the light ball, like a devouring shark, sucking all the green light into its body. Soon, the entire light ball turned a pale blue. Name Shadowbone Physique, blue. Type passive talent. Description: under the long-term permeation of shadow power, the host possesses reaction speed, explosive power, and flexibility even greater than that of a spirit cat. When performing high-speed movement and jumping, the burden on the body is greatly reduced. Sense of smell, hearing, and night vision are further strengthened. Dark attribute affinity plus 30%. In the dark, all functions are increased by 20%, and aura is significantly restrained. While running, Qin Tian's body trembled slightly, and that tingling sensation appeared once again. He felt as if he had unloaded 1,000-caddy burden. With every step forward, his body became lighter, and his two legs felt as if they were fitted with springs. With just a little force, he could jump several meters high. Now, Qin Tian had a feeling that even without danger perception, he could easily avoid bullets and arrows shot at him. This should be enough to trade a few blows. Qin Tian thought to himself. His talent surpassed the spirit cat's, but he lacked psionic assistance. It basically balanced out. However, he had no experience in close-quarters combat and didn't know how to exert force. If he really were to go one-on-one against a spirit cat, he would probably just be on the receiving end of a beating. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. Bang, bang, bang tilde. Qin Tian fired continuously, clearing away the roadblocks in front of them. The orcs of Golan Heights might all belong to some cat tribe. Over 80% of the orcs on the battlefield were green-skinned orcs and shadow cats, with a few different beast races visible occasionally. Evolution points plus 26. Evolution points plus 7. Unknowingly, Qin Tian had reaped over 200 more evolution points. I see him. Qin Daddy suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring ahead. They saw a cat person with pale black fur dodging and leaping on the battlefield, wearing dark brown leather armor. Like a battlefield elf, he dodged all the bullets shot at him with ease. Afterwards, he would flash to the side of a soldier with extremely strange movement techniques and slit their throat with nails as sharp as knives. Tier 2, Spirit Cat. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the spirit cat happened to turn around, facing Earth Dragon Squad directly. The spirit cat's face was much softer than a shadow cat's, with large eyes, a short nose, and a pointed chin. The fur on its cheeks was sparse, faintly showing the rudimentary form of a human face, but its eyes were still the same as a shadow cat's, filled with cruelty and violence. Chapter 12, Miraculous Dodge. Attack! Qin Daddy didn't say another word and charged forward first. A dark brown rock layer quickly condensed over his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a stone man. Boom! 2 fireballs bypassed Qin Daddy, tracing 2 semicircular arcs in the air as they shot toward the spirit cat from left and right. Heh tilde. The spirit cat's mouth curled up, faintly revealing sharp teeth. With a tap of its feet, it instantly turned into a black shadow and darted away, causing the 2 fireballs to collide in midair. Swoosh. The spirit cat leaped lightly, pouncing toward Liu Jiajia with ghostly speed. Liu Jiajia was well prepared. Flames erupted from her body, and in an instant, she transformed into a being of fire. Seeing this, the spirit cat immediately stopped in its tracks, as if inertia didn't exist for it at all. Just then, a blade's light flashed from the side. Xiao Yunlong held a black-patterned war blade, cyan light swirling around the blade's edge as he unleashed a whirlwind slash directly at the spirit cat's head. The spirit cat twisted its body as if boneless, allowing the war blade to graze past its nose in a very eerie and bewitching posture. Then, it backhanded with a claw, tearing toward Xiao Yunlong's face. Xiao Yunlong immediately tilted his head back, but the cat claw still left 3 white marks on the visor of his tactical helmet. Meow. The spirit cat's fur stood on end, its body dropping low as it brushed past Xiao Yunlong almost against the ground. The next moment, the sound of tearing fabric rang out. The combat suit on Xiao Yunlong's thigh was torn open, flesh and blood curling outwards, looking exceptionally gruesome. Ugh tilde. Xiao Yunlong's leg went weak, and he nearly lost his footing, a wave of shock washing over him. Fast, too fast. He excelled in wind attribute martial arts and had an elegant, agile movement technique, but in front of the spirit cat, he was practically like a moving wooden stake with no ability to parry. But Xiao Yunlong also understood that this was the power of bloodline and talent. Unless he could cultivate his wind attribute martial arts to a very high realm, even 3 of him combined would not be the spirit cat's match. Yunlong. Qin Daddy turned around, and when he saw Xiao Yunlong's thigh streaming with blood, he nearly ground his teeth to pieces. At this moment, he wished so much that their opponent was a tall, strength-type orc. Even if it were a black iron beastkin, the Earth Dragon Squad would not fear it in the slightest. With himself acting as a meat shield, Xiao Yunlong harassing from the side, Liu Jiajia suppressing with flames, plus the sharpshooter Qin Tian in the shadows, their chances of winning were quite high. But unfortunately, the enemy was the spirit cat, the one everyone least wanted to encounter. Nimble, agile, cunning, fast enough to make one despair. Swoosh. The spirit cat crouched down, its foreclaws touching the ground, its pair of eerie green eyes filled with cruelty and mockery. The next moment, it exerted force with all its limbs, instantly turning into a black shadow and charging toward Xiao Yunlong. Seeing this, Xiao Yunlong hurriedly stepped back to dodge, but just then his injured thigh suddenly went weak, causing him to stumble. Instantly, a look of panic and terror appeared in his eyes. Swoosh. The spirit cat raised its claw to tear at Xiao Yunlong's throat, but just as its forearm was raised, the fur on its back suddenly stood up. Without a moment's hesitation, the spirit cat decisively performed a forward roll, causing the bullet that had been aimed at its back to miss completely. Ha! The spirit cat turned around, its foreclaws digging into the ground, its back arched, baring its teeth like an angry wildcat, glaring furiously at the rear. Qin Tian slowly placed his rifle on the ground. He could foresee that taking a potshot from behind wouldn't be enough to injure the spirit cat, but when the result played out as expected, he still felt a bit of regret in his heart. If that shot could have hit, he wouldn't have to take any more risks next. Meow. The spirit cat let out a sharp cry and kicked off the ground, charging toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian, look out. Xiao Yunlong, Qin Daddy, and Liu Xiaozhao screamed in alarm, looks of despair already appearing in their eyes. Qin Tian was just a clone born only a few days ago. His shooting talent was exceptional, and his physical fitness was also extraordinary, but in front of the spirit cat, even they, several Tier 2 Psionicists and ability users, had no power to fight back. What could Qin Tian possibly do? Swoosh tilde. The spirit cat raised its claw to tear at Qin Tian's throat, its speed as fast as a ghost, but just at that moment, Qin Tian, as if he had a premonition, crouched down in advance, letting the claw pass over his head. What? The three of them, Qin Daddy included, hadn't expected Qin Tian's reaction to be so fast. They were both shocked and delighted, but the scene that followed left them dumbfounded. Swoosh, 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 tilde tilde tilde. The spirit cat swung its claws continuously, as fast as an illusion, and the angles were extremely tricky. However, Qin Tian was like a drunkard, crouching, bending, rolling, jumping, always able to dodge the spirit cat's attacks with various weird and twisted postures. Those who didn't know might think they were filming a movie, and Qin Tian was more like Jackie Chan in the movie, pulling off all sorts of miraculous footwork. This. Qin Daddy, Xiao Yunlong, and Liu Xiaozhao all had their mouths wide open. They had never imagined that Qin Tian possessed such an ability. This reaction, this agility, he was practically a human version of the spirit cat. At this moment, they also wanted to go up and help, but the two were entangled too closely. Qin Daddy's movements were too slow to keep up. Liu Xiaozhao was afraid of accidentally hurting Qin Tian, and Xiao Yunlong had a leg injury, so he couldn't go up either. Helpless, the three could only watch with wide eyes as Qin Tian and the spirit cat tangled, feeling extremely anxious in their hearts. Swoosh tilde tilde. A sharp claw grazed past his throat, instantly giving Qin Tian goosebumps. No, just dodging isn't going to work. Qin Tian's mind raced. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about counterattacking, but he had never learned combat and didn't know how to exert force. Even if he smashed his fist into the spirit cat's face, it probably wouldn't cause much of an impact. But such actions would severely disrupt his rhythm and, on the contrary, would create opportunities for the spirit cat. Since that's the case, he had to take a gamble. Qin Tian gritted his teeth, a touch of ruthlessness rising in his eyes. Swoosh. The cat claw poked toward his eyes. Qin Tian tilted his head and lightning-fast raised his hand, grabbing the spirit cat's wrist. The spirit cat's wrist was slender, and its fur was slightly coarse, not very comfortable to the touch. The spirit cat didn't expect that Qin Tian, who had been dodging all along, would suddenly take the initiative to grab its hand, and it was visibly stunned for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Tian quickly extended his other hand, clamping onto the back of the spirit cat's head, and then exerted force violently toward himself. Bang! Two heads collided fiercely, emitting a dull thud. The tactical helmet cracked and the transparent visor fell to the ground. Qin Tian didn't stop. Immediately following that was another powerful headbutt. Bang! This time the sound was even duller and louder. Tempered fragments grazed his forehead, leaving a deep bloody gash. His head began to swim, and it felt as if stars were flashing before his eyes. But at this moment, he still didn't let go, and putting all his strength into it, he delivered another headbutt. Bang tilde tilde. The helmet flew off, and the two foreheads slammed into each other hard. This time, Qin Tian really couldn't hold on anymore. The world spun before his eyes, his nose bled, and he let go, staggering backward. He was in bad shape, but the spirit cat was in even worse shape. You have to know, Qin Tian also had the green talent advanced strength, and his physical fitness was comparable to a green-skinned orc, while the spirit cat was standard high agility, low defense. Even with psionic tempering, its bones were not as hard as Qin Tian's. Its frontal bone had already shattered, and everything before its eyes was black. Just then, a huge fireball struck from behind, slamming into the spirit cat's back. At the same time, a blade's light suddenly flashed. Squelch. The massive head was severed, rolling twice on the ground, with despair and terror still faintly visible in its eerie green eyes. Chapter 13, Burning Ashes Critical Strike. Qin Tian, Qin Tian. Anxious and worried calls echoed in his ears. Qin Tian shook his head, and his blurred vision gradually cleared. I'm fine. Qin Tian waved his hand. He felt his nose wet. Wiping it, his hand was covered in blood. You're having a nosebleed. Xiao Yunlong tore a piece of gauze bandage from his tactical pouch, rolled it up, and shoved it into Qin Tian's nostril, nearly piercing his nose. Qin Tian tilted his head back, veins throbbing on his forehead. His fists clenched involuntarily. He looked at Xiao Yunlong expressionlessly and said eerily, "Let go tilde." Xiao Yunlong finally realized how rough his actions were, quickly let go, and scratched his head in embarrassment. PFFT tilde tilde. Liu Xiaozhou couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Daddy felt both helpless and amused. Sorry, I was too anxious. Xiao Yunlong tactically touched his nose, then immediately said excitedly, Qin Tian, you were so damn cool just now. Your reflexes and movements were so fast that even the spirit cat couldn't touch you. Yeah. Qin Tian took out the gauze and threw it on the ground. With his green talent, fast recovery, the small amount of nosebleed stopped quickly. He didn't need this stuff at all. Hey, this is a Tier 2 spirit cat. Even I couldn't keep up with its speed. How did you do it? Xiao Yunlong's eyes widened, with a million questions in his heart. Just dodged casually. Qin Tian crouched down to pick up the rifle on the ground and swiped his hand over the spirit cat's corpse. The green light orb flew into his body and was quickly absorbed by Shadowbone physique. Unfortunately, there were no other talents. Qin Tian stood up and tilted his head, dodging a stray bullet that grazed his ear. He should pick up another tactical helmet later. On the battlefield, a helmet is an essential piece of equipment. Even though his reflexes were extremely fast now and he could avoid stray bullets, adding an extra layer of protection wouldn't hurt. Moreover, a tactical helmet could not only protect the head but also possessed features like wide-angle views, zoom, analysis, and information communication. Even Psionicists wore tactical helmets, though theirs were more advanced. Just dodged. Xiao Yunlong was speechless, but he knew this was Qin Tian's personality. He had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and ask no more. Yunlong, stop talking nonsense. Stop the bleeding first, then inject some adrenaline. Qin Daddy took out a hemostatic patch and applied it to Xiao Yunlong's wound. Immediately after, he gave Xiao Yunlong an injection. Phew, I feel much better. Xiao Yunlong stomped his feet twice. His legs, which felt weak just moments ago, were now full of strength. Beep beep tilde tilde at this moment, Qin Daddy's wristwatch sounded. A new mission had arrived. Let's go, we need to save people. Qin Daddy waved his hand and led the squad toward the target area. Captain, who are we going to save? Xiao Yunlong asked while running. Qin Daddy, Star Squad. However, their squad only has Lilai left right now. Star Squad? Xiao Yunlong fell silent. The Star Squad's barracks were not far from theirs, and they often visited each other and had a good relationship. However, the comrades who had encouraged each other before the war and promised to drink together after the battle were now separated by life and death in the blink of an eye, never to meet again. Let's go faster. Xiao Yunlong quickened his pace and ran ahead of Qin Daddy. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the location specified by the headquarters, the only remaining survivor, Li Lai, had also sacrificed his life. He was lying on the ground, his back riddled with arrows. Li Lai. Qin Daddy lowered his eyes and sighed in his heart. This was war. War always claimed lives. If not for Qin Tian's miraculous burst of power earlier, the Earth Dragon Squad would have been wiped out just like Star Squad. Zhao Yunlong and Liu Xiaozhao pursed their lips, their eyes red. They were more than a decade younger than Qin Daddy and hadn't experienced many partings of life and death. First there was Huang Zun, and now the familiar Star Squad. The cruelty of the battlefield had taught the two young people a harsh lesson. At this time, Qin Tian crouched down, removed Li Lai's tactical helmet, and put it on his own head. Seeing this, the three supported Qin Tian's action. However, in a place where no one could see, a blue light orb flew out from Li Lai and merged into Qin Tian's body. Name: Burning Ashes Critical Strike, Blue. Type: Active Talent. Description: burns up to 5% of willpower, stamina, and energy. The next attack has a high probability of dealing 150%, 170% damage, a small probability of dealing 180%, 200% damage, a very small probability of dealing 250%, 300% damage, and a negligible probability of dealing up to 500% damage. Hiss! Hit the jackpot. Qin Tian's eyes lit up, and a surge of intense surprise welled up in his heart. Burning Ashes Critical Strike was a perfect match for his sniping ability. Once activated, he could deal at least 150% damage. If he had a stroke of luck and dealt 300% or 500% damage, even a Tier 3 Psionicist couldn't withstand his shot. Additionally, this talent also provided a huge bonus for Psionicists. By mastering an explosive martial art and combining it with the bonus from Burning Ashes Critical Strike, challenging opponents of a higher rank would be easy. Qin Tian looked down at the deceased Li Lai. Burning Ashes Critical Strike was Li Lai's ability. To be honest, a simple ability user could not fully unleash the power of this talent. After all, their energy and stamina were limited, and they had no internal energy. Once used more than 5 times, they would feel noticeably exhausted. If Li Lai had been good with a gun, it would have been fine. He could have used Burning Ashes Critical Strike to amplify the firearm's power. However, Qin Tian looked at the blood-stained war blade beside Li Lai and could only say that he had taken the wrong path. Qin Daddy reported the situation of the Star Squad upward and waited for the next set of instructions. During this time, Qin Tian didn't remain idle, taking down orcs within his sight one shot at a time to harvest evolution points. However, before the Earth Dragon Squad could wait for new instructions, an unexpected change occurred. Boom tilde tilde boom tilde tilde. On the Golan Heights, streaks of red light flew high into the air, tracing arcs, and then slammed into the rear command post positions like a meteor shower. Vroom tilde tilde tilde. The command post's defense system activated instantly. Missiles were launched to intercept the targets. At the same time, a huge, ghostly blue energy shield covered the command post like an inverted bowl. Regimental Commander, it's Flame Crystal. They have already dug into the Flame Crystal mine. The adjutant came to the commander's side and said with a grave expression, "I see it." The commander nodded and ordered, "Prepare to retreat." They had attacked the Golan Heights for the Flame Crystal mine beneath it. Now that the mine had been occupied by the orcs, if there really was any Flame Crystal Jade essence, it would surely have been taken by the orcs long ago. Continuing to fight would only increase casualties, which was meaningless. Just received word, everyone retreat. Qin Daddy put down his wristwatch and said with surprise, "We can retreat." Everyone was thrilled. The Golan Heights had been hard to conquer, and with no possibility of victory in sight, they had long wanted to retreat. This order came at just the right time. "Let's go." Qin Daddy waved his hand and quickly retreated according to the route designated by the headquarters. Retreating is also a technical skill. If commanded improperly, it would immediately turn into a massive rout. Fortunately, the headquarters had a contingency plan. Under the cover of fighter jets, missiles, and elite troops, the frontline units retreated to the rear relatively smoothly. Golan Heights. On a hill, a mighty and imposing tiger-headed man wearing black armor looked out from afar. When he saw the human troops disappear at the horizon, a cold arc curled at the corners of his mouth. "Het, running quite fast, but I won't let you off so easily. The night is my home turf." Behind him, dozens of shadow catmen with jet black fur and tall, slender builds revealed cruel smiles. Chapter 14, Danger Approaches. It feels so good to be alive. Sitting in the back of the military truck, Xiao Yunlong relaxed his body, and a deep wave of exhaustion surged up. This was a side effect of the adrenaline injection, which even he, as a Tier 2 psionicist, could not avoid. "Yeah." Qin Daddy sighed with emotion. This operation had been a failure. They hadn't captured Golan Heights, and the casualties were quite heavy. The clone cannon fodder units were reduced to barely 10%, elite soldiers had suffered over 30% casualties, and quite a few special squads had been completely wiped out. They were truly lucky to have survived without anyone being seriously injured. On the way back to the military camp, the truck was quite silent. Even Xiao Yunlong, who was usually a chatterbox, didn't say much. Their minds were still lingering on that cruel battlefield, and it was hard for them to move on for the moment. Beep beep tilde tilde. Just as they were about to arrive at the military camp, the smart watches of the three of them beeped simultaneously. They opened them to look, and immediately looks of surprise and joy appeared on their faces. Holy crap, so many merit points. Xiao Yunlong straightened up immediately, his face full of excitement. Liu Xiaozhao's eyes lit up, and her face, which had been somewhat exhausted, instantly became bright and charming. "We're benefiting from Qin Tian this time." Qin Daddy looked at Qin Tian and said with a smile, "If it weren't for Qin Tian, we might not even have a fraction of these merit points." In the battle just now, the Earth Dragon Squad had actually only completed one mission, successfully killing the Tier 2 Spirit Cat. Logically speaking, there shouldn't have been that many merit points. However, Qin Tian had shown brilliantly during the war. Hundreds of beastmen had died under his gun. Even though these beastmen weren't killed by the three of them, as team members, they could still share a significant amount of merit points from Qin Tian. "Haha, Qin Tian, I love you to death." Xiao Yunlong threw his arm around Qin Tian's shoulder, excitedly wanting to plant a kiss on Qin Tian's face, but Qin Tian reacted extremely quickly, immediately pushing his face away with his hand and saying with disdain, "Stay away from me. Woo, so heartless." Xiao Yunlong pretended to be very sad, but he couldn't keep it up for even 2 seconds before he was all smiles again. PFFD tilde. Remember our 101 reading website. Seeing Xiao Yunlong's rapid change of expression, Liu Xiaozhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Having such a clown in the team was really interesting. Additionally, she noticed that Qin Tian was no longer as cold as before. He seemed to be becoming more and more human. He would be speechless, he would get nervous, and he would show concern for his teammates and disdain. Qin Daddy smiled. At this moment, he thought of something and said, "Qin Tian, the military is very fair. You will also receive the merit points you deserve. It's just that your status is special. You haven't registered your identity information within the Galactic Empire yet, so the merit points can't be issued to you for the time being. But don't worry. After we get back, I will immediately provide feedback to the logistics department to help you complete your identity registration as soon as possible." Qin Tian was a clone born just 3 days ago. No one would have helped him register his identity. Within the Galactic Empire, not having an identity didn't mean one couldn't move a single step, but at the very least, one couldn't enjoy normal commuting, travel, accommodation, or various welfare benefits. Okay. Qin Tian nodded. To be honest, he was looking forward to seeing exactly how many merit points he could get, and he also wanted to see what kind of good things these merit points could be exchanged for. Not long after, the main force arrived at the military camp. The command headquarters ordered all personnel to pack their luggage immediately. 2 hours later, the Legion would withdraw from the camp and retreat to Liang Valley. It looks like the Legion has completely given up on Golan Heights. Qin Daddy sighed. So many people had died, and in the end, they still couldn't take Golan Heights. He really felt somewhat unwilling to accept it. "Captain, this is something that can't be helped. Who told us we don't have enough manpower?" Xiao Yunlong was very open-minded. He had no obsession with Golan Heights. As long as he could survive and earn more merit points, his goal for joining the army would be achieved. Now that he had saved up the expected merit points, it would be even better if he didn't have to fight anymore. Sai, I just think it's a bit of a pity. Qin Daddy shook his head. If there were more Psionicists or ability users in the Legion, they would definitely have been able to capture Galan Heights. In the thousands of years of struggle against the Beastman Empire, the Galactic Empire, relying on the advantages of technology and weapons, had always been able to firmly maintain the upper hand in competitions in non-supernatural fields. However, Psionicists and ability users had too great an impact on war. If high-end combat power was not matched, no matter how strong the weapons were, they couldn't change the course of the war. This was a world that belonged to the strong. High-level Psionicists could, with their own power, destroy a legion, a city, or even a continent. This was something no weapon could compare to. Forget it, it's useless to talk about this now. Let's pack our things. Qin Daddy waved his hand and walked into the room to pack his luggage. Xiao Yunlong and Liu Zheazhao also went into the room to pack their things. Qin Tian walked into the room and simply organized the belongings of the former sharpshooter, Huang Zun. He put the useful items into a suitcase and threw all the temporarily useless ones into his space pocket. During this process, he kept trying and discovered that besides using his hands, any part of his body touching an object could intake it into the space pocket. This also helped him solve a problem. Just now on the battlefield, he had really wanted to put some scattered firearms, combat knives, and equipment into his space pocket. But if he picked them up, he would inevitably have to squat or bend over, which was very inconvenient and easily aroused the suspicion of his teammates. But if he could use his feet, then in the future, he would only need to walk up to a target and give it a gentle kick to secretly take the things away without anyone noticing. Half an hour later, the Earth Dragon squad, carrying their luggage, headed towards Liang Valley with the main force. Night fell. The Legion did not march through the night but camped on the spot. The Earth Dragon squad moved into a large tent only a few dozen meters away from important logistics supplies. This was also the mission they had just received, to guard the logistics department. Hee, we're in luck. We haven't been assigned to patrol tonight. Xiao Yunlong lay on the carpet. Before he had chatted for 2 sentences, his eyelids gradually grew heavy, and he soon entered dreamland. Shortly after, Qin Daddy and Liu Zheazhao also fell asleep one after another. After experiencing a cruel and dangerous war, everyone was too tired. They had only been holding on until now by sheer will. Once their heads hit the pillows, the exhaustion, like a mountain flood or tsunami, swallowed their willpower. Who tilde? The sound of snoring rose and fell in the tent. Qin Tian crossed his hands behind his head, staring at the top of the tent. For some reason, he had a bit of insomnia. The colorful life scenes of his previous life were intertwined with the cruel and bloody battle scenes of this life, like a slideshow with jumbled editing playing on a loop in his mind. For a moment, he felt as if he were falling into a dream, unable to distinguish whether the present was illusion or reality. It was deep in the night, and outside the military camp, one could not see one's own fingers in the darkness. Drone swarms patrolled in the air, and infrared radar covered the area for several kilometers around, with no blind spots. PFFT. The ground 100 meters outside the military camp suddenly bulged into small mounds. A huge snake head slowly broke through the soil, its body feeling ice cold, completely shielding it from infrared detection. Beneath it, the shadow cat units were poised and ready, their pairs of ghostly green eyes like will-o'-the-wisps, flickering with cunning and cruelty. Chapter 15. Steel Tendons and Iron Bones, Shadow Leap. Sigh, I can't sleep, Tilda. Qin Tian tossed and turned on the carpet, unable to fall asleep. Forget it, if I can't sleep, I won't sleep. Qin Tian slowly sat up and glanced at the evolution points on his system panel. In this battle, he killed over 100 green-skinned orcs, hundreds of shadow cats, and 1 sky camel beast, harvesting a total of 4396 evolution points. Strengthening Spirit Cat's Shadow to Shadowbone Physique cost 2,000 evolution points, leaving him with over 2,000 points, which should be enough to complete the evolution of another green light orb. Currently, the green talents he possessed were Absolute Gun Sense, Advanced Strength, Fast Recovery, and Danger Perception. If he were to strengthen one, he was prepared to choose between Advanced Strength and Fast Recovery. After all, these two truly enhanced physical fitness, and in terms of effect, they were more intuitive and practical. Which one should he strengthen? After a moment of consideration, Qin Tian made his decision. Strengthen advanced strength. Fast recovery was very useful. If strengthened to a certain realm, he might even possess an undying body like Wolverine, as well as a face that never aged, which was something many people dreamed of. However, if only the recovery ability was strong, but strength, defense, and stamina were insufficient, then it would just be a blood bag with fast health regeneration, and its combat power would be negligible. Wolverine was the best example. Before being injected with adamantium, Wolverine was a scrub, at most bullying ordinary people. After having adamantium, he could barely be considered a third-rate combatant. But if Wolverine possessed the same strength and physique as Hulk, and then added the undying body, he would definitely be called a bug-tier hero in Marvel, directly ranking in the first tier. That's it. Invest 2,000 evolution points to strengthen advanced strength. The green light orb symbolizing advanced strength vibrated violently, the green hue deepened, and soon a hint of blue light appeared, dyeing the light orb a faint blue. Name, steel tendons and iron bones, blue. Type, passive talent. Introduction, your body has been tempered through 1,000 trials. Tendons are like steel, bones are like iron. Strength, defense, stamina, and explosive power are greatly increased. Physical damage is reduced by 20%, and magic attack damage is reduced by 15%. Boom! A heat flow erupted from his heart, rapidly coursing through his entire body. Qin Tian's eyes were tightly closed, his blood surging within, muscles expanding and contracting as if enduring some kind of tempering. His bones were also emitting slight crisp sounds. Under the tempering of this mysterious power, they became increasingly dense and hard, their density growing geometrically. The meridians hidden deep within his body were now glowing brightly, like shimmering spirit snakes, widening at a speed visible to the naked eye and becoming tougher. A moment later, Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and a surging sense of power filled his whole body. Steel tendons and iron bones. Qin Tian's lips curled slightly. Compared to the agility and flexibility brought by Shadowbone physique, he preferred the weight and strength of steel tendons and iron bones. Assassins aren't as satisfying as tank warriors. Tanks are the way to go. After the evolution of steel tendons and iron bones was completed, Qin Tian was full of energy and even less able to sleep. Sigh, there are still 4 hours until wake-up time. This is tough, Tilda. Qin Tian sighed helplessly. Just then, alarm bells suddenly rang in his mind, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. In the pitch-black tent, a gelatinous black shadow emerged from the ground. Soon, the shadow revealed its true form. It was a catman with a hunched back, long and slender limbs, and pitch-black fur. Qin Tian had the talent, Shadowbone physique, and possessed extremely strong night vision. He could even see the slightly fluttering fur on the catman's face. The catman observed its surroundings and happened to lock eyes with Qin Tian. Meow. Die. The human and the cat lunged at each other simultaneously. The catman swung its sharp claws toward Qin Tian's throat. Qin Tian reacted extremely quickly, leaning his head back, narrowly dodging the claws, while simultaneously, as if guided by instinct, raised his right foot and flicked it upward like lightning. Bang! The catman was kicked in the crotch. Faintly, it seemed like the sound of something shattering could be heard. The catman's eyeballs bulged, bloodshot veins exploded in its eerie green eyes, and it let out a shrill, miserable scream. Meow. Boom, a massive fireball hit the catman's ear from the side, and a huge figure lunged from the side, pinning the catman firmly underneath. Qin Tian did not hesitate. With a violent soccer kick, he struck the catman's temple hard. Bang! The head burst open like a watermelon, spraying red and white matter all over the ground. Qin Tian also didn't expect his kick to have such power, and he was stunned for a moment. Snap tilde. The night light in the tent turned on, and Qin Daddy, Liu Xiaozhou, and Xiao Yunlong all gathered around, looking down at the headless corpse on the ground. Hiss! This is a superior race of the spirit cat, a shadow catman. Xiao Yunlong gasped, his heart pounding wildly. Shadow catmen belong to the bronze beastkin. They are favorites of the darkness, killers under the cover of night. Not only do they possess even more agile movements than spirit cats, but they can also merge into shadows, lurking and leaping within them. This should be a Tier 2 shadow catman. If it were Tier 3, none of us would have survived. Qin Daddy took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly with lingering fear. "Qin Tian, you saved our lives again." Liu Xiaozhou turned to look at Qin Tian. From that arrow on the battlefield to the subsequent spirit cat battle, and finally the shadow catman before them. Calculating it, Qin Tian had already saved them a total of 3 times. Actually, when Qin Tian first joined the Earth Dragon Squad, she wasn't impressed by this new teammate. After all, the world would always hold some prejudices against clones. Even though Qin Tian's marksmanship was certified by Lei Meng, she still believed that Qin Tian was far inferior to the battle-hardened former sharpshooter Huang Zun. Furthermore, due to a lack of basic common sense and combat experience, Qin Tian not only couldn't help the Earth Dragon Squad but might instead become a burden to the team. However, facts proved that she was wrong, very wrong. Qin Tian's marksmanship was not only precise, but his physical fitness was also incredibly strong. Sharp battlefield perception, agility rivaling a spirit cat, and terrifying stamina comparable to a wildebeest. He was simply like a super soldier created by the military, with no visible shortcomings or flaws. Originally, the 3 of them were supposed to protect this new teammate to avoid the tragedy of Huang Zun from happening again, but in the end, it was Qin Tian who repeatedly saved the team from dire straits. "I couldn't sleep, and just happened to see it." Qin Tian pursed his lips slightly, a flash of surprise and joy appearing in his eyes. Killing the shadow catman, 2 blue light orbs entered his body. One merged with shadowbone physique with almost no visible changes, but the other was a brand new blue talent. Name Shadow Leap Blue. Type Active Talent. Introduction: after active activation, the host merges into shadows, can walk and shuttle through shadows, and uses shadows as a springboard to achieve movement over a certain distance. Chapter 16: Bloodline Warrior. The night light inside the tent glowed with a faint light, casting long shadows at his feet. An arcane power reshaped Qin Tian's body. He suddenly felt as if the scattered shadows on the ground were like pools of water. With just a thought, he could leap into these pools and traverse through them at will. "Another divine skill," Qin Tian said, the corners of his mouth curling upward. This was the 3rd active talent he had acquired, following Space Pocket and Burning Ash's critical strike. Shadow Leap possessed both evasive and stealthy advancement capabilities. When paired with the night combat and breath concealment enhancements of Shadowbone Physique, along with his terrifying sniping ability, he seemed to have unknowingly embarked on the path of an assassination king. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire rang out incessantly outside the tent. The military camp was plunged into total chaos. Flames soared into the sky, and the sounds of fighting and screaming were endless. The Earth Dragon Squad quickly dressed and grabbed their weapons before stepping out of the tent. Bang tilde Qin Tian raised his hand and fired a shot, blowing the head off a shadow cat that was pouncing on a soldier and tearing into him. However, the soldier had already been bitten until he was a bloody mess and clearly wouldn't survive. Looking around, the military camp was filled with the figures of shadow cats. The military's reaction was not slow, and soldiers rushed out of their tents to fight the shadow cats. However, the shadow cat's attack was far too sudden. The soldiers had no time to put on their gear and could only rush out clutching a gun. In such a chaotic and dark environment, the advantages of the shadow cats were magnified infinitely. "How did they get in?" Xiao Yunlong asked with a grave tone. Even though it was a short-term stop, the troops had still set up simple watchtowers, and there were also drone swarms patrolling 24 hours a day with no blind spots. He found it hard to imagine how the shadow cats had managed to sneak into the military camp undetected. Now is not the time to discuss this. Qin Daddy entered his rock-hardened state and said in a deep voice, "We haven't received orders from headquarters yet. Let's prioritize protecting ourselves and try to kill as many of these animal brats as possible." "Understood," the group nodded in unison. Qin Tian slung his Dragon Falcon rifle over his back, held a laser gun in each hand, and pulled the triggers rapidly. At this moment, it was as if he were possessed by Yan Xiungying, landing headshots with every single bullet and blooming flowers of slaughter. Compared to live ammunition guns, the greatest advantage of laser guns was that they did not require reloading. And in Qin Tian's hands, this advantage was utilized to its fullest extent. Pew tilde pew tilde pew tilde blue beams shot from the muzzles, precisely picking off the shadow cats. Wherever he went, he killed, and as far as the eye could see, there there wasn't a single living shadow cat left. Seeing that they had absolutely no opportunity to strike, the rest of the Earth Dragon squad simply gave up and focused on surrounding Qin Tian to act as his bodyguards. This marksmanship. The soldier kicked away a shadow cat that had pounced on him and had its head shot through. He stood up and looked at the figure in the distance, who was slaughtering crazily like a god of guns. His eyes were filled with shock and admiration. At the same time, many people nearby noticed Qin Tian's terrifying kill efficiency. They were shocked and simultaneously curious about Qin Tian's identity. Who was he? The beastmen also noticed Qin Tian. The Catman leader was furious and immediately ordered 2 spirit cats to take him out. Meow, meow. The 2 spirit cats pounced on Qin Tian from the left and right. At that moment, the Earth Dragon squad immediately changed their formation. The 4 of them stood closely in a square, each facing a direction, confidently leaving the other directions to their teammates. Pew tilde Qin Tian fired both guns, forcing back the spirit cats pouncing on him. Behind him, Qin Daddy stood like an indestructible wall, firmly blocking the spirit cats from entering. The 2 spirit cats changed targets, preparing to use Xiao Yunlong and Liu Xiaozhao as breakthroughs. However, when the burning fireman and the windblade blocked their path, they could only grit their teeth and retreat helplessly. The advantage of spirit cats lay in their agility. They could attack an enemy's vital points from extremely tricky angles. However, their offensive methods were relatively lacking, and their defensive power was their weakness. When the Earth Dragon squad set up this tortoise formation, the spirit cats simply had no way to attack. Haha, I told you this formation would definitely work. Xiao Yunlong laughed triumphantly. After the war ended, the Earth Dragon squad had conducted a post-battle review and discussed several tactical approaches for dealing with spirit cats. The tortoise formation before them was one of those tactics. The key to the tortoise formation was that no one could become a weak point and each person could guard their own side, a condition the Earth Dragon squad perfectly met. When facing spirit cats, whether it was Qin Daddy, Liu Xiaozhao, or Xiao Yunlong, the only things they lacked were agility and speed. In the tortoise formation, this shortcoming was perfectly compensated for. Meow! Xiao Yunlong's triumphant laughter enraged the 2 spirit cats. They arched their backs, their dark green eyes filled with fury and brutality. Swoosh tilde, the spirit cats moved, constantly circling the tortoise formation like 2 black whirlwinds, looking for an opportunity to strike. Just then, one of the spirit cats noticed that Qin Tian seemed to relax for a moment. It immediately extended its claws, stabbing toward Qin Tian's throat. I was waiting for you. A flash passed through Qin Tian's eyes. The laser gun in his left hand dropped from his palm as he lightning-fast grabbed the spirit cat's wrist, while his other gun quickly pressed against the spirit cat's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! At such close range, even though the spirit cat activated its psionic protection immediately, it was still a step too slow. A thumb-sized bloody hole was imprinted on its forehead, and thick blood flowed out. In those green eyes, only sheer terror and despair remained. Well done. Xiao Yunlong forced back the other spirit cat with a blade strike. Just as the spirit cat retreated, a tiny cluster of flames quietly landed on its paw. By the time the spirit cat noticed, the flames erupted into a blaze. In an instant, raging fire consumed it. The spirit cat turned into a human torch, rolling on the ground while screaming. A laser beam hit it precisely in the eye, ending its suffering. After killing the 2 spirit cats, the members of the Earth Dragon squad looked at each other, smiles blooming on their faces. From being in a sorry state facing just 1 spirit cat in the morning, to now dealing with 2 spirit cats with ease, in just half a day, the Earth Dragon squad had achieved such growth, and everyone felt filled with a sense of accomplishment. Boom! Just then, a streak of purple lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. Beasts die. In the distance, a figure leaped down from the watchtower, wreathed in purple lightning, shining brilliantly. Bang! The figure landed heavily on the ground and slammed the long spear in his hand into the earth. The next instant, with him as the center, dozens of lightning branches spread outward like dancing thunder snakes, electrocuting all the shadow cats within a 100-meter radius into charcoal. Such a domineering and powerful scene shocked everyone present. A bloodline warrior. He must be a lightning-type bloodline warrior. Xiao Yunlong's tone was filled with envy. His psionic pressure isn't particularly strong. He should be at the late 3rd stage or early 4th stage. But his control and destruction of lightning far exceed this level. I predict he is at least a bronze bloodline warrior. Bloodline warrior. Qin Tian had heard this term from Xiao Yunlong more than once. He had once heard Xiao Yunlong talk briefly about how the Galactic Empire revered Psionicists, and among Psionicists, bloodlines were king. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and above gold, there were the legendary 9 great holy blood families. Thinking of this, Qin Tian suddenly felt that the various talents he had acquired so far seemed to be nothing compared to a bloodline warrior. The road ahead is long and arduous. Chapter 17, Situation Chain. The lightning faded, and the bloodline warrior revealed his true face. His features were rugged and resolute. He wore spirit-patterned armor and held a long spear. The spear shaft was long, straight, and shimmered with a cold, metallic luster. At first glance, he looked like a great general from ancient times, galloping across the battlefield. So cool, Tilda. Qin Tian secretly evaluated. If this look were in his previous life, he would definitely become the most popular male cozer on the internet, attracting countless rich women. Meow. Meow. After the bloodline warrior appeared, a dozen spirit cats immediately shrieked and lunged at him. Overestimating yourselves. The bloodline warrior snorted coldly. His spiritual energy surged, forming a spiritual energy shield that repelled all the spirit cats. Then, with a flick of his spear, the tip transformed into light and shadow, resembling falling stars, instantly enveloping all the spirit cats. Ft, PFFT tilde tilde tilde. Blood bloomed as large holes were torn into the chests of the spirit cats, and their lives were extinguished. With just one move, all dozen spirit cats died. However, the beastmen were not deterred. More and more shadow cats and spirit cats abandoned the soldiers and lunged at him in such great numbers that it was like a beast tide. Seeing this, the bloodline warrior showed no fear. The spear danced in his hands, creating an impenetrable defense. The spear shadows were numerous, and lightning flashed. Wherever he passed, enemies fell one after another. His figure appeared increasingly towering amidst the carnage, like a war god reincarnated, presiding over life and death on the battlefield. I remember now, he is Purple Thunder Spear Yang Ling, a Tier 4 powerhouse. Xiao Yunlong's eyes widened, and he said excitedly, "He was just transferred to our regiment recently and hasn't shown his face until now. I'd only heard people mention him. He's truly worthy of being a Tier 4 bloodline warrior. This is just too strong. If I could have half his strength, I would have no regrets in this life." "You have a chance." Qin Daddy smashed the head of a shadow cat with one punch and said, "You are a Psionicist. As long as you save up enough military merit points, you can exchange them for a bloodline potion that suits you." Bloodline potion? Qin Tian couldn't help but ask, can bloodline warriors also be cultivated acquiredly? Xiao Yunlong was surprised that Qin Tian would take the initiative to ask, and immediately explained. Bloodline martial arts are divided into innate and acquired. Through bloodline potions and specific surgeries, ordinary psionic warriors can also possess the power of a bloodline. It's just that the limit of bloodline potions is bronze level. No, wait, I've heard there are silver-level bloodline potions, but that's not something ordinary people can access. Besides, acquired bloodlines are not as pure as innate ones, and all abilities will be slightly inferior. The most critical point is, Xiao Yunlong paused and said, "Innate bloodlines can be inherited, but acquired bloodlines are limited to oneself and cannot be passed on to the next generation." So that's how it is, Tilda. Qin Tian's eyes flashed. To him, this was actually good news. In the future, once he picked up a bloodline warrior's talent, he could claim externally that he had undergone bloodline potion modification. Just as the Earth Dragon Squad was discussing, a sudden change occurred on the scene. A furry black hand reached out from the shadow on the ground and grabbed Yang Ling's ankle. Subsequently, several more dark shadows leaped out from the shadows. They were very close to Yang Ling, and sharp claws stabbed at his vital points. Shadow Catmen. The members of the Earth Dragon Squad immediately recognized the species of these catmen. They were the very same shadow catmen that had ambushed them in the tent earlier and were finally killed by everyone's joint efforts. "I knew you would appear." Yang Ling seemed prepared. He smashed his long spear into the ground, and violent purple lightning burst forth like a thunderstorm. The shadow catmen were struck by the purple lightning, and their bodies suddenly stiffened. Yang Ling seized the opportunity. His spiritual energy instantly soared to its peak. With a flick of his spear, a purple spear ray containing endless destructive power erupted instantly. The spear ray flashed like lightning, piercing through the body of one of the shadow catmen. Die. Yang Ling shook his spear, flicking the corpse off the tip, then sent his spear out like a dragon, stabbing at the other catmen. However, the shadow catmen were no pushovers. They had already recovered from the paralysis, their bodies twisting like springs to agilely dodge the attacks. At the same time, they waved their sharp claws, bringing up streaks of dark green claw energy that collided with the spear shadows, emitting crisp ding-ding sounds and sending sparks flying. At this moment, the shadow catmen from underground also jumped out of the shadows, and together with the other catmen, they surrounded him from 4 directions. Ding 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 tilde tilde. Yang Ling's gaze was like a torch. His spear danced rapidly, imbued with purple lightning, making his spearmanship faster and fiercer and his defense impenetrable. Not only that, the armor he wore was also no ordinary item. Several times, the shadow catmen found opportunities to break through the spear's defense, but those claws, which could tear through tank armor, could not leave even a single scratch on his armor. What beautiful spearmanship! Xiao Yunlong exclaimed. It must have taken at least a dozen years of practice. Qin Tian did not quite agree with Xiao Yunlong's statement. If a person's talent with weapons is strong enough, it is entirely possible to master a martial art in a short time and reach a level of proficiency where the skills are fully integrated. Just like the white-level talent he currently possessed, low-level blade sense. If he could raise this talent to blue or a higher level, he would be a peerless genius in swordsmanship. He might be able to master any blade technique after just one look. After being slaughtered by Qin Tian and the Bloodline warrior, the number of catmen in their area was significantly reduced. There were only a few scattered ones left, which were quickly eliminated. Without receiving clear instructions from the military department, the Earth Dragon Squad did not move around, but obediently waited in place, taking the opportunity to watch Yang Ling's fight with the Shadow Catmen. The Shadow Catmen were as ghostly as phantoms, and all possessed the Shadow Leap talent. They were like fleas, diving into the shadows one moment and jumping out the next, their claws shimmering with green spiritual energy. Spear and claws collided, spiritual energy overflowed, and the surrounding ground was torn apart by the rampaging power. Large chunks of rock were lifted up and flew everywhere. At this moment, Yang Ling did not want to drag this out any longer. The military camp was suffering a night raid, and there were many important personnel and supplies waiting for him to protect. ZZZZZZZZ tilde tilde tilde. Electric light flashed in Yang Ling's eyes. Suddenly, he gripped the spear shaft with both hands and, as if waving a flag, swept the long spear out with the momentum of thunder. Lightning burst from the spear shaft, forming a curtain of lightning. Sky thunderfall. Boom, a sudden clap of thunder rang out in the sky, and bolts of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking every single shadow catman. The purple lightning was violent, causing the catmen's bodies to tremble from the electricity. Yang Ling seized the opportunity and danced out purple spear flowers. The flowers were gorgeous but filled with killing intent. For a time, the shadow catmen screamed repeatedly, their bodies pierced with bloody holes. They lay on the ground in pain, watching their lives slip away, their eyes filled with despair. Tusk, so cool. I suddenly realized that using a spear is so handsome. Xiao Yunlong rubbed his chin and said, Qin Tian, do you think it's too late for me to switch weapons now tilde? Qin Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. This kid was just all talk. If he really had to change weapons, he definitely wouldn't agree. You guys stay here and wait, protect the safety of the logistics supplies. I'm going to support other areas. After finishing off all the enemies, the Bloodline warrior gave an order and prepared to turn and leave, but just at that moment, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the shadow beneath his feet, moving as fast as a ghost. A cat claw reached out from behind. The strange, blood-red steel claw easily pierced through the armor, stabbed deeply into his body, and crushed his heart. Heh, human die. A hoarse, short voice came from behind his ear, like a demon's whisper. Yang Ling stiffly lowered his head, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at this scene in horror. they saw a shadow catman over 3 meters tall standing behind the bloodline warrior, a claw protruding from his chest, stained with blood, its mouth curling into a cruel smile. Chapter 18. Purple Thunder Bloodline. The sudden change left the scene in stunned silence. No one expected that Yang Ling, who had been slaughtering everything just a moment ago, would have his heart pierced in the blink of an eye. As his strength rapidly faded from his body, Yang Ling knew he would not survive, and a look of determination and resolve appeared on his face. Burning blood. A low, firm voice rang out. Boom! In an instant, lightning erupted from Yang Ling's body. The shadow catman realized something was wrong and immediately tried to pull away and leave. However, lightning travels incredibly fast. The shadow catman only felt its body stiffen before it was completely engulfed in lightning. ZZZZT. Before dying, Yang Ling burned up his remaining bloodline warrior power, causing the lightning's power to surge several times over, unleashing it all at once. The violent electric current pierced through the psionic defenses. The shadow catman convulsed all over, black smoke rising from its fur as it let out a shrill, miserable scream. Yang Ling gripped the shadow catman tightly, his skin cracking inch by inch like a glass figure about to shatter, but in his eyes there was no regret or fear, only the calm of someone ready to die. Watching this tragic scene, everyone present felt an immense weight in their hearts. A long while later. Thump. Yang Ling collapsed to his knees. There wasn't a single patch of intact skin left on his body. His frame had shrunken severely, skin clinging to bone, and his armor, which had previously fit perfectly, now hung loosely on him. His blood had almost completely burned away. The shadow catman hunched over, supporting itself on all fours, wisps of black smoke drifting from its body as it twitched from time to time. He's not dead yet. Xiao Yunlong clenched his fists. Suddenly, a surge of hot blood rushed to his heart. He could not bear to see a hero's desperate final stand ultimately fail. Even if this powerful shadow catman still had strength remaining, even if the opponent was a Tier 4 beast spirit warrior, even if rushing in meant risking his life, he had to deliver the final blow for Yang Ling. Just as Xiao Yunlong was about to take his first step, a gunshot suddenly rang out by his ear. Bang! The armor-piercing high-combustion bullet spun rapidly due to the friction of the rifling, tearing through the scorching air. The shadow catman sensed the approaching danger. Under normal circumstances, it could have easily dodged the bullet, but having just experienced the baptism of lightning, its body was still paralyzed. Helpless, it could only mobilize the last sliver of its psionic energy to protect its head. The bullet struck the psionic shield, and propelled by a mysterious force, the armor-piercing warhead tore through everything and shot into its brain. Bang! Its head exploded, and the high-combustion gas burned fiercely. Qin Tian slowly lowered his Dragon Falcon rifle, watching as 2 deep blue, nearly purple light orbs flew into his body, covering the light blue, Shadowbone physique and Shadow Leap talent orbs. Whoosh. A gentle breeze blew by. Everyone at the scene focused their gaze on Qin Tian. Xiao Yunlong turned his head excitedly to look at Qin Tian. Qin Daddy and Liu Jiajiao were full of shock. The Dragon Falcon rifle had been Huang Zun's weapon, and they knew very well the maximum power of this gun. At the right distance, combined with special ammunition, it could pierce a Tier 2 psionic shield, but there was no hope against anything above Tier 3. Although the shadow catman was severely injured and its psionic energy was nearly exhausted, a Tier 4 was still a Tier 4. Under normal circumstances, even if Qin Tian had switched to armor-piercing high-combustion bullets, it shouldn't have been able to pierce the psionic shield. Yet, Qin Tian had done it. This left them both shocked and completely baffled. Luck. Qin Tian slowly put away his gun. Just now, he had used Burning Ash's critical strike, and he had been lucky enough to trigger a high critical hit bonus, which was why he was able to land a headshot. It was indeed a bit of luck. He is that sharpshooter. Wow, the shadow catman was actually headshot by him in one shot. Even the psionic shield was broken. Could he be using a rune gun? Nearby soldiers discussed it, their eyes full of awe and curiosity. Where is he going? Just then, everyone watched as Qin Tian walked toward the bloodline warrior. Rip. Qin Tian tore a large piece of cloth from a tent and gently covered the bloodline warrior. His face still held no expression, and he didn't say a word, but everyone saw his respect for the hero. For a moment, everyone fell silent and bowed deeply to Yang Ling. Qin Tian. The 3 members of the Earth Dragon Squad walked over, their eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions and also a trace of relief. As they spent more time together, they saw more and more humanity in Qin Tian. Compared to a cold and ruthless war machine, they preferred their teammate to be a person with affection, righteousness, and warmth. Qin Tian nodded. The scene of Yang Ling dragging the Shadow Catman to his death had deeply moved him. On the battlefield, even someone as strong as a Tier 4 bloodline warrior could still be easily killed by the enemy. He fully realized that the growth and progress he had achieved so far were not worth mentioning in front of true experts. Covering the bloodline warrior's body was both out of respect for a hero, giving him his final dignity, and at the same time, he was also seeking a personal benefit for himself. Name: Purple Thunder Bloodline Blue. Type: Passive Talent. Description: those with the Purple Thunder bloodline possess a natural affinity for lightning elements. They can absorb psionic energy to condense purple thunder, increasing damage against evil spirits and dark entities by 200%, and increasing lightning resistance by 300%. The process of condensing purple thunder also tempers the physique. Mysterious power flowed through his body. Qin Tian looked up and vaguely seemed to see lightning factors dancing in the air. He was very familiar with this feeling. When he obtained Shadowbone Physique, he could also sense the ubiquitous dark factors. It was just that due to the lack of a psionic cultivation technique, he could not absorb these factors into his body. It seems I need to put a psionic cultivation technique on the agenda, Qin Tian thought silently. Yang Ling and the Shadow Catman were both Tier 4 powerhouses, possessing bronze-level bloodlines. In terms of talents, the Shadow Catman had one more, Shadow Leap, than Yang Ling. And in terms of technique, the Shadow Catman's crude, instinct-based fighting style clearly could not compare to Yang Ling's agile spear techniques. Overall, beast spirit warriors were more outstanding in physical talents, while human psionicists held an absolute advantage in technique. Each had its own merits. After the Shadow Catman died, the area where Qin Tian was located returned to calm, yet other parts of the military camp were still ablaze with fire, and the fighting continued. Some soldiers received orders and immediately went to provide support. The Earth Dragon Squad was ordered to stay put and guard the logistics supplies. Just when everyone thought this turmoil would continue for a long time, a stream of light suddenly flew in from the sky, carving a blazing white trail in the air, and finally stopped steadily directly above the military camp. The next moment, the light flared, and a huge ball of light rose slowly, like a sun descending to the world, making the area within a few kilometers as bright as day. ZZZZT tilde tilde tilde. The intense light shone on the shadow cats, spirit cats, and shadow catmen like spilled sulfuric acid, causing their fur to fall off in layers, revealing large patches of bloody spots. The pain made these beastmen scream repeatedly and roll on the ground. Conversely, the human soldiers felt invigorated, and some of their wounds were also recovering rapidly. This is a high-tier psychic mage. Xiao Yunlong looked at the sky excitedly. Psychic mage tilde. Qin Tian looked up, gazing at the dazzling ball of light above his head, his deep inner desire for psionic power reaching its peak. Chapter 19. Golden Family, Top 10 Famous Guns. After the psychic mage arrived, a single sunshine rendered all shadow cats combat ineffective, and they were slaughtered within just a few minutes. The orb of light in the sky rapidly shrank, and a white figure slowly drifted downward, landing right at the military camp's command headquarters. Please inform them. Su Yuni from the Imperial Royal Military Academy is here to support the 319th Regiment under the orders of Commander Li. The young man stood outside the tent, handsome and refined, dressed in fluttering white robes, his voice like a gentle spring breeze, with a faint smile playing on his lips. The soldiers guarding the entrance were surprised that the expert who had just displayed such overwhelming power could be so gentle, and they hurriedly nodded. Yes, right away, I'll go now. No need. Legion Commander Daiziang walked out of the tent and laughed. Thank you, young Master Su. It's fortunate you arrived in time, otherwise our 319th Regiment might have truly met its end here. As he spoke, Dai Ziyang glanced at the golden badge on Su Yunyi's chest. The badge was circular, with a ring of shimmering light patterns crafted from pure gold encircling the edge, and a sun-shaped gemstone sitting in the center. It truly was the Golden Family, the sacred radiant Su family. Dai Ziyang felt a jolt in his heart. In terms of military rank, he was superior to Su Yunyi, but in terms of strength, family background, and influence, Su Yunyi could completely crush him. Su Yunyi was a scion of the Golden Family and a top student at the Imperial Royal Military Academy. Not just on Alpha 7 Star, but even looking at the entire empire, he was among the most dazzling existences. "Young Master Su, please, come inside." Dai Ziyang lifted the tent flap and extended an invitation. Su Yunyi waved his hand and smiled. "Regiment Commander Dai, I see that your regiment has many wounded personnel, and I happen to be quite skilled in healing injuries. You can gather the wounded together, and I will treat them all at once." Hearing this, Dai Ziyang was pleasantly surprised. He was well aware of the psionic characteristics of the sacred radiant Su family. In terms of healing ability, the sacred radiant Su family was second only to the azure wood Dongfeng of the 9 great holy blood families. However, he had seen too many scions of high-end mighty bloodline families. Those people basically didn't treat ordinary soldiers as human beings, and even high-ranking officers of his level were not held in any regard by the scions of aristocratic families. Who could have imagined that Su Yunyi, born into the Golden Family, would actually take the initiative to offer to treat the wounded soldiers? This was the first time he had encountered such a young master. "Young Master Su, then thank you very much," Dai Ziyang said gratefully. "It's a small matter." Su Yunyi revealed a gentle smile. Soon, under Dai Ziyang's command, all the wounded were gathered at the center of the military camp to be treated by Su Yunyi. Meanwhile, the various losses from tonight were being quickly tallied. "Holy crap, let me tell you guys something explosive." Xiao Yunlong barged into the tent with great excitement. "That psychic mage from just now is from the Golden Family, the sacred radiant Su family." The Golden Family? Upon hearing this, Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao were greatly astonished. The Golden Family was already considered part of the Empire's top elite class. Not only did they produce many powerful individuals, but the power and resources they controlled were beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Normally, they would at most see information about the Golden Family on the Starnet. They never expected that one day, they would actually be able to see a scion of the Golden Family with their own eyes. Qin Tian didn't have much of a concept regarding the Golden Family, but he could guess that the Golden Family was definitely related to the Golden Bloodline. The Sacred Radiance bloodline was 2 levels higher than his Purple Thunder bloodline. "Yunlong, how are psionic warriors and psychic mages distinguished?" Qin Tian suddenly asked. Seeing Qin Tian's curiosity growing, Xiao Yunlong explained very enthusiastically. "First, their combat styles are different. Warriors excel at close-quarters combat, while mages excel at long-range sniping. Second, their cultivation directions are different. Warrior techniques, while absorbing spiritual energy, simultaneously strengthen the physique, whereas mage secret manuals focus on strengthening spiritual energy and mental power. However, I've heard that the techniques of those top families don't have such biases. They advance spiritual energy, physique, and mental power all at once. But that's not something we can hope for." "What's the matter? After witnessing a true expert, are you now especially hoping to become a Psionicist?" Qin Tian nodded and admitted, "Yes." Xiao Yunlong draped his arm around Qin Tian's shoulder and smiled. "Don't rush. Once we get back to Liang Valley, I'll teach you the psionic awakening technique. Awakening psionic energy requires an absolutely quiet and stable environment. It's not really suitable right now." "All right, thanks," Qin Tian said. "Wow, did you guys hear that? Qin Tian said thank you to me." Xiao Yunlong turned his head to look at Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao, his face full of surprise. This is the first time he said thank you to me. It's just saying thank you, is it really worth making such a fuss over? Qin Tian resisted the urge to roll his eyes, moved Xiao Yunlong's arm off his shoulder, and said expressionlessly, "I misspoke, take it back." "How can you take back a thank you once it's been said? I heard it anyway." Xiao Yunlong reached out and draped his arm over Qin Tian's shoulder again, his expression suddenly becoming very sincere. "Brother, you've saved me so many times. Never mind the psionic awakening technique. In the future, I'll teach you all the spiritual energy martial arts I've mastered." "Hee, aren't you touched?" Qin Tian slanted a glance at him. "If I can't become a psionicist, how are you going to repay me?" Xiao Yunlong blinked. "How about I marry you?" "Get lost." "Alrighty then." Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao looked at each other, smiles appearing on their faces. Early the next morning, the Legion set out for Liang Valley. Qin Tian leaned against the back of the carriage, with his Dragon Falcon rifle at his feet, playing with a red steel claw in his hand. This was stripped from the hand of the Shadow Catman from last night. The Shadow Catman was able to use it to directly tear through Yang Ling's armor, so it was clearly no ordinary item. "I just did a search and comparison. Judging by the patterns on the steel claw, this should be a weapon crafted from blood-patterned steel." Xiao Yunlong leaned in close to Qin Tian and said, "The model isn't suitable for humans, so you can't use it, but you can turn it in to the military department to exchange for military merit points. I estimate that the military merit points you've accumulated so far are enough to exchange for a rune gun." "A rune gun?" Qin Tian asked, puzzled. Xiao Yunlong explained, "Rune guns are prehistoric technology discovered by the Empire in some ruins. By using spiritual energy to construct runes and engraving them onto firearms, the firearms can gain various magical functions, as well as even greater destructive power. I heard that there are 10 most powerful rune guns, known as the top 10 famous guns. In the hands of the right person, these top 10 famous guns can even threaten 7th Order or even 8th Order Psionicists. You tell me, isn't that terrifying?" "That is indeed powerful." Qin Tian nodded. 7th Order and 8th Order Psionicists were already top-tier experts capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Aside from experts of the same level, it was incredible that there were firearms that could threaten their lives. The top 10 famous guns could definitely be called divine artifacts. Let's not even think about the top 10 famous guns. Even ordinary rune guns aren't something you can just buy whenever you want. However, you've killed a lot of beastmen recently, and if you turn in this steel claw as well, you should be able to exchange for a pretty good rune gun. Qin Tian nodded, a glimmer of anticipation appearing in his eyes. Chapter 20, Fiery Sun Valley Base. On the afternoon of the third day, the Legion finally arrived at its destination, the Fiery Sun Valley Base. The base was surrounded by towering steel walls, their surfaces forged from a special alloy that shimmered with a cold, metallic luster under the blazing sun, hard enough to withstand attacks from any conventional weaponry. Along the walls, energy amplification devices were installed at regular intervals. Working in tandem with the nanocomposite materials embedded within the walls, the flowing dynamic energy runes not only granted the walls powerful defensive capabilities, but also allowed them to automatically adjust their color and texture based on the environment, like a mysterious and impenetrable shield. Above the base, thousands of disc-shaped aircraft patrolled in an orderly fashion, while a towering spire that pierced the clouds stood in the center of the base, surrounded by a quantum force field that emitted a faint blue glow. "Damn, now this is a military base. How grand and imposing." Xiao Yunlong exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Qin Daddy laughed. "Fiery Sun Valley Base is our second-largest military base on Alpha 7 Star. It's been built for nearly 2 years now, and all facilities are fully equipped. Once we've settled in, I'll treat everyone to a good drink tonight." "Captain, then you'd better be prepared to bleed your wallet dry." Xiao Yunlong chuckled, and Liu Xiaozhao beside him also revealed a look of anticipation. "Haha, no problem." Qin Daddy laughed heartily. Soon, the 319th Legion convoy drove into the base. Under the guidance of the base control tower, logistical supplies and weapons were transported to the relevant warehouses, while the soldiers of the 319th Legion were taken to an accommodation area. The guide held a megaphone and shouted in front of the formation, "Accommodations have been arranged. Regular soldiers are in Building B, and special combat soldiers are in Building A. Your names are written on the doors, so find your respective rooms. Also, there are currently no passwords on the rooms, so anyone can push them open. You can reset the passwords after you check in. Soon, Earth Dragon Squad found Building A, checked in on the first floor, and headed to their respective rooms. Except for Liu Xiaozhou, the rooms for the three of them were all on the third floor, and they were right next to each other. Qin Tian pushed open the door and took a look. It looked like a university bachelor dorm, about 50 square meters, with a single bed and a private bathroom. Although the decoration was quite simple, the environment was much better than where they had lived before. Finally, I can get some good rest. Qin Tian spread his limbs out on the bed and comfortably closed his eyes. Since coming to this world, he had either been fighting orcs or enduring the exhaustion of travel. His body was fine, but his mind was quite weary. In the room next door, Qin Daddy received the management regulations and the internal map of Liang Valley sent by his superiors. He carefully browsed through the relevant regulations and then selected a tavern with a good reputation to serve as the venue for tonight's gathering. Bang, 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 Qin Tian, open up. Qin Tian woke up from his sleep, rubbed his eyes, got up, and opened the door. Outside the door, Xiao Yunlong was originally full of excitement, but when he saw the clothes Qin Tian was wearing, he was immediately speechless. Why are you still wearing that military uniform? Did you forget we're going out to have fun tonight? Qin Tian replied, I only have the military uniform, no other clothes. Xiao Yunlong then remembered that Qin Tian had a special status and had no civilian clothes. Huang Zun was relatively short, so his clothes wouldn't fit Qin Tian either. So, for now, Qin Tian only had 2 sets of military uniforms to change into. Our builds are similar. How about I lend you some of my clothes? Xiao Yunlong suggested. No need, Qin Tian waved his hand. The military uniform is fine. Xiao Yunlong thought about it and realized that it was indeed normal to wear a military uniform inside a military base. All right then, let's go quickly. The captain and Xiaozhou are waiting downstairs. Xiao Yunlong pulled Qin Tian downstairs. Downstairs, Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhou had both taken off their military uniforms and changed into new clothes. Qin Daddy wore a military green short-sleeved shirt on his upper body and loose-fitting trousers on his lower body. This outfit made him look energetic and took a few years off his age. Liu Xiaozhou's attire was equally simple, a white t-shirt paired with straight-leg jeans, her hair tied into a ponytail. At first glance, she looked like a college student, full of youthful vitality. The two of them glanced at the military uniform Qin Tian was wearing but didn't say anything. Let's go, I'll take you all out for a drink. Qin Daddy smiled, his tone carrying a lightness that hadn't been seen in a long time. The group got on a shuttle bus and soon arrived at the recreational area within the base. Shops lined both sides of the road, including restaurants, taverns, weapons and equipment stores, pharmacies, and so on. The street was bustling with people, full of noise and activity. Qin Daddy led his team to the tavern he had selected. Stepping into the tavern, the first thing that caught their eyes was an old wooden bar counter. Various types of barware were placed on the counter, and the polished glasses shimmered faintly under the dim yellow light. The air was filled with the faint scent of alcohol and smoke. More than half of the booths were occupied, with some people wearing civilian clothes and others in military uniforms. When Earth Dragon Squad walked in, some people subconsciously glanced over, and their eyes immediately lit up. Their gazes were all focused on Liu Xiaozhou. There were already few women in the military camp, and a woman as pure and beautiful as Liu Xiaozhou was even rarer. Feeling the gazes coming from all directions, Qin Tian frowned slightly, but Liu Xiaozhou, Xiao Yunlong, and Qin Daddy were already accustomed to this situation. Let's go, over there. Qin Daddy waved and led the three of them to an empty booth. Soon, a robot waiter walked over and asked in a gentle, polite voice, Guests, what would you like to drink? This, and this? Give me one of each. Xiao Yunlong pointed at the signature drinks on the menu and ordered 3 at once. Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhou also ordered the drinks they were interested in and added some snacks on the side. Qin Tian, take a look and see what you want to drink. Oh right, you probably haven't had alcohol before, should I order for you? Xiao Yunlong raised an eyebrow, acting like an experienced veteran. Let me tell you, alcohol is a good thing. It makes you happy and joyful. The more you drink, the more it gets to your head. Hess, do you think I haven't drunk before? Back in the day, I was the dormitory god of alcohol. Even men from Inner Mongolia had to bow down to me. I'll have whatever you're having, Qin Tian said indifferently. Haha, same as me, then let's see who gets drunk and falls over first. Xiao Yunlong was full of confidence. A little rookie who had never drunk before was actually challenging him, the prince of nightclubs, to a drinking contest. You can just wait to crawl under the table and vomit. Soon, all the drinks and snacks were served. The four of them drank and chatted freely. Of course, it was mainly Xiao Yunlong, that attention seeker, doing the talking. He chatted about everything from his childhood to college, and from his kindergarten deskmate to his first love. Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao would occasionally interject with their own stories, while Qin Tian acted as a listener, gaining more information about this world from his teammate stories. As the number of empty glasses on the table increased, gradually, except for Qin Tian, all three of them showed signs of drunkenness on their faces. Hey, how come you're not dizzy at all, kid? Your tolerance is actually better than mine. Xiao Yunlong tilted his head to look at Qin Tian, his speech slightly slurred. Qin Tian smiled. He now possessed 3 blue-grade physical talents: steel tendons and iron bones, shadowbone physique, and purple thunder bloodline. What was a little alcohol compared to that? That's enough, let's head back. Qin Daddy stood up. Seeing this, Liu Xiaozhao also stood up, preparing to leave. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed Liu Xiaozhao's arm, and a drunken laugh came from nearby. Beauty, don't leave just yet. My brothers and I still want to chat with you. Chapter 21. A blow to the back of the head. Beauty, don't leave yet. We brothers would still like to chat with you. The bearded man in military uniform grabbed Liu Xiaozhao's arm, his eyes filled with drunkenness, a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Standing beside him was a bald man whose head glistened under the lights, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking like a hooligan. Let go. Liu Xiaozhao frowned slightly, her voice cold. Qin Daddy and Xiao Yunlong immediately stood beside Liu Xiaozhao, staring at the bearded man, and rebuked in deep, angry voices. Let go. Heth, a few stray dogs dare to shout in front of your brother die. The bearded man smiled contemptuously. He had noticed the situation at this table for a long time. Having stayed at the base for so long, surrounded mostly by men, they were about to explode. Seeing a beauty appear, it felt like a fire was burning in their hearts. However, he wasn't a fool. He knew there were some people in the base he absolutely couldn't provoke, such as high-level Psionicists or children from big families. For caution's sake, he had observed for a while, starting from the identification number on the chest of the kid in the military uniform. After some inquiries, he found out about the situation at this table. It turned out these people were from the 319th Legion, a defeated army that had just lost a battle and retreated to Liang Valley. Although the specific identities of these people weren't clear yet, truly powerful figures wouldn't join such a trashy unit. Seeing that the bearded man wouldn't let go, Liu Xiaozhao's face turned cold, and a ball of flames suddenly erupted from her arm. Hiss tilde. The bearded man quickly let go. He was a Tier 2 Psionicist and wouldn't be injured by a mere ball of flame, but being handled like this by Liu Xiaozhao, he felt he had lost face. Yo, I didn't expect you, woman, to have such a fiery temper. The bald man behind walked up, a wicked smile on his lips. Brother Dai is a recipient of the Purple Star Medal. The number of orcs who have died at his hands is no less than hundreds. He is a bona fide war hero. Asking you to drink is giving you face. Are you actually unhappy about it? Purple Star Medal. Qin Daddy and the others' eyes flickered slightly. Anyone who could earn this medal was truly a hero on the battlefield. However, being able to win battles didn't mean they were good people. Some soldiers disciplined themselves strictly, using good morals as their standard. While others were fierce tigers on the battlefield, they were nothing more than hooligan soldiers once they stepped off it. Qin Daddy pulled Liu Xiaozhao behind him and said in a calm tone, You too, I don't care who you are, but don't forget this is a military base, not a place for you to get drunk and cause trouble. Heth, a piece of trash is lecturing me now. The bearded man exhaled the smell of alcohol, a look of disdain on his face. You 319th Legion couldn't even take the Golan Heights, and now you have the nerve to retreat to Liang Valley. Let me tell you, your brother Dai was a vanguard soldier in the Battle of Liang Valley. Every inch of land here was fought for bit by us veterans. Without us, could you few be here drinking and enjoying yourselves? What's wrong with me asking her to have a couple of drinks with me? The bearded man's words were like steel needles pricking the hearts of Qin Daddy and his companions. For the 319th Legion, failing to take the Golan Heights and being forced to retreat to Liang Valley was indeed extremely humiliating, and when this scar was cruelly torn open, their mood sank to the extreme. Whatever contribution you've made, the military headquarters has its own rewards. Although we lost a battle, we haven't necessarily killed fewer orcs than you. Xiao Yunlong said coldly, "Move aside. If you don't, I'll notify the military police." Upon hearing the words military police, the bearded man's body visibly trembled, and the drunken look in his eyes faded slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "Stray dogs have quite a temper. Forget it, Grandpa is in a good mood today and can't be bothered to quibble with you, but in the future, I don't want to see you appear in this tavern. This is a tavern for heroes and warriors. We don't welcome cowards." After saying this, the guests nearby cheered and applauded as if inciting them. Seeing this, the bearded man's smile became even more smug, and he waved his hand. "Dekeo, let's go." "All right." The bald man made a thumbs-down gesture at the Earth Dragon squad, then followed the bearded man, swaggering out of the tavern. "Damn it, this is bullying." Xiao Yunlong was so angry his face turned alternating shades of green and white, wishing he could rush up and beat the two of them to a pulp. Fortunately, Qin Daddy held him back, shook his head and said, "We are new here, try not to cause trouble." Xiao Yunlong's chest heaved, and he said bitterly, "If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll definitely beat their faces into pig heads." Qin Daddy knew Xiao Yunlong was just venting. Anyone who could earn the Purple Star medal likely had strength above Xiao Yunlong's. "Let's go too." Qin Daddy waved his hand. His originally wonderful mood had been ruined like this, and he felt a bit dejected. "Wait a moment, I want to use the restroom." At this moment, Qin Tian spoke up. "All right, you go ahead, we'll wait for you at the entrance." Qin Daddy said, "Okay." Qin Tian nodded and walked toward the restroom, a dim light flashing in his eyes. The night was like water. In the alley, the two men walked with their arms around each other's shoulders, swaying as they walked forward. "Brother Dai, that woman just now was really hot. If I'd known earlier, I should have touched her and taken advantage." "That's why you aren't as smart as your brother. That little girl's arm was so tender, as if it were made of water, slender and smooth. Thinking back on it now, it's still a bit intoxicating. If I'd known, I should have touched it for a while longer or touched somewhere else." "Haha, Brother Dai, where did you want to touch?" "That would be, hee." The two men spoke all sorts of vulgar words, letting out lewd laughter from time to time. "Hey." Just then, a faint voice sounded from behind them. The two hadn't noticed anyone behind them at all, and their hair stood on end. However, before they could turn around, a sharp pain struck the back of their heads. The next instant, their vision went black and they collapsed to the ground. In the night, a straight figure stood behind them, and then, as if falling into a quagmire, he disappeared into the shadows. "Why were you gone for so long?" Xiao Yunlong asked suspiciously. Qin Tian said calmly, "The restroom was crowded, I had to wait in line for a bit." "Hey, I thought you had been harassed by someone too." Xiao Yunlong put his arm around Qin Tian's shoulder and said earnestly, "Qin Tian, there's one thing you might not know. The vast majority of men like women, but some men are only interested in men. Although your handsomeness is a notch below mine, we are all handsome guys. When out and about, you need to be careful not only of women, but even more so of men with ill intentions." Hearing this, Qin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. On the side, Qin Daddy smiled, and Liu Xiaozhou said with disdain, "Qin Tian is a handsome guy. As for you, forget it." "Wow, Xiaozhou, you're hurting my feelings saying that. Am I not handsome? Why don't you take a few more looks?" The moonlight was gentle. The group walked toward the dormitory, chatting and laughing. The warm yellow streetlights lengthened their shadows as they walked side by side, very cozy. On the other side, the two men slowly crawled up. They touched the bumps on the back of their heads, feeling a sense of lingering fear, followed by furious shouting. "Oh yeah, bastard, I will definitely find you." Chapter 22, Psionic Awakening. At noon the next day, the Earth Dragon squad gathered in the cafeteria. "I slept so comfortably last night." Xiao Yunlong took a big, satisfying bite of a chicken leg, his mouth glistening with grease as he said, I wonder how the base will arrange things for us. Captain, do you have any news on your end? Qin Daddy shook his head. I haven't received any notice yet. Sai, I really hope we can stay here and not be assigned any other missions, Xiao Yunlong said hopefully. Have you saved up enough military contribution points? Liu Xiaozhou asked. Enough. Xiao Yunlong chuckled. Thanks to Qin Tian, I've finally saved up enough military contribution points to exchange for a black iron bloodline serum. Once we return to the Alpha 7 star, I can undergo the bloodline injection. Hearing this, both Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhou looked envious. With the boost from a black iron grade bloodline, Xiao Yunlong's strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and it was very likely he would reach the 4th or even 5th rank in the future. Don't look at me like that. You too should have saved up enough military contribution points for ability enhancement serums by now, right? Xiao Yunlong asked. Yeah, enough. Qin Daddy nodded and added, but even if I inject the ability enhancement serum, my strength limit won't exceed the 3rd rank. I can't compare to you. Ability users are not like Psionicists. They do not have a very mature cultivation system. All ability users can only gradually strengthen their mastery of their abilities through repeated training and trial and error, much like an ordinary person working out in a gym. Their growth is fast during the novice bonus period, but after reaching a certain stage, every step forward is as difficult as ascending to heaven. At this point, the intervention of external forces is needed, the ability enhancement serum. The ability enhancement serum can help ability users break through bottlenecks and usher in a second round of rapid growth, until they fall into another bottleneck. Each ability user can only inject the enhancement serum at most twice in their lifetime. Those with excellent talent can use these 2 opportunities to rush to the 4th, 5th, or even 6th rank in one go. While those with mediocre talent will only spin in place at the 2nd or 3rd rank. Qin Daddy knew very well that he was not a talented person and his ability could only be considered average. He would be satisfied if he could reach the 3rd rank in this lifetime. I've also saved enough. I plan to inject it after we go back, Liu Xiaozhou said. Hee, that's right. Every one of us has a bright future, Xiao Yunlong smiled. Ahem tilde. Just then, Qin Tian coughed lightly, then acted as if nothing had happened and took a bite of food. Xiao Yunlong glanced at him, suddenly realized something, and quickly said, Oh, I almost forgot the most important thing. Qin Tian, I'll teach you the psionic awakening technique later. Qin Tian was chewing his food and said vaguely, No rush. Xiao Yunlong looked at him suspiciously, his eyebrows slowly raising. Did you cough on purpose just now, just to remind me? Qin Tian wiped his mouth, his face calm. You're overthinking it. Xiao Yunlong seemed to have discovered something fun and laughed out loud. Haha, it definitely is. You actually learned this trick. Qin Tian, you're becoming more and more. Liu Xiaozhou's eyes curved, and she couldn't find a suitable word for a moment, finally saying, Cute. That's right. Qin Daddy nodded with a smile. Qin Tian, cute, what the hell? Persona, this is all just a persona, okay? I can't just shamelessly beg Xiao Yunlong, right? Wouldn't my cold, aloof male god image just collapse? Those are all the details of the psionic awakening technique. Did you memorize them? In the room, Xiao Yunlong explained the psionic awakening technique in detail and emphasized many of the finer points. Qin Tian silently recalled the information. Not only was this body physically strong, but its memory was also far superior to his previous life. After Xiao Yunlong finished explaining and personally demonstrated it once, he was able to commit the entire process to memory. I've memorized it. Qin Tian nodded. All right, then give it a try. Xiao Yunlong cautioned, do not be impatient. The first step, entering a meditative state, is a major hurdle. The vast majority of people are blocked at this step. I also failed several times before I managed to enter a meditative state. All right, I understand. Qin Tian took a deep breath and then slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Yunlong took 2 steps back and stood with Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhou. Inhale tilde exhale tilde inhale tilde exhale. Rhythmic breathing sounds echoed in the room. Qin Tian's eyes were closed, his chest rising and falling, his consciousness gradually emptying, as if he were about to enter a new world. It's starting. Qin Daddy's lips moved slightly, his eyes filled with a touch of complexity and melancholy. Becoming a psionicist had always been his dream. He didn't know how many times he had practiced this psionic awakening technique. It was a pity that, limited by his talent, his body could not resonate with psionic particles. In the end, he had to settle for second best, bearing a 70% death rate during awakening to become an ability user. Qin Tian, good luck. I hope you can awaken successfully. Only by becoming a psionicist can you break free from the shackles brought by your original identity and embrace a brighter future. Qin Tian, good luck. Liu Zheyaozhao pursed her lips, silently wishing Qin Tian well in her heart. Inhale tilde exhale tilde inhale tilde exhale. Gradually, Qin Tian entered a very magical state. His brain was not deliberately controlling it, but his breathing maintained a quite special and stable frequency. His consciousness felt as if it were being pulled by a hand, constantly sinking downward. After an unknown amount of time, he finally entered a strange world. This was a brilliant and colorful world, with the air filled with colorful specks of light. The specks of light were like lively elves, flying and spinning, occasionally intertwining to turn into another color. Qin Tian knew he had successfully entered a meditative state. The next step, absorbing psionic particles, his tilde tilde. His consciousness turned into a black hole, attracting the nearby psionic particles. Some particles were very resistant to him and moved further and further away. But most particles leaned towards him, with two colors of particles being the most numerous. One was blue-purple, the other was black. These should be the lightning element and the dark element, Qin Tian thought to himself. Shadowbone physique and purple lightning bloodline increased his affinity for the dark and lightning elements. By comparison, the lightning element was closer to him, and the number of particles gathering was the highest. It worked. Qin Tian felt a surge of joy. In the process of psionic awakening, entering meditation is the first hurdle, blocking over 70% of people. Absorbing psionic particles is the second hurdle, and the difficulty is even higher than the first. However, as long as he could successfully absorb psionic particles, it meant he had already stepped 1 foot into the circle of psionicists. Absorb, absorb, keep absorbing. Qin Tian was like a glutton, trying his best to absorb the psionic particles. The more psionic particles absorbed during the awakening process, the stronger the talent, which would be more advantageous in the subsequent process of condensing star apertures. After a long time, Qin Tian felt as if he were about to burst and could no longer absorb any more psionic particles. Only then did he end the state, and his consciousness returned to reality. The moment he opened his eyes, Qin Tian saw 3 faces filled with shock and excitement. "Brother, you succeeded." Xiao Yunlong pressed down on Qin Tian's shoulders and shook him vigorously, his face flushed with excitement. He successfully awakened his psionic power on the first try. Qin Tian's talent was almost on par with those bloodline warriors. "Congratulations." Qin Daddy and Liu Zheyaozhao said with smiles, genuinely happy for Qin Tian from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Tian blinked, feeling a strange power flowing through his body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. "Thank you." Chapter 23, Special Talent Policy, Marshal Lin. "Qin Tian, how does it feel to become a psionicist?" Xiao Yunlong asked with a smile. Qin Tian replied, "There is an extra surge of energy in my body that I can control. This feeling is very peculiar." Upon hearing this, Qin Daddy and Liu Zheyaozhao could not help but reveal a look of envy. Psionic energy. This is the biggest difference between a psionicist and an ability user. Ability users do not have energy within their bodies. Releasing an ability is just like raising a hand or blinking. It is nearly instinctive. The advantage of ability users lies in the fact that using their abilities is more natural and spontaneous. If their ability is powerful, their combat effectiveness in the early stages can surpass that of a psionicist. However, due to the lack of energy, the combat of ability users consumes an extreme amount of physical and mental stamina, resulting in poor endurance. Furthermore, in terms of the diversity of techniques and late-stage destructive power, they are far inferior to psionicists. Psionicists are the premier profession of the Empire and even the entire universe. Haha, this is psionic energy. Xiao Yunlong laughed. After awakening your psionic energy, you need to choose a cultivation technique that suits you. However, there are many factors to consider when choosing a technique, such as whether you prefer to be a psionic warrior or a psychic mage. Additionally, your psionic affinity also determines the direction of your technique selection. Taking myself as an example, I have a high affinity for the wind attribute, so I ultimately chose a wind-style technique. Qin Tian knew that he surely had the highest affinity for lightning and dark-type psionic energy, but he still asked, "How do I test my affinity?" "That's simple," Xiao Yunlong said. "Just go to the Special Operations Management Office to test it. By the way, every Psionicist needs to be registered at the Special Operations Management Office. Since you just awakened, you need to go and register as well." At this moment, Qin Daddy added, "Qin Tian, after registering your status as a Psionicist, you can enjoy many benefits, such as medical discounts, family education, rank promotions, and so on. But for you, the most important thing is that it can help speed up the processing of your Imperial ID card. An ID card is too important for the citizens of the Empire. Without an ID card, you are equivalent to an unregistered person. All benefits and paths for advancement have nothing to do with you. Take Qin Tian, for example. Although he has recently achieved illustrious military merits and hundreds of orcs have died at his hands, it is precisely because he lacks an ID card that his military contribution points have been delayed in being issued, and he is unable to receive rank promotions or medal awards. Remember us at 101 Reading website. I understand. Qin Tian nodded. It's still early today, why don't we go register now? Xiao Yunlong suggested. Okay. Qin Tian also wanted to get his ID card sorted out as soon as possible and get his hands on the military contribution points that belonged to him. With military contribution points, he could exchange them for a rune gun or a cultivation technique suitable for him. Let's go. The group boarded a shuttle bus and soon arrived at the Special Operations Management Office. The Special Operations Management Office was located in a two-story building. The first floor was the service hall, which had over a dozen windows. At the moment, a few psionicists or ability users could be seen handling their business. Qin Tian walked to an empty window and sat down, while the other three stood behind him. "What business are you here for?" the young staff member inside the window asked. Before Qin Tian could speak, Xiao Yunlong, who was behind him, answered on his behalf. "We are from the Earth Dragon Squad of the 319th Regiment. This is our member, Qin Tian, who has just awakened as a psionicist, and we are here to register him." "Is that so, Tilda?" The staff member looked at Qin Tian with surprise. Examples of awakening as a psionicist on the battlefield were still quite rare. At least for him, this was the first one. "All right, give me your ID number." Xiao Yunlong added, "He doesn't have an ID card." "No ID card?" The staff member's gaze instantly sharpened. "What's the situation? Are you an unregistered person?" At this point, Xiao Yunlong stopped talking. He felt that the following matters needed to be explained by Qin Tian himself. Under the staff member's gaze, Qin Tian slowly said, "I am a clone." "What?" The staff member's face suddenly showed shock. In the public's perception, clones were just battlefield cannon fodder, with a status similar to firearms and ammunition in a warehouse. They belonged to the category of disposable consumables. According to big data statistics, the average lifespan of a clone is 32 days, which means that the vast majority of clones die in their first battle. Less than 10% of clones survive 2 battles, and less than 1% survive 3 battles. It can be said that clones are purely consumable materials, and not very valuable ones at that, only applicable to low-intensity wars. However, once a clone has heaven-defying luck and survives several battles, they have the opportunity to come into contact with psionic energy. Once psionic energy is awakened, their lives will change immediately. All of this stems from a special regulation. "You wait here, I'm going up to report this now." The staff member stood up abruptly and after dropping that sentence, rushed upstairs quickly. "What's going on? Is there a need to be so excited?" Xiao Yunlong looked puzzled. "It seems that rumor is true," Qin Daddy said, looking thoughtful. "What rumor?" Xiao Yunlong, Liu Xiaozhou, and Qin Tian all looked at Qin Daddy. Qin Daddy said with a serious expression, "A rumor about a special management regulation for clones. I don't know the specific details, but this regulation was pushed by Marshal Lin himself." "Marshal Lin?" Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yunlong and Liu Jiajia were extremely surprised, but then they nodded in realization. If it was formulated by Marshal Lin, then it must be correct. Qin Tian noticed the changes in their expressions and couldn't help but ask, "Who is Marshal Lin?" Marshal Lin is one of the most legendary figures in the empire. Xiao Yunlong's eyes flashed with admiration. From a small soldier on the battlefield, he grew step by step to become one of the Empire's 10 marshals, having commanded many earth-shattering interstellar battles. Marshal Lin can be said to be the best example of rising from the bottom, and he is an idol in the hearts of countless people. Most importantly, Xiao Yunlong looked at Qin Tian, his tone carrying an indescribable nuance. Marshal Lin, just like you, is also a clone. What? At this moment, the calmness and coldness on Qin Tian's face could no longer be maintained. Inside, his heart was churning like a stormy sea, and he was unbearably shocked. He knew very well that he was able to survive until now entirely by relying on the golden finger that came with his transmigration. Without the golden finger, he would most likely be like other clones, unable to escape the fate of being battlefield cannon fodder. Therefore, no matter what, he could not imagine how a clone could survive cruel and bloody battles one after another, how he could endure the ridicule and disdain of the outside world, and finally ascend to the throne of one of the Empire's 10 marshals. In his view, this was simply a fantasy, something even novels wouldn't dare to write. This was the first time the members of the Earth Dragon Squad had seen a shocked and astonished expression on Qin Tian's face, but they did not find it strange. Whoever it was, after learning about Marshal Lin's deeds, would react in the same way. Marshal Lin, Lin Xuanqing, really is a godlike figure. Chapter 24, Psionic Testing. Special Operations Management Office, General Affairs Room. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking sounded outside the door. Director Jia Zhu set down his teacup, furrowed his brows slightly, and said, "Enter." The door pushed open. Jia Zhu's voice was slightly heavy. "Little Meng, what is it?" Meng Feng noticed the director's tone was slightly displeased and quickly explained. "Director, there is a replicant downstairs who says he has just awakened his psionic abilities." "What?" Jia Zhu was startled and immediately asked, "Are you sure? Which unit is he from? Can you confirm his status as a replicant?" Meng Feng, "Director, his name is Qin Tian. He is from the 319th Regiment, from a special operations squad called the Earth Dragon Squad. I cannot be entirely certain of his status as a replicant, but he stated that he does not have an Imperial ID card." "No ID card, huh?" Jia Zhu's eyes flickered. A normal person would never claim to be a replicant. After all, in the eyes of the public, replicants were the lowest tier of society, war weapons without thoughts, infused only with partial memories. Moreover, the fact that he lacked an Imperial ID card all but confirmed his status as a replicant. "Director, has he triggered the special management regulations for replicants?" Meng Feng asked. Jia Zhu nodded. If his status as a replicant and a psionicist can be verified, then it does indeed trigger those regulations. However, Jia Zhu had a doubt in his heart. In reality, a very small fraction of replicants met these regulations every year, but their situations were completely different from Qin Tian's. Those replicants were only recognized by the military as clone soldiers with special talents after surviving several campaigns and demonstrating outstanding performance. Afterward, they would be gathered and uniformly provided with psionic instruction. Those who successfully awakened would trigger the special management regulations and proceed to the next stage of training. Those who failed would be thrown back onto the battlefield to continue their mission as cannon fodder. But a wild replicant psionicist like Qin Tian was something he was encountering for the first time. "You said he is from a special operations squad in the 319th Regiment?" Jia Zhu asked. "That's correct." Meng Feng nodded. "I see." Jia Zhu narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this special operations squad must have helped him awaken his psionic abilities. This replicant was not simple, to be able to make others willingly teach him the psionic awakening technique. "Little Meng, go bring him up and take him to the room next door for psionic testing. I will call the 319th Regiment to verify his identity." "Yes," Meng Feng quickly ran downstairs. Jia Zhu picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Jia Zhu." A few minutes later, "This is the psionic detection stone." Meng Feng picked up a silvery white stone with several patches on it, connected to a black machine. In a moment, you will inject your psionic energy into it. This machine can analyze the elemental composition of your psionic energy. A high elemental content indicates a higher affinity for that element, and you should choose cultivation techniques in that direction in the future. Okay, Qin Tian nodded and took the detection stone from Meng Feng's hand. Are you ready? If you are, I'll begin. Meng Feng placed his hand on a butt. I'm ready. Qin Tian gripped the stone tightly, controlling his psionic energy with his mind, slowly moving it toward his palm. Then let's begin. Meng Feng pressed the button. Beep, beep, beep. The monitor suddenly lit up. Qin Tian immediately mobilized his psionic energy, channeling it along his arm and palm into the detection stone. The silvery white stone began to glow with a dim light, as if a cluster of stardust were flowing within it. Subsequently, pillars of different colors rose on the monitor. Some rose slowly, others rapidly. After a dozen seconds, the pillars stopped changing. The others from the Earth Dragon squad immediately crowded around to look. On the bar chart, a blue-purple pillar stood out above the rest, reaching the highest point. Beside it, a black pillar was a head shorter, but still far higher than the other pillars. Lightning element content 42%, dark element content 37%. Meng Feng read out the test results. Wow, Qin Tian, you're actually a dual-element psionicist, and your affinity is so high, Xiao Yunlong said in surprise. Qin Tian looked at him and asked, dual element, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Xiao Yunlong explained. Single element, dual element, and multi-element all have their pros and cons. Single element is more specialized, and the cultivation speed in a certain element might be faster, while dual element and multi-element psionicists have more diverse attack methods and can have more choices in their cultivation of martial arts and spells. However, generally speaking, psionicists will only focus on cultivating at most 2 elemental fields. Any more will actually hinder their cultivation progress. Your advantage is very obvious. The lightning and dark element content adds up to nearly 80%, which is a very high affinity. Unlike me, although I specialize in the wind element content in my psionic energy is only 25%. After your military merit points are issued, I suggest you choose a cultivation technique that can combine the lightning and dark elements. Don't worry, the Empire has a deep foundation. It has all kinds of cultivation techniques, and there will definitely be one suitable for you. There's no need to rush on the cultivation technique. Meng Feng suddenly spoke up. If your status as a replicant is verified, then you will be able to trigger a special management regulation. I remember the regulations state that replicants can freely choose one bronze-tier cultivation technique from the military's library. What bronze-tier? Xiao Yunlong's mouth dropped open, looking incredulous. Are you sure it's bronze-tier? Meng Feng nodded. I shouldn't be remembering it wrong. Ah, Qin Tian, you are so lucky. Xiao Yunlong grabbed Qin Tian's shoulders, gritting his teeth. Bronze-tier cultivation technique, that's a bronze-tier cultivation technique. It's worth at least 5,000 military merit points. What? 5,000 military merit points? Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao looked at each other. Neither of them were psionicists, and they hadn't expected psionic cultivation techniques to be so expensive. 5,000 military merit points, that was a number they didn't even dare to imagine. So generous Qin Tian raised his brows slightly. Getting a bronze-tier cultivation technique for free without having to do anything was, of course, a great thing for him. This way, he could use his military merit points to exchange for a rune gun. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly felt very grateful to that legendary Marshal Lin, whom he had never met. It was precisely because of this legendary marshal blazing a trail that subsequent replicants had the opportunity to escape their tragic fate and walk a different path in life. Brother, Qin Tian has already proven he is a psionicist. Can the processing speed for his Imperial ID card be accelerated? Xiao Yunlong said. If the military merit points come down sooner, we can convert them into combat power as early as possible. Otherwise, if the next war comes and his military merit points haven't been settled, wouldn't that be too screwed up? I know you're anxious, but don't rush yet. Meng Feng soothed him. I'll say it again. As long as he can trigger those management regulations, all procedures will be expedited. Also, your worries are unnecessary. there will almost certainly be no major wars happening next. You guys just stay in the base obediently and wait for the war to end so you can go home." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunlong, Qin Daddy, and Liu Xiaozhao looked at each other, their eyes shining with surprise and excitement. There would be no more fighting. They could go home safely. Chapter 25, High-Level Shock. Okay, I understand. I'll go verify it right now." The adjutant hung up the phone, ran to the temporary office of the 319th Legion, knocked on the door, and walked in. "Lei Meng, you're here too? That's perfect." The adjutant glanced at Lei Meng, who was next to Dai Xiang, and said, "The Special Operations Management Office just notified me that a clone in our 319th Legion has successfully awakened their psionic abilities. They want us to verify the person's identity." Upon hearing this, Dai Xiang paused, then asked in surprise, "A clone awakened psionic abilities. Are you sure they didn't make a mistake? I don't think any clones from our regiment have been selected, right?" "It's not a selectee. That person is still with our 319th Legion. His name is..." Just as the adjutant was about to say the name, Lei Meng suddenly interrupted. "Is it Qin Tian from the Earth Dragon Squad?" "That's right, it's Qin Tian." The adjutant raised an eyebrow. "Lei Meng, you're the instructor for the Clone Legion, so you must know Qin Tian's situation best. Tell us what's going on with him." "Recruit 89,757, I never expected you to make it this far." A complex expression appeared on Lei Meng's face as he slowly said, "Qin Tian is from the last batch of clone soldiers in our Legion. He just walked out of the incubation pod a few days ago." "Wait." Dai Xiang raised his hand, a look of disbelief in his eyes. "You mean he just came out of the pod a few days ago? Within just a few days, this clone named Qin Tian managed to awaken psionic abilities." "Yes, I didn't expect it either." Lei Meng smiled bitterly. "After the last batch of clone soldiers came out of the pods, I took them for shooting practice as usual. During the first training session, Qin Tian stood out. His marksmanship talent was extremely exceptional. After trying a few times, he passed the nimble bird test with a near-perfect score." The nimble bird test. Dai Xiang and the adjutant looked shocked. As military officers, they knew all too well how brutal the nimble bird test was. Across the entire Alpha 7 star, the number of people who could pass that test didn't even exceed the fingers on 2 hands. A clone soldier who had just left the pod actually passed the nimble bird test after just a few attempts. This marksmanship talent was simply terrifying. Considering Qin Tian's uniqueness, I had him join the Earth Dragon Squad directly, taking the place of our former sharpshooter, Huang Zun. Lei Meng continued. Both Dai Xiang and the adjutant knew Huang Zun. After all, he had been the best sharpshooter in the 319th Legion, though unfortunately, he had died in an accident. It was a fitting arrangement, both logically and emotionally, for Lei Meng to have Qin Tian replace Huang Zun in the Earth Dragon Squad. Lei Meng said, "After that, I kept an eye on Qin Tian's progress. During the last battle to assault Golin Heights, Qin Tian sniped over 200 orcs, 1 sky camel beast, and 1 tier 2 spirit cat." Hearing this, Dai Xiang and the adjutant couldn't help but be amazed by Qin Tian's marksmanship, yet the even more shocking part was yet to come. During the subsequent Orc Night raid, Qin Tian once again shot and killed over 200 shadow cats, a dozen spirit cats, and 2 shadow catmen. Among those 2 shadow catmen, one was a tier 4 beast spirit warrior, the one who killed Yangling. Qin Tian avenged Yangling. "I remember now." Dai Xiang realized. "Someone did report this to me, but I was accompanying Su Yuni at the time, so I never had the time to meet this hero. I didn't realize he was Qin Tian." Lei Meng nodded. "That's right, he is Qin Tian." At this point, Lei Meng seemed to think of something, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his eyes. "Here's a funny thing. The captain of the Earth Dragon Squad is named Qin Daddy." "The captain is named Qin Daddy, and he is named Qin Tian." Dai Xiang chuckled immediately. "I bet that name wasn't given to him by Qin Daddy, right? Heth, this kid has quite a personality." "Indeed." Lei Meng smiled. "He is the most special clone soldier I have ever seen. So when the Special Operations Management Office said that one of our clones had awakened psionic abilities, he was the first person I thought of." The members of the Earth Dragon Squad must have taught him the psionic awakening technique. It seems they have a very good relationship. They were willing to teach him the psionic awakening technique after only spending a few days together. After all, they went through 2 battles together. The adjutant sighed with emotion. The battlefield is the easiest place to build bonds. Yes, that's true. Dai Ziyang and Lei Meng felt this deeply. Soldiers don't mess around with petty schemes. Once you've carried a rifle together, everyone becomes the closest of comrades. When the adrenaline is pumping, they might even take a bullet for each other. Since there's no issue with Qin Tian's identity, just go ahead and respond to the Special Operations Management Office. Dai Ziyang said, I recall that after a clone awakens psionic abilities, it triggers a special talent management regulation, which allows them to enter a military academy for high-level military training. The war is coming to an end, and I hope the soldiers in our regiment can all have a good future. Yes, sir. The adjutant walked out of the office and immediately called the Special Operations Management Office back. He's actually a recruit who left the pod less than 10 days ago. Jia Zhu hung up the phone, a look of surprise in his eyes. Awakening psionic abilities within 10 days, this must be the fastest awakening among all the clone soldiers who have triggered the management regulations. I didn't expect to be handling such a special case. Interesting. Jia Zhu arranged for his subordinates to compile Qin Tian's files and send them to another department. The Special Operations Management Office, where he worked, was only responsible for registration. As for Qin Tian's future training plans and placement, another special department would handle that. And the highest superior of that department was none other than Marshal Lin himself. Walking out of the Special Operations Management Office, Zhao Yunlong looked back and said, I hope they speed up the process and get Qin Tian's ID card sorted out soon. They already said it would take a week at the latest, or 3 days at the soonest, to get the ID card finalized. Liu Zhaozhao looked at Qin Tian and smiled. Qin Tian, you'll be able to check how many military merit points you've earned by then. It must be a lot. Zhao Yunlong laughed. I've already sponged over 200 military merit points from Qin Tian. I estimate his points won't be less than 2,000, and it might even be higher. Yeah, I also think it's between 2,000 and 2,500. Qin Daddy made a rough estimate based on past experience, then added, these military merit points should be enough to redeem a pretty good rune gun. Qin Tian will help you weigh your options when the time comes and choose the one that suits you best. Zhao Yunlong's eyes lit up. Once you get the rune gun, let me try a few shots too. Sure. Qin Tian nodded, a flash of anticipation in his eyes. He really wanted to see what exactly made a rune gun different from a regular firearm. Thanks. Zhao Yunlong chuckled and said, it's still early. How about we go to the training ground? I promised to teach Qin Tian some hand-to-hand combat and blade techniques. Otherwise, if he keeps hopping around and headbutting people in the future, it'll be embarrassing for our Earth Dragon squad. Mentioning this, Qin Daddy and Liu Zhaozhao immediately recalled the battle to Assault Golin Heights, where Qin Tian, relying on his agile and bizarrely twisted footwork, tangled with a Tier 2 spirit cat for a long time before finally winning with a headbutt. It was quite shocking to watch at the time, but looking back now, the scene was actually quite funny. Seeing them snickering, Qin Tian was both speechless and helpless. But Zhao Yunlong was right. He really did need to brush up on his close combat skills. Many of his talents were, after all, best suited for close-quarters combat. To the training ground, let's go. Chapter 26, Strengthening Blade Heart Clarity. The temporary base of the 319th Regiment was equipped with an open-air training ground. The training ground covered a considerable area, featuring not only a dozen or so small arenas, but also a wide array of training weapons and equipment. As dusk approached, there were not many people in the training ground. The vast majority of the 319th Regiment soldiers were indulging themselves within the base to relieve the tension they had been under for so long. The higher-ups tacitly allowed this behavior. As long as their subordinates didn't cause trouble, they were free to let loose during this period. Arriving at an empty arena, Zhao Yunlong picked up an unsharpened combat saber from the weapon rack, skillfully spun it, and said, You said earlier that you were most interested in blade techniques, so I will demonstrate the basic moves of blade techniques for you now. Watch closely. Xiao Yunlong's gaze changed, becoming instantly sharp. The first form, chop. The blade chopped down from above, creating a sharp whistling sound in the wind. The second form, hack. The blade swung diagonally from the side with incredible speed, leaving behind an afterimage. The third form, stab. The fourth form, scoop. Block, sweep, lift, wipe, pair, hang, point. Wrap head and wrap brain, turn around, slash. Xiao Yunlong combined the blade techniques with his footwork. As if there were truly an enemy before him, his attitude very serious. Qin Tian held another unsharpened training saber in his hand, mimicking Xiao Yunlong as he demonstrated. He possessed a talent called low-level blade sense. Although it was a white-tier talent, it still granted him remarkable comprehension regarding blade techniques. After finishing the demonstration, a light sheen of sweat appeared on Xiao Yunlong's forehead. He looked at Qin Tian and asked, "How about it, did you memorize it?" Qin Tian recalled carefully. The basic moves just demonstrated played in his mind like a slideshow, but the details were still open to question. Thinking of this, Qin Tian decisively decided to upgrade the low-level blade sense talent first. After experiencing that night battle, his evolution points had surged to over 5,000, with over 4,000 contributed by the Tier 4 Shadow Catman. And for a white talent to evolve to green, the required evolution points would be within a few hundred, posing absolutely no pressure. Invest 300 evolution points, strengthen low-level blade sense. In his mind, the white sphere of light vibrated violently, transforming into a light green within a second, and then the green deepened slightly. Currently, Qin Tian classified talents of the same level into 3 grades: light, medium, and deep. For instance, steel tendons and iron bones was strengthened from advanced strength and was now light blue. As for the 2 talents, Shadow Bone Physique and Shadow Leap, after killing the Tier 4 Shadow Catman, they had been replaced from light blue to deep blue. Also deep blue was Purple Thunder Bloodline. The deeper the color, the greater the impact on the host, and the evolution points required for future strengthening to the next stage would also decrease accordingly. Name Blade Heart Clarity, green. Type passive talent. Description: those who possess this talent have their blade and heart aligned, their heart and intent connected. When drawing the blade, there is no need for thought. The blade moves with the heart, and techniques shift with the intent. They possess astonishing understanding and mastery of blade techniques, allowing them to self-teach any blade technique after just one viewing. A faint sense of enlightenment welled up in his heart, and Qin Tian said slowly, "Can you do it one more time?" "Fine, I knew you wouldn't be able to memorize it in one go." Xiao Yunlong smiled and in front of the 3 of them, demonstrated the basic blade techniques once again. Chop, hack, stab, scoop. This time, Qin Tian had a distinctly different feeling. Xiao Yunlong's movements became exceptionally clear in his eyes, and he could even capture the subtle tremors and force exertion of his wrists. Every move was deeply imprinted in his mind, and furthermore, he was confident that he could replicate them nearly 100%. Ha tilde. After Xiao Yunlong finished the final move, he sheathed his blade and stood straight, looking at Qin Tian. "How about it? How much did you memorize this time?" Don't look at these moves as simple. Any advanced blade technique is composed of the most basic moves. Therefore, foundations must be laid firmly. Back in the day, I trained hard for 3 years on the basics before I graduated. But once I graduated, I was invincible among my peers and even earned the moniker of Gale Blade at our school. It's fine if you can't remember it. This master can teach you one by one. I guarantee you'll learn. Xiao Yunlong put his hands behind his back and lifted his chin slightly, looking like a master of blade techniques. Blade techniques were one of the few things he could boast about. He really did have a bit of talent in this area. Looking at Xiao Yunlong's confident appearance, Qin Tian really couldn't bear to crush his self-esteem, so he deliberated for a moment and said, "I memorized 80%. 80%. Xiao Yunlong chuckled. "Qin Tian, I dare say, this 80% of yours definitely has the form but lacks the blade intent. These basics are not that simple. There are many details involved." Qin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. "How about I demonstrate?" "Fine, let me see how well you've actually mastered this 80%. Xiao Yunlong yielded the arena to Qin Tian, standing beside Qin Daddy and Liu Zheazhao, arms crossed, looking ready to enjoy the show. Young man, it's better to be humble, Tilda. In a moment, I, Master Xiao, will teach you a good lesson. Qin Tian stood in the center of the arena, the hilt gripped in his hand. This was his first time using this type of combat saber, yet he felt a familiarity as if he had been practicing with the blade for over a decade. The blade seemed to merge with him, connected by blood. This is blade heart clarity, Tilda. Qin Tian's gaze changed abruptly, sharp as a blade. He stepped forward half a step and slashed his blade forward. Chop. Whoosh, the blade's momentum was fierce, like a thunderbolt striking down, creating a piercing sonic boom. Hiss. At this moment, the three members of the Earth Dragon Squad trembled simultaneously. Xiao Yunlong's eyes were filled with intense shock. Hack. The blade turned, cutting in from the side. The movement was extremely standard, just like a textbook. Stab. Scoop. As Qin Tian demonstrated one by one, Xiao Yunlong's mouth opened wider and wider, almost wide enough to fit an egg. Every action was flawless, almost as if it were cut from the same mold as his own. Come on, man, you're telling me this is a beginner? Are you messing with me? Ha tilde. As the last form landed, Qin Tian sheathed the blade and turned, looking at Xiao Yunlong and asking, "How about it, is it okay? Is it okay?" Xiao Yunlong was speechless to the extreme. Qin Tian, tell me honestly, have you practiced this before? How could that be possible? Liu Zheazhao answered for Qin Tian. Qin Tian has always been with us, okay? Where would he find the time to practice the blade? But his blade technique, Xiao Yunlong held back for several seconds before saying, "It's only a little bit worse than mine. It doesn't look like the level of someone encountering a blade for the first time at all." That just proves that Qin Tian possesses extremely high talent in blade techniques. Qin Daddy laughed, just like his shooting talent. He masters it as soon as he touches it. Allah, the heavens are unfair. Xiao Yunlong sighed towards the sky, filled with grief and indignation. The basic blade techniques he had bitterly practiced for 3 years were learned by someone after just one viewing, who could understand this sense of disparity. Just then, Xiao Yunlong seemed to think of something and leaned in close to Qin Tian's face, looking suspicious. "Qin Tian, I suspect now, are you the product of some super soldier program? Otherwise, how are you so good at everything?" "You're overthinking it." Qin Tian chuckled and casually pushed Xiao Yunlong's big face away. "A super soldier is nothing. I am a noble transmigrator, the kind with a golden finger." Chapter 27, Sword Art Cert. Qin Tian's talent in sword arts left Xiao Yunlong feeling both frustrated and deeply envious. He believed it wouldn't be long before Qin Tian surpassed him. So, he had to take this chance to beat him up a few times while he still could, otherwise, there wouldn't be another opportunity later. "Qin Tian, real combat is the only standard for testing training," Xiao Yunlong said with a serious face. "No matter how intense the training is, if it cannot be applied to real combat, it is all for nothing. How about it? Do you want to have a hearty real combat duel? Don't worry, I won't use psionic power. The two of us will just spar with standard sword arts." Qin Daddy and Liu Zheazhao both saw through Xiao Yunlong's little scheme and couldn't help but find it amusing. "Sure." Qin Tian nodded in agreement. What he lacked most right now was real combat experience, and Xiao Yunlong's proposal hit the nail on the head. "Then let's do it." Xiao Yunlong chuckled, put a few meters of distance between himself and Qin Tian, and gripped his combat saber tightly in his palm. "You attack first," Xiao Yunlong said. "All right." Without a word, Qin Tian immediately pushed off the ground and lunged, his combat saber whistling as it slashed toward Xiao Yunlong's neck. Although he only used 50% of his strength, the swift and fierce momentum of the blade still gave Xiao Yunlong a start. Xiao Yunlong nimbly dodged to the side, flicked his wrist, and thrust his combat saber toward Qin Tian's abdomen like a venomous snake. Before the blade arrived, Qin Tian subconsciously twisted his body. The movement looked awkward, but he still managed to dodge Xiao Yunlong's thrust. Xiao Yunlong changed his sword technique again, delivering an upward diagonal slash. Qin Tian tilted his head, letting the blade graze past the tip of his nose. Swoosh, swoosh tilde swoosh. Xiao Yunlong changed moves continuously, his combat saber fast and fierce. However, Qin Tian was just like a spirit cat, always able to dodge Xiao Yunlong's attacks with movements that looked twisted and bizarre, but were actually ingenious. It's happening again. Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao's eyes widened. They were very familiar with this scene. Wasn't this just a reenactment of Qin Tian's battle against the Tier 2 spirit cat? It was just that the opponent had changed from a spirit cat to Xiao Yunlong. Damn it, stop just dodging. You need to think about how to use sword arts to block and counterattack. Xiao Yunlong stopped and said with a helpless expression, "Damn, how is this kid slipperier than a fish? I can't even touch him." All right. Qin Tian also realized his problem. Just now, he had been relying entirely on instinctive reactions to dodge, neglecting the application of sword arts. I'll slow my movements down a bit. You try to incorporate those sword techniques. After throwing out those words, Xiao Yunlong lunged forward again, his combat saber sweeping out, but it was clearly not as fierce as before. Qin Tian did not abandon his advantage in agility. He lightly leaped backward, dodging the horizontal sweep of the saber. While the momentum of the blade hadn't yet been recovered, he immediately stepped forward and slashed at Xiao Yunlong's neck. Xiao Yunlong wasn't a pushover either. He went with the flow, lowering his body into a half squat and gripped his saber with both hands to slash at Qin Tian's legs. Qin Tian quickly leaped, holding his saber and slashing downwards. Haha, not bad. Xiao Yunlong laughed aloud, raising his saber to block horizontally above his head. The two sabers collided, emitting a crisp, vibrating ring. Qin Tian, I'm going to gradually increase the intensity now. Seeing that Qin Tian had started to get into the zone, Xiao Yunlong struck while the iron was hot, gradually accelerating his saber swings. Qin Tian parried move for move. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed and was struck on the body a few times by the unsharpened blade, but as he became more proficient in applying sword arts, he slowly began to feel a sense of ease. Ding, ding, ding tilde tilde. On the arena, the two traded blows, saber light flashing, dazzling to the eyes. Every attack and defense was perfectly timed, as if they had rehearsed beforehand. What terrifying comprehension! Xiao Yunlong swung his saber in a slash, his eyes filled with intense shock. Qin Tian's progress was simply too fast. From the initial stiffness and awkwardness to his current fluid ease, in just a few short minutes, he had transformed from a novice into a sword arts elite, visibly mastering the basic sword techniques. Such terrifying talent and comprehension were simply unbelievable. Nearby, Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao were also stunned by Qin Tian's performance. He really is a monster tilde. Qin Daddy gave a bitter laugh. Compared to Qin Tian, he felt as stupid as a paramecium, not even the same species. Captain, I suddenly feel that what Yunlong said makes sense. Watching the two figures locked in fierce battle on the arena, Liu Xiaozhao murmured, Qin Tian might really be a super soldier. Marksmanship without a teacher. Sword arts understood with a single hint, and that agility even greater than a spirit cat, as well as physical stamina that surpasses a Psionicist. Combining these clues, she felt more and more that Qin Tian's background was definitely not simple. Perhaps. Qin Daddy looked toward the arena, a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Regardless of whether he is an ordinary soldier or a super soldier to us, Qin Tian is just our teammate. An outstanding and extremely trustworthy teammate. Qin Tian, I'm going to use psionic power now. As the battle continued, Xiao Yunlong realized that he could no longer suppress Qin Tian with sword arts alone, and he was even starting to feel the strain. To maintain his dignity as a sword arts instructor, he decided to release his restraints and face Qin Tian in his best state. Never mind the future, at the very least, he couldn't be defeated by his student on the first day of teaching. That would be too embarrassing. All right. Qin Tian was also getting carried away. His tone carried a high spirit and fighting intent he had never shown before. Sensing Qin Tian's emotional shift, Xiao Yunlong grinned, and a cyan halo emerged on the blade. Watch out! With a flash of cyan light at his feet, Xiao Yunlong pressed forward, his speed several times faster than before. His combat saber slashed diagonally downward, as fast as a gale. Welcome. Qin Tian's eyes brightened and he quickly raised his blade to block. Xiao Yunlong had held back his strength, but wasn't he doing the same? In terms of physical fitness with his two talents, steel tendons and iron bones and shadow bone physique, he was leagues ahead of Xiao Yunlong. If he hadn't also been holding back his strength just now, he could have knocked Xiao Yunlong to his knees in 2 strikes. Ding tilde tilde tilde. The crisp metallic clashing sound was exceptionally piercing. Xiao Yunlong stumbled back 2 steps, his wrist trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with horror. Qin Tian's strength? Xiao Yunlong only knew that Qin Tian's movement was agile, but he hadn't expected that his strength would also be this terrifying. Continue. The more they fought, the more excited Qin Tian became, his combat saber emitting a clear, vibrating hum. Ding, ding, ding tilde tilde. The two launched a storm-like assault, layers of saber shadows appearing, the surrounding air stirred up by the two of them. With the enhancement of psionic power, Xiao Yunlong's saber momentum was like a storm, wild and swift. Qin Tian's psionic power was currently thin, and he didn't know how to mobilize psionic power to apply in real combat. However, his overwhelming physical fitness compensated for the gap in psionic power between him and Xiao Yunlong, and in terms of mastering basic sword arts, he had already caught up to Xiao Yunlong and was gradually trending toward surpassing him. Damn it, is this kid even human? Could he have beastman genes in his body? Xiao Yunlong gritted his teeth, a faint sense of numbness spreading through his arm. He knew that unless he used a psionic martial technique, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Qin Tian now. But once a psionic martial technique was used, he couldn't control his strength well. It would be troublesome if he accidentally injured Qin Tian. That's it then, I'm not fighting anymore. Anyway, I landed a few hits on him earlier, so that counts as me winning. Xiao Yunlong leaped high backward, retreating to the side of Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhou, and waved his hand, saying, "All right, that's it for today. If we keep fighting, I'm afraid your body won't be able to handle it." Qin Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. "I think I can still continue." "Oh, you don't understand. The first training session shouldn't be overdone, it needs to be moderate. Moderate, understand tilde." Xiao Yunlong put the training saber back on the rack and turned to walk toward the dormitory. "Teacher Xiao has taught you this much for today. You should properly summarize the mistakes from just now, and we'll fight again when there's time tomorrow tilde." Watching Xiao Yunlong's slightly hurried footsteps, Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhou couldn't help but laugh. A hint of a smile also flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. Chapter 28, Military Credits Received, a Surprise. For 3 consecutive days, the Earth Dragon Squad spent their time essentially between the dormitory, the cafeteria, and the training grounds. After teaching him swordsmanship, Xiao Yunlong and Qin Daddy worked together to train Qin Tian's hand-to-hand combat skills. To their gratification, Qin Tian's talent in this area was not outstanding. It was far inferior to his talent for swordsmanship and marksmanship, which finally allowed them to regain some confidence. The Earth Dragon Squad's overachiever performance at the training grounds attracted the attention of other special operations squads in the 319th Regiment. Many battle-hungry individuals were eager to join in, requesting to spar and exchange pointers, learning from each other's strengths. Some were Psionicists, others were ability users, some excelled at using blades, while others preferred swords. During these sparring sessions, Qin Tian's combat capability improved by leaps and bounds. In particular, his simple, unadorned, and masterfully understated swordsmanship drew deep admiration and astonishment from everyone. And when they learned of Qin Tian's true identity, they were even more stunned, left speechless. Who could have imagined that a clone soldier manufactured by their own legion had actually awakened as a Psionicist and mastered such formidable swordsmanship? People had always held a certain prejudice against clones, but strength is always the best way to earn respect. Qin Tian, news has come from the Special Operations Management Office. Qin Daddy walked over to Qin Tian with a beaming smile. "Your ID card has been processed, and your military credits have been successfully deposited. The Special Operations Management Office is notifying us to go and collect your documents." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. 3 days, faster than he had expected. It seemed the Empire's administrative efficiency was quite high. "Your ID card is ready. Haha, Qin Tian, let's go, let's go. Let us see just how many military credits you've earned, Xiao Yunlong said with a laugh. Let's go. The group quickly headed to the Special Operations Management Office, where the staff member from before, Meng Feng, was waiting for them at the entrance. Follow me. Meng Feng led them to an office. This is our director, Jia Zhu, Director Jia. After Meng Feng finished the introduction, he silently stepped aside. So you are Qin Tian. Jia Zhu examined Qin Tian closely. Qin Tian had a cold, stern face, a tall and upright stature, and a faint, calm look in his dark eyes. Even with the director standing before him, his gaze did not change in the slightest. Yes. Qin Tian nodded. Jia Zhu didn't beat around the bush. He picked up a card from the desk and handed it to Qin Tian. This is your Imperial ID card. It has already been linked to the Imperial Military Department system. From now on, you just need to download an application to check your military credits or exchange them for supplies. Qin Tian looked down. The ID card was made of a special material. It felt as warm and smooth as jade to the touch. The information on it was simple, containing only his photo and identification number. Thank you, Qin Tian said softly. You're welcome. The Empire will not mistreat any warrior who fights for it. Jia Zhu smiled and continued. Qin Tian, you have currently triggered Article 23 of the Empire's Code number 19. Moving forward, the military department will have other arrangements for you. However, our Special Operations Management Office is not responsible for that aspect, so you will need to wait a while. I will contact you once the arrangements have been made. All right, thank you. Qin Tian nodded. To be honest, he was very curious now about how the Empire would arrange his future. Would he be transferred to another legion to serve as an officer, or would he enter some special department to undergo secret training? Regardless, he needed to improve his strength during this time so he could establish a firm foothold in the new environment. Director Jia, there is one thing I would like to ask about. At this moment, Xiao Yunlong spoke up. I heard from Meng Feng earlier that if Qin Tian triggered the special management regulations, he would be able to receive a bronze-tier cultivation technique for free. Is this true? Jia Zhu glanced at Meng Feng, then smiled faintly. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but since you've asked, I might as well reveal it early. That's correct. Qin Tian will indeed receive a bronze-tier cultivation technique. Once he connects to the military department system, he will be able to see this notification in his personal dashboard. Then, he simply needs to exchange for the technique he wants in the military department's online treasury. It's real. The Earth Dragon Squad's eyes lit up, and they were all happy for Qin Tian. Cultivation techniques are too important for Psionicists. Being able to practice a bronze-tier cultivation technique right from the start is definitely an exceptionally high starting point. In addition, the cultivation technique is only one part of the talent development benefits. Jia Zhu's words instantly drew everyone's gaze. Director Jia, what do you mean by that? Qin Daddy asked, pleasantly surprised. Jia Zhu smiled faintly. Besides the cultivation technique, Qin Tian can also freely select 2 iron-tier martial arts or spells from the military department's online treasury. What? The 3 members of the Earth Dragon Squad widened their eyes, their envy nearly overflowing. 1 bronze-tier cultivation technique and 2 iron-tier martial arts. What kind of treatment is this? He's definitely the military department's favorite son. Wow, such a generous gesture. Qin Tian blinked, a flash of joy appearing in his eyes. For him, this reward was like rain after a long drought. It was absolutely critical. Due to the lack of a cultivation technique, he had been unable to proceed to the next stage of training after awakening his psionic powers, and could only spend his time honing his swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat skills. But the foundation for a psionicist's standing is always their psionic power. With cultivation techniques and martial arts, he could finally be considered to have officially entered the world of psionicists. Go back and choose carefully. Jia Zhu said with a smile, let them help you deliberate. We will. Xiao Yunlong nodded heavily. Returning to the dormitory, Qin Daddy immediately handed the smart bracelet he had prepared long ago to Qin Tian. Qin Tian, this is the smart bracelet. After entering the login page, just input your ID number and perform facial recognition, and that's it. The smart bracelet is the most commonly used communication device for Imperial citizens. Not only is it convenient to wear, but it also contains holographic projection technology, capable of fulfilling functions such as video calls and leisure entertainment. However, to access the normal interface of the smart bracelet, one must input personal information, which was the reason Qin Daddy hadn't given the bracelet to Qin Tian until now. Following the smart bracelet's instructions, Qin Tian quickly entered his personal information and completed the authentication. Quick, download the Imperial Military Department app and let's see how many military credits you have first. Xiao Yunlong urged him, his eyes full of anticipation. After downloading the Military Department app, Qin Tian registered and logged in, then saw his military credit balance on his personal dashboard. 2725, slightly higher than we predicted. Qin Daddy said with a smile, Qin Tian, are you planning to choose a rune gun first, or take a look at the cultivation techniques and martial arts? Let's look at the rune gun first, one thing at a time. Qin Tian opened the military department's treasury, found Alpha 7 star, and entered rune gun. Soon, over a dozen types of rune guns appeared before his eyes. These were all the rune guns in stock on Alpha 7 star. If he wanted other models, he would have to wait until he traveled to other planets in the future to exchange for them. Qin Tian didn't want to go through the trouble, so he decided to just choose from these dozen or so rune guns. Chapter 29, Rune Sniper Rifle, Hidden Kill, Shadow Thunder Prison Technique. Among these dozen or so rune guns, 4 cost over 5,000 military credits, and 5 cost between 1,500 and 2,000. None of these were within Qin Tian's consideration. Therefore, he only had 4 options to choose from: Desert Rose, Frost, Flame Burst, and Hidden Kill. Desert Rose is a gorgeously designed golden revolver with built-in armor-piercing and speed-up runes. Its features include a high rate of fire and armor-piercing bullets. Every time a bullet is fired, a phantom image of a rose appears at the muzzle. In the introductory video, a heroic-looking beauty held the Desert Rose, weaving between several wolf beasts. Her steps were agile, like a dancing butterfly, easily and gracefully dodging the wolves' lunges. Her slender fingers pulled the trigger, and vivid rose phantoms bloomed one after another. Accompanied by the wails of the wolves, the blood and roses reflected each other, creating a strange sense of beauty. Forget the Desert Rose. It's purely for show, and reloading is a problem. I reckon only some rich young ladies would like such flashy and practical things, Xiao Yunlong said, hitting the nail on the head. Yeah. Qin Tian nodded and continued to look down the list. Frost is a rune laser gun with built-in deep freeze and speed-up runes. It can fire freezing rays that reach temperatures as low as -200 degrees, and its penetrating power is quite impressive. Flame Burst is a melee hand cannon with built-in flame burst and shockwave runes. Its range is slightly short, but its power is immense. The bullets are like cannonballs, possessing great lethality. Frost and Flame Burst each have their own characteristics, and both are priced around 2,000 credits. However, the gun Qin Tian favored most was the last one, Hidden Kill. This was a solid black sniper rifle with a long, sleek body. Every line seemed meticulously crafted, showcasing extreme craftsmanship and a cold sense of beauty. Hidden Kill, valued at 2,600 military credits, is equipped with stealth, armor-piercing, and acceleration runes. The fired bullets undergo a second acceleration from the acceleration rune, greatly increasing kinetic energy and providing an inherent armor-piercing effect. Most importantly, the bullets make absolutely no sound when exiting the muzzle or while in flight. Furthermore, Hidden Kill is configured with multiple devices such as an over-the-horizon scope and an infrared scanner, achieving a perfect combination of technology and runes. However, this gun has a flaw. The difficulty of controlling it is extremely high. A sniper rifle is inherently an item that only a master marksman can control. And as a rune sniper rifle, the difficulty of operating Hidden Kill is increased more than tenfold. To activate the runes, one must inject psionic energy, but the amount and stability of the injected energy greatly affect the balance during shooting. This leads to a problem. Only the most skilled snipers are qualified to control this gun. However, one can hardly find any psionicists within the sniper community. Those who can become Psionicists either develop in the direction of martial artists or mages, who would bother to explore their own sniping talent. Such a contradiction makes hidden kill rarely sought after. A normal 3-rune firearm should require over 4,000 military credits to redeem, but due to the specific nature of hidden kill, the cost was reduced to 2,600. Even so, this gun had been gathering dust in the warehouse. After all, 2,600 military credits is not a small amount, and no one would waste their precious credits on a rune gun they couldn't control. But for Qin Tian, hidden kill was practically tailor-made for him. He is both a Psionicist and a master marksman. Shadowbone Physique plus Shadow Leap ensures his agility and concealment in the dark, while Burning Ash's Critical Strike can further boost the lethality of hidden kill. If he is lucky enough to trigger a high critical multiplier, even a high-tier 4th-rank Psionicist might not be able to withstand a headshot from him. That's it, hidden kill. Qin Tian made his decision decisively. Hidden kill, huh? I also think it suits you best. Xiao Yunlong approved of Qin Tian's choice, then added, by the way, 2,600 credits only redeems the rune gun itself. The special bullets require additional military credits. Qin Tian opened the redemption interface for hidden kill, and sure enough, the special bullets needed to be redeemed separately, with 1 military credit redeeming 1 bullet. Qin Tian did not hesitate any longer and clicked to confirm the redemption, exhausting all his military credits. 1 hidden kill rune sniper rifle and 125 special bullets. The rune gun and bullets are in the warehouse. It will take some time for them to be delivered here. Xiao Yunlong's eyes lit up. Quick, let's look at the cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. Qin Daddy and Liu Xiaozhao also showed expressions of curiosity and anticipation. All right. Qin Tian had just seen on his personal backend that he could choose 1 bronze-level cultivation technique and 2 black iron-level martial arts skills from the military's online treasure vault without consuming any military credits. He first opened the cultivation technique section, filtered for bronze-level techniques, and entered the keywords: Dark Element, Thunder Element. Soon, 7 techniques were displayed on the interface. The group read the introductions for each technique one by one and searched major forums for information regarding them. Combining Qin Tian's needs and characteristics, they finally selected 1 technique, Shadow Thunder Prison Technique. This technique focuses on the stealth characteristics of the dark element and the destructive properties of the thunder element. Once mastered, one becomes like a shadow, silent, swift as lightning, and violently peerless, which fits very well with many of Qin Tian's abilities. Actually, I think that Thunder Tribulation Dark Devour method is also quite good. It can even devour others' psionic energy, Xiao Yunlong said. Things that aren't your own will eventually have hidden dangers, Qin Daddy said sternly. Qin Tian's choice is correct. What suits you is the best. Fine, Xiao Yunlong shrugged. I was just saying. Next, let's look at the martial arts skills. Qin Tian, have you thought about what kind of martial arts skills you want to redeem? Blade techniques, fist techniques, or movement techniques, or maybe a spell? Regarding the choice of martial arts skills, Qin Tian had pondered deeply. First, he definitely needed a blade technique, as it would become his main attack method in the future. However, he was truly conflicted about whether to choose a fist leg technique or a movement technique for the second skill. But after careful consideration, he made his decision: choose a movement technique. There are 2 reasons. First, he has the space pocket talent, which allows him to carry several blades with him, ensuring he is never fighting empty-handed. Thus, the priority of fist leg techniques is not that high. Second, movement techniques of the same level are much more expensive than fist leg techniques, sometimes costing several times more, so if the conditions allow, naturally, one should choose the expensive one first. Fist leg techniques can wait until later. Select a Thunder Element blade technique, and then select a Dark Element or Thunder Element movement technique, Qin Tian said. That makes sense. Movement techniques are more important than fist leg techniques. Everyone agreed with Qin Tian's choice. After the direction was set, everyone helped Qin Tian filter for martial arts skills that suited him. After detailed discussion and analysis, 2 martial arts skills were finally decided upon: Blade Technique, Thunderclap Blade; Movement Technique, Ninefold Thunder Flash Incomplete Version. Chapter 30. Thunderclap Blade, Ninefold Thunder Flash. Thunderclap Blade is a black iron-level blade technique that is extremely rigid and fierce, breaking all laws with speed. When the blade is drawn, it is like a sudden clap of thunder, tearing through the sky. It consists of 5 major blade moves: Thunder Shadow Assault, Whirlwind Thundercut, Thunder Moon Slash, Thunderclap Flash, and Raging Thunder Break. Ninefold Thunder Flash is a silver-level movement martial technique, and this technique emphasizes one word: speed. It compresses powerful thunder elements under the feet to achieve rapid short-distance advances or long-distance assaults. Ninefold Thunder Flash is faster with every level. When reaching the peak 9th level, the warrior is like stepping on wind and thunder, as fast as lightning. However, this movement technique has extremely high requirements for physical constitution and thunder element control. If the physical strength is insufficient, the legs and feet will not be able to bear the terrifying explosive power of Ninefold Thunder Flash, and instead, one will injure oneself first. Qin Tian only redeemed the first 3 levels of Ninefold Thunder Flash, with a value equivalent to a black iron-level martial technique. In fact, Qin Tian also looked at several dark-type movement techniques, such as Night Ghost Steps, Shadow Escape, Night Wander, etc. But the effects of these techniques overlapped with Shadow Leap, and in terms of stealth and surprise, they were not as good as Shadow Leap. After careful consideration, Qin Tian decided to choose a Thunder-type movement technique focused on speed, which would not only complement the blade technique Thunderclap Blade, but also enhance his long-distance assault capability. Ninefold Thunder Flash fit his requirements perfectly, and it is a silver-level martial technique with a very high upper limit. Although he could only redeem the first 3 levels for now, he could redeem the full version once he earned more merit points in the future. "Are you sure, just these 3? Qin Daddy asked. "Yeah." Qin Tian nodded. The cultivation technique, Shadow Thunder Prison technique, and the martial techniques Thunderclap Blade and the partial Ninefold Thunder Flash would form the basic framework of his psionic system. Then, let's redeem them. The 3 of them watched as Qin Tian clicked the confirm button, and subsequently, 3 cultivation techniques appeared in his personal account, complete with detailed text and video explanations. The retention period for the techniques is 1 month. After 1 month, the information for these 3 techniques will be deleted from his personal account, which means Qin Tian must memorize all the key points of the 3 techniques within 1 month. "Qin Tian, I have to give you a reminder." Xiao Yunlong's face rarely showed a serious expression. Techniques redeemed with merit points are strictly prohibited from being spread privately. Violators will definitely be severely punished and will spend the rest of their lives in prison. "Understood." Qin Tian responded earnestly. In his view, this regulation was very reasonable. If everyone could privately spread cultivation techniques and martial arts, this merit redemption system would collapse immediately. However, Xiao Yunlong's tone changed, and he suddenly said with a smile, "If it is a technique bought with money, you can teach it to whomever you want. The Empire's control in this regard is relatively loose. If you make it big in the future, don't forget to look after me, Tilda." The corners of Qin Tian's mouth lifted slightly. "Sure. Then thanks." Xiao Yunlong chuckled. He was very optimistic about Qin Tian's future. With astonishing talent and a calm personality, his originally disadvantageous background as a clone had now become an advantage, allowing him to enjoy the special talent cultivation plan. Perhaps one day, Qin Tian would be able to rise with the wind and be transferred to the imperial capital to join Marshal Lin's forces. By then, he would definitely want to cling tightly to Qin Tian's leg. Qin Tian, the hidden kill rune gun is at another base warehouse, and it will take about a day to be delivered here. Qin Daddy said, "Now just study these few techniques well, we won't disturb you." "Yes, yes, yes. Remember to study the cultivation technique first, martial techniques can be studied later." Xiao Yunlong offered his advice. "Okay." Qin Tian nodded. Once the techniques were in his hands, his inner curiosity and anticipation had reached their peak. After the 3 of them left, he immediately opened Shadow Thunder Prison technique, studied it word by word, and watched the explanatory video 3 times, ensuring that he didn't miss any details. In his past life, he would have to look at a tracking number 3 times just to remember it, but now his memory was exceptionally excellent. In just 2 hours, he had memorized Shadow Thunder Prison technique by heart. I can start now. Qin Tian assumed a special sitting posture, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. Soon, he sensed the omnipresent psionic factors around him, and his body issued a thirsty call, urging him to absorb psionic energy as quickly as possible. Qin Tian mobilized the thin psionic energy within his body, followed the cultivation route of Shadow Thunder Prison technique, and allowed the psionic energy to circulate through his meridians while simultaneously matching it with a specific breathing method. Gradually, the psionic factors around him became denser and poured into his body through his breathing. Among them, Thunder-type and Dark-type psionic factors occupied the majority. The two types of factors were like water droplets, merging drop by drop into the psionic stream, constantly growing stronger. Just like that, Qin Tian was immersed in the state of cultivation. He didn't know how much time had passed, until a feeling of distension came from within his body, as if he were stuffed full, and only then did he slowly open his eyes. After checking internally, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the dark purple psionic energy had gathered in his dantian, more than twice as thick as before. Qin Tian stood up and raised his hands. The next moment, purple lightning erupted from his left hand, and black mist rose from his right hand. Due to the existence of purple thunder bloodline, the thunder element factors he absorbed would directly condense into high-grade purple thunder psionic energy, and shadow bone physique also made the dark psionic energy more solid. Now, he had officially stepped into the first-tier realm. However, this first tier was not complete. Only after he opened his first star aperture would he be considered a true first-tier, one-star Psionicist. Opening the 9 major star apertures would allow him to break through to the second tier and condense a star vortex. The road is long and arduous. Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh. Even though he could fight toe-to-toe with a second-tier transcendent now, he was still a complete novice on the path of psionics. Deep in the night, the stars were twinkling outside the window. Qin Tian didn't have the slightest hint of sleepiness, so he simply opened the martial technique Thunderclap blade and began to study this black iron-level blade technique. The principle of psionic martial techniques is very simple. It is to mobilize the psionic energy within the body to resonate with external psionic factors, and with the help of psionic enhancement, make the moves more varied and powerful. However, while it sounds simple, practicing it is not that easy. Psionic control is a delicate job. If it is not controlled well, the violent psionic energy will damage the meridians and organs. This also means that during the training process, a warrior must be extremely careful. Only when the martial technique is practiced to a fairly proficient degree can it be applied to actual combat. Otherwise, not only would he fail to hurt the enemy, but he would injure himself first. Due to the existence of blade heart clarity, Qin Tian grasped many of the essentials of Thunderclap blade after reading it just once, but his current psionic energy was thin, and he could at most attempt the first move, Thunder Shadow Assault. This is a blade move that combines rapid advance and a sweeping slash, which can be used as an opening move to quickly close the distance. But the current environment was not suitable for practicing this move. Qin Tian could only temporarily suppress the excitement and agitation in his heart and study the other movement martial technique, Ninefold Thunder Flash.